Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The town of Hollow Pines was the kind of place where stories grew faster than crops and stretched taller than the oaks in the surrounding woods. Nestled in a valley bordered by dense forests and rocky hills, it had a quiet charm, though it seemed perpetually stuck in time. Every corner of the town was steeped in whispers of the past, from the crumbling facade of the old mill to the antique shop that carried more dust than inventory. But of all the tales passed down through generations, none captivated the locals more than the legend of the underground world. It was a story Samira had grown up hearing. Her grandfather, Elias, was the town's unofficial historian, though most people dismissed his tales as the ramblings of an eccentric old man. Samira, however, had always believed there was more truth to his words than others dared to admit. Elias would sit by the fire on cold evenings, a cup of tea in his hands, his voice low and full of wonder as he described a hidden realm beneath their feet. He spoke of glowing rivers that flowed like molten gold, forests where trees whispered secrets, and creatures unlike anything that walked the earth above. "It's all down there," he'd say, tapping the ground with his cane. "All you have to do is dig." As a child, Samira had dug plenty of holes in her backyard. Her tiny hands blistered and dirt streaked across her face, but she'd never found anything beyond earth and roots. Even then, she didn't stop believing. Her grandfather's stories had planted a seed of curiosity deep inside her, one that grew with every passing year. While her peers outgrew fairy tales and legends, Samira leaned further into them, chasing answers that others dismissed as fantasy. Years later, after her grandfather's passing, she found herself back in Hollow Pines. It was a bittersweet homecoming. The house Elias had lived in, once full of warmth and the aroma of his favorite stew, now felt cold and silent. Samira had spent weeks sorting through his belongings, uncovering forgotten trinkets, faded photographs, and books with cracked spines. It was during one of these quiet afternoons that she stumbled upon the map. It was tucked inside a weathered leather journal, its pages filled with her grandfather's looping handwriting. At first glance, the map appeared unremarkable, a collection of lines and dots that could have been a doodle. But as she studied it, Samira realized it wasn't just a random sketch. The markings corresponded to the hills surrounding the town, with a particular spot circled in red ink. Beside it, her grandfather had written, "The key lies here." Her heart raced. Could this be the evidence she'd been searching for? All her life, she'd clung to the belief that his stories were more than bedtime tales, and now she held in her hands a potential clue to prove it. But excitement quickly gave way to doubt. She knew what people would say. Hollow Pines wasn't kind to dreamers or those who dared to challenge the status quo. It was a town that thrived on routine and dismissed anything that didn't fit its mold. Samira had seen it firsthand growing up, the way her grandfather had been ridiculed for his stories, the way his words had been dismissed as the fantasies of an old man. Still, she couldn't ignore the pull of the map. That night, she spread it out on the dining table, tracing the lines with her finger. The spot circled in red wasn't far. A clearing in the forest she'd explored countless times as a child. The memory of those woods stirred something in her, a mixture of nostalgia and longing. She made up her mind. She would dig. The next morning, armed with little more than a shovel and her grandfather's journal, Samira set out for the forest. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. She followed the path her feet knew by heart, every step taking her closer to the clearing. When she arrived, she stood still for a moment, taking it all in. The clearing was exactly as she remembered, an open space surrounded by towering trees, their branches forming a natural archway above. But now, with the map in hand, it felt different. The air seemed heavier, charged with a strange energy that made her skin prickle. She knelt down and began to dig. The soil was rich and dark, clinging to her hands as she worked. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher in the sky. Her muscles ached, and sweat dripped down her face, but she didn't stop. Every time doubt crept in, she thought of her grandfather, of his stories and the map he'd left behind. She imagined him watching her, his eyes twinkling with pride. As the hole grew deeper, she unearthed strange fragments, pieces of stone that shimmered faintly in the light, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns. She brushed the dirt off one and held it up, marveling at its beauty. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, a tangible piece of the legend she'd spent her life believing in. Her heart pounded as she dug further, her shovel striking something solid. She cleared the dirt away, revealing a slab of stone embedded in the ground. It was covered in carvings, symbols that seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. Samira stared at it, her breath catching in her throat. This was it, the first step into the world her grandfather had always spoken of. She reached out, her fingers grazing the surface of the stone. The carvings glowed brighter, and the ground beneath her trembled. For a moment, she felt weightless, as if the earth itself had shifted. The sound of a twig snapping behind her broke the spell. She turned to see Raj standing at the edge of the clearing, his arms crossed and a bemused expression on his face. Raj had been her best friend since childhood, though their paths had diverged over the years. While Samira had pursued geology, Raj had become an archaeologist, traveling the world in search of ancient artifacts. She hadn't expected to see him back in Hollow Pines, let alone here in the forest. "What are you doing, Sam?" he asked, though the answer was obvious. She straightened, wiping her hands on her jeans. "Digging." Raj raised an eyebrow. "For what?" Samira hesitated. She knew how it would sound. An underground world. To her surprise, Raj didn't laugh. Instead, he walked over and crouched beside the hole, examining the slab of stone. "You're serious," he said, more to himself than to her. "I am," she replied, her voice steady. Raj looked at her, then back at the stone. After a moment, he nodded. "Let's see where this goes." Together, they began to uncover the stone, their shared curiosity pushing them forward. For the first time, Samira felt like she wasn't alone in her quest. The whispers of the past seemed to swirl around them, the forest alive with possibility. And, as they worked, she felt a spark of hope. Hope that the stories were true, that the world beneath their feet was waiting to be found. The sun hung high in the sky as Samira and Raj returned to the clearing the next morning, their excitement tempered only by the daunting task ahead. The stone slab they had uncovered the day before seemed even more imposing in the daylight, its surface glinting faintly with a golden hue. Samira had spent the night poring over her grandfather's journal, searching for any clue that might explain the carvings. The symbols were intricate, almost organic in their design, like the veins of leaves or the ripples on water. She had traced them with her fingers, feeling their faint grooves, wondering what secrets they held. Raj, ever the pragmatist, had come prepared with more than just his curiosity. His truck was now parked at the edge of the forest, loaded with equipment, shovels, picks, a portable generator, and even a small ground-penetrating radar unit. Samira couldn't help but smirk when she saw it. Trust Raj to turn her spontaneous dig into a full-blown excavation. He caught her look and shrugged. "If we're going to do this, we might as well do it right," he said, unloading the gear. "Besides, you never know what we'll find." Samira appreciated his enthusiasm, though a part of her still braced for the possibility of disappointment. What if they were wrong? What if the stone slab was just an old piece of bedrock, and the strange carvings nothing more than a trick of nature? The thought gnawed at her, but she pushed it aside. She couldn't afford to doubt herself, not now. They began by clearing the area around the slab, removing the layers of dirt and debris that had accumulated over what must have been centuries. The work was slow and methodical, and the forest seemed to close in around them as they labored. The usual sounds of the woods, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, seemed muted, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Samira tried not to read too much into it, but the silence felt heavy, almost expectant. As they worked, the townsfolk began to notice their absence. Hollow Pines was not a large town, and news traveled fast. By the afternoon, a few curious onlookers had ventured into the forest, drawn by the sight of Raj's truck and the promise of something unusual. Most of them stayed at a distance, watching silently as Samira and Raj toiled in the dirt. But a few ventured closer, their skepticism plain on their faces. "What's this all about?" asked Mr. Harper, the owner of the local hardware store. He stood with his hands on his hips, his expression hovering between amusement and concern. Samira wiped the sweat from her brow and met his gaze. "Just an excavation," she said, keeping her tone neutral. Harper snorted. "You digging for gold? Or is this one of those treasure hunts?" "Something like that," Raj interjected before Samira could reply. He offered a charming smile that seemed to disarm the older man, at least for the moment. Harper muttered something under his breath but didn't press further. As he walked away, Samira felt a pang of frustration. She could feel their judgment, the quiet ridicule that came with living in a place where dreams were seen as foolishness. But she refused to let it deter her. She wasn't doing this for them. The real trouble started when word reached the town council. By the second day, Samira and Raj were met with an unwelcome visitor. Evelyn Marsh, the head of the council and a staunch defender of tradition. Evelyn arrived with an air of authority, her sharp eyes taking in the scene with obvious disapproval. "What exactly do you think you're doing here?" she demanded, her voice cutting through the quiet. Samira straightened, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Excavating," she said simply. "This is public land," Evelyn retorted. "You can't just dig up the forest on a whim. There are permits, regulations." "We're not damaging anything," Raj interrupted, his tone calm but firm. "We're being careful." Evelyn's gaze shifted to him, her expression unimpressed. "Careful or not, you're stirring up unnecessary commotion. The forest is a part of our town's heritage. I won't have you tearing it apart for some pet project." "It's not a pet project," Samira said, her voice rising despite herself. "This is important." "To whom?" Evelyn shot back. "You? Your grandfather?" No offense, but his stories were just that. Stories. Fairy tales for children. The words hit Samira like a slap. She opened her mouth to argue, but Raj placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent reminder to stay calm. "We're not here to cause trouble," he said, addressing Evelyn directly. "If it makes you feel better, we'll take care of the permits. But we're not stopping." Evelyn's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue further. Instead, she turned on her heel and walked away, her heels clicking sharply against the rocky ground. Samira watched her go, a mix of anger and determination churning in her chest. "You didn't have to do that," she said to Raj once Evelyn was out of earshot. "Yes, I did," he replied. She wasn't going to listen to reason. "Now, let's get back to work." Their resolve only deepened after that encounter. For the next few days, they poured everything into the excavation, digging deeper and uncovering more of the stone slab. Each new discovery fueled their determination. Faint traces of paint on the carvings, suggesting they had once been vibrant with color. Fragments of metal embedded in the stone, their purpose a mystery. The ground-penetrating radar revealed something even more intriguing. A hollow space beneath the slab, its dimensions impossible to determine from the surface. The onlookers continued to gather, their numbers growing with each passing day. Some brought snacks or bottles of water, silently offering their support. Others whispered among themselves, their skepticism slowly giving way to curiosity. Even Evelyn returned, though she kept her distance, her expression unreadable. By the end of the week, they had cleared enough of the slab to reveal its full size. A perfect circle, nearly 10 feet in diameter, with a series of concentric rings etched into its surface. In the center was a small depression, like a keyhole waiting to be filled. Samira stared at it, her mind racing. What kind of key could open something like this? And what lay beyond it? Raj crouched beside her, his brow furrowed as he studied the carvings. "This is more than just a door," he said, almost to himself. "It's a mechanism, but I can't figure out how it works." Samira didn't respond. Her eyes were fixed on the keyhole, a strange sense of familiarity tugging at her thoughts. She reached for her grandfather's journal, flipping through its pages until she found the sketch of the map. Beside it was another drawing, one she hadn't paid much attention to before. A small, circular object covered in symbols. Her heart skipped a beat. "It's a key," she whispered, holding up the journal for Raj to see. He studied the sketch, then looked back at the slab. If it exists, where do we find it? Samira didn't have an answer, but she knew one thing. They were closer than ever to uncovering the truth. The underground world her grandfather had spoken of was no longer just a story. It was real, and it was waiting for them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of gold and shadow, Samira felt a flicker of hope. The journey was far from over, but for the first time, she believed they might actually succeed. Together, they would dig deeper, uncover the secrets hidden beneath their feet, and prove to the world that the stories were more than just legends. They were a map to something extraordinary. The air was cool and damp as Samira and Raj stood before the uncovered stone circle, the forests quiet, enveloping them like a shroud. The carved surface of the slab glistened faintly, the etchings catching the soft light of the rising sun. Around them, the onlookers who had gathered over the past few days had dwindled to only a handful, most of whom observed from a distance. It wasn't that they'd lost interest. Rather, an unspoken reverence seemed to have settled over the clearing, as if everyone instinctively understood that something extraordinary was about to happen. Raj knelt near the center of the slab, his fingers tracing the concentric circles etched into the stone. He examined the small depression at its center, a perfectly round indentation that could only be described as a keyhole. His brow furrowed as he compared it to the sketch in Samira's grandfather's journal. It was an uncanny match. Samira stood nearby, the journal clutched tightly in her hands. Her eyes flicked between the stone and the sketch, her heart racing with the anticipation of discovery. "We need the key," Raj said, his voice breaking the silence. His words hung heavy in the air, more a statement of the obvious than a solution. Samira nodded, but she had no idea where to find it. Her grandfather's journal offered tantalizing hints, but no definitive answers. She flipped through the pages for what felt like the 100th time, searching for a clue she might have overlooked. The drawings, the notes, the cryptic symbols, all of it seemed to point to this moment. Yet none of it revealed how to proceed. As the sun climbed higher, its light filtering through the forest canopy, Samira noticed something unusual. The shadows cast by the trees seemed to converge on the stone slab, their lines aligning perfectly with the carved rings. It was as if the sun itself were marking the spot. She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the interplay of light and shadow. Then she saw it, a faint glimmer in the depression at the slab's center, a shimmer so subtle it was almost imperceptible. "Raj," she said, her voice hushed but urgent. "Look." He followed her gaze and saw it too. The faint glimmer seemed to pulse, as if responding to their presence. Raj reached out hesitantly, his hand hovering over the depression. For a moment, he hesitated, as if unsure whether to touch it. Then, with a steadying breath, he pressed his fingers against the stone. The reaction was immediate. A low hum filled the air, emanating from the slab itself. The carvings began to glow, their light spreading outward from the center like ripples on water. The onlookers gasped, their skepticism giving way to awe. Samira felt the ground beneath her feet tremble, a vibration that seemed to resonate in her very bones. She stepped back instinctively, her heart pounding in her chest. The glow intensified, the symbols on the slab shining with an otherworldly brilliance. Then, with a sound like grinding stone, the circular slab began to rotate. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, it turned, the concentric rings moving in opposite directions. The sound grew louder, a deep resonant rumble that echoed through the forest. Samira and Raj exchanged a glance, equal parts exhilaration and trepidation. As the slab rotated, the central depression began to sink, revealing a narrow opening. The glow from the carvings illuminated the space below, casting flickering shadows that danced across the stone. The opening widened, and a spiral staircase emerged, descending into the earth. The steps were made of the same glowing stone as the slab, their surfaces smooth and seamless. It was a sight both beautiful and surreal, as if something from a dream had been made real. Samira's breath caught in her throat. This was it, the gateway her grandfather had spoken of, the entrance to the underground world. She felt a surge of emotions, wonder, excitement, and a deep, aching sense of fulfillment. All her life, she had believed in the stories, and now, standing on the threshold of something extraordinary, she felt vindicated. Raj, ever the pragmatist, was the first to speak. "We should go down," he said, though there was a note of hesitation in his voice. "Carefully." Samira nodded, her hands trembling as she gripped the journal. Together, they stepped toward the staircase, the glowing light casting their shadows on the forest floor. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, too awestruck to speak. As Samira placed her foot on the first step, she felt a strange warmth radiating from the stone. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. It felt alive, as if the staircase itself were welcoming her. They descended slowly, the light from the glowing steps guiding their way. The air grew cooler and denser as they went deeper, carrying a faint metallic scent. The hum that had filled the air above now seemed to resonate all around them, a low, thrumming vibration that was both unsettling and oddly comforting. Samira glanced back at Raj, who was scanning their surroundings with a flashlight, though the glow from the steps rendered it almost unnecessary. The staircase spiraled downward for what felt like an eternity. Samira lost all sense of time, the descent blurring into a hypnotic rhythm of glowing steps and echoing footfalls. Finally, the staircase ended, opening into a vast chamber. Samira stepped onto solid ground and looked around, her breath catching in her throat. The chamber was enormous, its ceiling arching high above like the vaulted roof of a cathedral. The walls were lined with crystalline formations that pulsed with soft, multicolored light, casting the space in a kaleidoscope of hues. At the center of the chamber stood a massive, intricately carved archway, its surface covered in the same symbols as the stone slab above. Beyond the archway, a shimmering curtain of light seemed to ripple like water, its surface alive with shifting patterns. Raj let out a low whistle. "This is incredible," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Samira could only nod. She felt like an intruder in a sacred space, her presence both exhilarating and humbling. She approached the archway cautiously, her eyes fixed on the shimmering light. The symbols on the archway glowed brighter as she neared, their light pulsating in rhythm with the hum that filled the chamber. As she stood before the archway, the shimmering light seemed to react to her presence, its patterns shifting and coalescing into shapes she couldn't quite make sense of. It was as if the light were alive, trying to communicate with her. She reached out instinctively, her fingers brushing against the surface. The light was cool and fluid, like touching a stream of water. It enveloped her hand, sending a tingling sensation up her arm. "Samira," Raj said, his voice sharp with warning. But it was too late. The light surged forward, wrapping around her like a cocoon. She She felt a rush of wind, a sensation of weightlessness, and then nothing. The world went dark. When Samira opened her eyes, she was no longer in the chamber. She stood in a landscape unlike anything she had ever seen. The ground beneath her feet was soft and glowing, like moss infused with light. Above her, the sky, or what passed for it, was a swirling expanse of colors, shifting from deep blues to vibrant purples and golds. Trees with translucent leaves stretched toward the sky, their branches shimmering as if dusted with stars. Raj appeared beside her, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. "I think we just found it," he said, his voice trembling. Samira nodded, her eyes wide as she took in the sight. They had crossed the threshold. The underground world her grandfather had spoken of was real, and it was more magnificent than she could have ever imagined. Samira's first breath in the underground world was unlike anything she had ever experienced. The air was thick, yet it carried a sweetness, a scent reminiscent of rain-soaked earth mingled with something floral and unplaceable. It felt alive, as though the very atmosphere thrummed with the pulse of a hidden vitality. Around her, the landscape stretched out like a living mosaic, its every detail glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. The ground beneath her feet was covered in a spongy moss that shimmered faintly, each step releasing a faint golden glow, as if the earth itself acknowledged their presence. Above, the sky was an endless swirl of iridescent colors, shifting in hues that defied logic. It wasn't a sky in the traditional sense. There was no sun, no stars, no clouds, just an ever-changing canvas of light and motion. Samira tilted her head back, captivated by the way the colors seemed to flow like rivers in the air, blending and separating in a dance that felt both chaotic and purposeful. Beside her, Raj stood frozen, his flashlight still clutched uselessly in his hand as he stared wide-eyed at their surroundings. "Raj," she whispered, her voice trembling with awe. "We're here." He didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on a massive tree in the distance. It was unlike any tree they had ever seen. Its trunk was impossibly wide, twisting upward in spirals, its bark shimmering like polished silver. The branches spread out like the spokes of a wheel, each one dripping with translucent leaves that glowed faintly, casting shifting patterns of light on the ground below. At the base of the tree, streams of water flowed in impossible directions, some cascading upward into the air, others weaving through the mossy ground like veins of liquid crystal. Raj finally found his voice, though it came out as a whisper. This shouldn't be possible. None of this should be possible." Samira nodded, though her mind was too overwhelmed to form words. She felt as though she had stepped into a dream, a place where the rules of the natural world no longer applied. And yet, it felt strangely familiar, as if she had always known this place existed, just beneath the surface of her awareness. She glanced down at the glowing moss beneath her feet and couldn't help but smile. Her grandfather's stories had been true, every word of them. A soft rustling sound drew their attention, and both Samira and Raj turned sharply. From the shadows of a nearby grove, figures emerged, their movements fluid and deliberate. Samira's breath caught as the beings stepped into the light. They were humanoid in shape, but their appearance was anything but ordinary. Their skin glowed faintly, as if lit from within, and their eyes shimmered like gemstones, reflecting the colors of the swirling sky above. Their hair flowed like liquid light, cascading down their backs in waves of silver and gold. They moved with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly, their feet barely disturbing the glowing moss as they approached. Samira and Raj exchanged a glance, their excitement tempered by a creeping sense of uncertainty. The beings, there were 5 of them, stopped a few paces away, their luminous eyes studying the 2 humans with an intensity that made Samira's skin prickle. The tallest of the group stepped forward, its features smooth and symmetrical, its expression inscrutable. When it spoke, its voice was a melody, each word resonating like a chord plucked on an unseen harp. "You are not of this world," the being said, its gaze fixed on Samira. Samira swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. She nodded slowly, unsure of what to say. We come from above," she managed, her voice shaky but steady. "From the world on the surface." The being tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. "Few from above find their way here," it said. "Fewer still are welcome." Samira's stomach tightened at the implied warning. "We don't mean any harm," she said quickly. "We're here to learn, to understand." The being's luminous eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Samira feared they had made a terrible mistake. But then, to her surprise, the being stepped aside, gesturing with a graceful sweep of its arm. "If you seek understanding, then you must prove your worth. Follow." Without waiting for a response, the beings turned and began to move, their steps silent as they glided across the glowing ground. Samira hesitated for only a moment before following, Raj close behind her. The path they took wound through the strange, luminous landscape, past fields of towering flowers that pulsed with light and streams of liquid that flowed in impossible directions. Samira felt as though she had stepped into a painting, each detail more vibrant and surreal than the last. The group led them to a clearing at the base of the massive tree they had seen earlier. Up close, the tree was even more magnificent, its silver bark shimmering with an almost liquid quality. The streams that surrounded its base seemed to converge here, pooling into a large circular basin that glowed with a soft blue light. The beings formed a loose circle around the basin, their expressions unreadable as they turned to face Samira and Raj. "This is the heart of Lumora," the tall being said, gesturing toward the basin. "It is the source of life in our world, the wellspring from which all things flow." Samira stared at the glowing water, mesmerized by the way it seemed to ripple and shimmer without any visible disturbance. She felt a strange pull, as though the basin were calling to her, drawing her closer. Raj seemed to feel it too. His gaze was fixed on the water, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. "To seek understanding," the being continued, "you must offer yourselves to the heart. Only then will you be granted passage." Samira's brow furrowed. "What does that mean?" she asked cautiously. "Offer ourselves how?" The being's luminous eyes met hers, and for a moment Samira thought she saw a flicker of something. Compassion, perhaps, or curiosity. "The heart will see your true intentions," it said. "If they are pure, it will welcome you. If not..." The being's voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Samira exchanged a glance with Raj. His jaw was set, his expression resolute. He gave her a small nod, as if to say, "We've come this far. We can't turn back now." Taking a deep breath, Samira stepped forward, her boots brushing against the edge of the glowing basin. She knelt down and extended her hand toward the water. The surface rippled as her fingers neared it, and when she finally touched it, a jolt of warmth shot through her hand, spreading up her arm and into her chest. The warmth was followed by a rush of images, flashes of her life, her memories, her dreams and fears. It was as if the heart were sifting through her very soul, searching for something hidden within. The sensation was overwhelming, but it wasn't unpleasant. It felt cleansing, as though a weight she hadn't known she carried was being lifted. When the images stopped, the warmth receded, and Samira opened her eyes to find the beings watching her intently. The tall one nodded, a faint smile playing at its lips. "You are welcome," it said. Relieved, Samira stepped back, giving Raj a reassuring look. He hesitated for only a moment before following her lead, kneeling by the basin and placing his hand on the water. His reaction was less subtle. A sharp intake of breath, his body tensing as the heart worked through him. But when he finally withdrew his hand, his expression was calm, almost serene. "You too are welcome," the being said, its melodic voice carrying a note of approval. The other beings stepped forward then, their hands moving in fluid motions as they traced symbols in the air. The glowing light from the basin began to rise, forming a shimmering arch that crackled with energy. Samira and Raj watched in awe as the arch solidified, its surface rippling like liquid silver. "This is your passage," the tall being said. "Beyond it lies the heart of our world. But be warned, the journey ahead is not without its trials. You must tread carefully." Samira nodded, her resolve firm. She glanced at Raj, who gave her a small, encouraging smile. Together, they stepped toward the archway, the shimmering light enveloping them as they crossed the threshold. The sensation was indescribable, a feeling of weightlessness and motion, as though they were being carried on a current of air and light. When they emerged on the other side, the landscape before them was unlike anything they had seen so far. Towering spires of crystal stretched toward the iridescent sky, their surfaces refracting light in a dazzling display of color. Rivers of molten gold wound through fields of glowing flowers, and in the distance, a city of shimmering towers rose like a dream made real. Samira's breath caught in her throat. This was the underground world her grandfather had spoken of, the place she had spent her life dreaming about. And now, standing at its threshold, she knew their adventure was only just beginning. The moment Samira and Raj stepped into the new world, the shimmering gateway behind them vanished with a faint hum, leaving them surrounded by an eerie silence. The landscape ahead was breathtaking, but the air carried an unspoken tension, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Towering, crystalline spires reached toward the sky, their surfaces refracting light into cascading rainbows, and a faint, melodic hum seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. Samira felt a tingling sensation on her skin, as though the atmosphere was alive and aware of their presence. Raj, standing beside her, adjusted the strap of his bag and gave her a nervous glance. "This place feels different," he murmured, "like it's watching us." Samira nodded, unable to shake the same sensation. The ground beneath their feet was smooth and glassy, yet it pulsed faintly with light as they walked, reacting to their movements. She tightened her grip on her grandfather's journal, hoping it might offer some guidance, though she doubted even his cryptic notes could prepare her for what lay ahead. They hadn't gone far before the air around them shifted. The hum grew louder, vibrating deep in their chests, and the light from the crystalline spires dimmed, casting long, distorted shadows across the ground. Ahead, a wall of shimmering mist began to materialize, swirling with colors that seemed to defy logic. As they approached, the mist coalesced into a massive structure, a labyrinth of shifting glass-like walls that stretched as far as the eye could see. The walls gleamed with a faint iridescence, their surfaces reflecting distorted images of Samira and Raj. Raj stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied the labyrinth. "This wasn't here a moment ago," he said. "It's like it appeared just for us." Before Samira could respond, the melodic hum transformed into a deep, resonant voice that echoed from the walls themselves. "To proceed, you must face the labyrinth of time," it intoned, each word reverberating through the air. Within its walls, past, present, and future converge. Only those who confront their truths may find the way forward. Samira's pulse quickened. She turned to Raj, whose expression had shifted from awe to unease. "Did that wall just talk to us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not just a wall," Samira replied, her throat dry. "It's alive, or something close to it." The voice spoke again, ignoring their trepidation. "Enter, and let time reveal who you are. Beware, for not all who enter will emerge unchanged." The mist swirled, parting just enough to reveal an entrance, a narrow passage flanked by the gleaming walls. Samira and Raj hesitated, but the path ahead was clear. There was no turning back now. With a deep breath, Samira stepped forward, and Raj followed close behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air grew dense, and the light within the labyrinth shifted, casting strange shadows that danced and flickered like living things. The walls around them seemed to move, their reflective surfaces displaying fragmented images that shimmered and flickered like old film reels. At first, the images were indistinct, flashes of light and color that defied interpretation. But as they ventured deeper, the images began to take shape. Samira stopped abruptly, her breath catching in her throat. On the wall to her left, she saw herself as a child, sitting cross-legged on the floor of her grandfather's study. He was there too, his weathered hands holding an old book as he spoke in his low, steady voice. She could hear the faint echo of his words, though they were muffled and distorted, as if carried on a breeze from far away. It was a memory, vivid and raw, playing out before her like a scene from a dream. Raj's voice broke through her reverie. "Samira, look at this," he said, his tone edged with something she couldn't quite place. She turned to see him staring at a different wall, where an image of a younger Raj flickered to life. He was in a dimly lit museum, surrounded by ancient artifacts, his expression one of quiet determination. But then the scene shifted. Raj was standing in the same museum, though it was now dark and deserted. He was alone, his face drawn and haunted. "What is this place?" Raj whispered, his eyes never leaving the wall. "It's showing us pieces of our lives. But why?" Samira didn't have an answer. All she knew was that the labyrinth was far more than a physical obstacle. It was a living entity, delving into their pasts and weaving them into the present. The realization sent a chill down her spine. As they continued, the labyrinth seemed to grow more disorienting. The walls shifted constantly, creating new pathways and closing off others. The reflective surfaces displayed more memories, some familiar, others strange and unsettling. Samira saw moments she had long forgotten. The thrill of her first excavation, the sting of rejection when her theories were dismissed, the quiet pride on her grandfather's face when she told him she wanted to follow in his footsteps. But the images weren't limited to the past. She caught glimpses of things that hadn't yet come to pass. A scene of her standing before a crowd, holding an artifact aloft as the audience erupted in applause. Another of her sitting alone in a dimly lit room, her face etched with sorrow. Each vision left her shaken, as though the labyrinth were peeling back layers of her soul and laying them bare. Raj was equally affected. He stopped frequently, his eyes fixed on the walls as they revealed fragments of his life. Successes he had celebrated, failures he had buried, and moments of quiet vulnerability he rarely allowed himself to feel. Samira could see the tension in his posture, the way his hands clenched into fists at his sides. It was as though the labyrinth was forcing them to confront not just their memories, but the emotions tied to them. The deeper they went, the more the labyrinth seemed to test them. The reflective walls began to show darker visions, nightmarish scenarios that blurred the line between memory and imagination. Samira saw her grandfather's study engulfed in flames, the books and maps she had cherished reduced to ash. She saw herself wandering through an endless desert, her hands bloodied and empty. Each vision struck like a physical blow, leaving her gasping for breath. Raj wasn't spared either. He flinched as the walls displayed a scene of him standing over a shattered artifact, its pieces scattered at his feet. Another vision showed him alone in the wilderness, shouting for help that never came. Samira reached out to him, placing a steadying hand on his arm. "Raj," she said softly, her voice trembling. "It's not real. None of this is real." He turned to her, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. "It feels real," he said. "Too real." Samira nodded, her own fears reflected in his gaze. "But it's not," she insisted. "We have to keep going. Whatever this is, it's trying to break us. But we can't let it." Summoning their courage, they pressed on, the labyrinth closing in around them. The light grew dimmer and the air felt heavy, as though the labyrinth itself were testing their resolve. But then, after what felt like hours, they reached the center. The heart of the labyrinth was a circular chamber bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood a pedestal made of the same crystalline material as the walls, its surface engraved with intricate symbols. On the pedestal rested a small, glowing orb, its light pulsating like a heartbeat. Samira and Raj approached it cautiously, their steps slow and deliberate. As they neared, the resonant voice of the labyrinth returned. "You have faced the truths of your past, glimpsed the possibilities of your future, and endured the shadows of your fears. Take the light and let it guide you." Samira hesitated for only a moment before reaching out. Her fingers closed around the orb, and she felt a surge of warmth and clarity, as though a veil had been lifted from her mind. The labyrinth's walls shimmered and dissolved, leaving them standing in the open, the path ahead clear. They had passed the first trial, but Samira knew the journey was far from over. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, their resolve stronger than ever. The golden light of the orb from the labyrinth still lingered faintly on Samira's skin as she and Raj moved forward. Their steps were careful, the air around them thick with the kind of stillness that carried expectation. Every sound seemed amplified, the crunch of their boots on the ground, the rustle of their clothes, even the steady rhythm of their breathing. The world around them was alive with colors and light, yet it was eerily quiet, as if everything had paused to watch their next move. Samira clutched the glowing orb tightly, its warmth a comforting reminder of their recent success. Ahead of them, the terrain shifted dramatically. The smooth, glowing ground they had been walking on gave way to a chasm so vast that the other side was shrouded in a haze of mist. Samira and Raj stopped at the edge, peering down into the void below. It was impossible to tell how far it went. The depths were cloaked in darkness, interrupted only by faint, flickering lights that moved like fireflies. There was no sound from below, just an endless, impenetrable silence. Raj leaned over slightly, squinting. "That's unsettling," he muttered. "How are we supposed to cross this?" Before Samira could respond, the air grew colder, and the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly. A shape began to materialize across the chasm. A bridge, but not one made of stone or wood. It formed out of twisting tendrils of shadow, rising slowly and weaving together like threads on an invisible loom. The bridge spanned the chasm in a delicate arc, its surface rippling as if alive. It seemed to beckon them forward, though every instinct in Samira's body screamed at her to stay back. She glanced at Raj, who was staring at the bridge with a mixture of fascination and unease. "I don't like this," he said. "It doesn't look solid." "It's the only way across," Samira replied, though her voice lacked conviction. She took a step closer to the edge, trying to steady her nerves. The bridge pulsed faintly, as if responding to her proximity. It felt alive, like the labyrinth, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it was testing them. The deep, resonant voice that had guided them through the labyrinth echoed around them again, filling the air with its weight. "This is the Bridge of Shadows," it intoned. "To cross, you must face the darkness within. Each step will reveal what you fear most. Only by embracing your shadows can you reach the other side." Samira's stomach tightened. She turned to Raj, her eyes wide. "Our shadows?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. Raj exhaled sharply. "Great. Another test designed to mess with our heads." But there was no turning back. Samira took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. The moment her foot touched its surface, a ripple of darkness spread outward, and the shadows around her seemed to deepen. The bridge felt solid under her boots, but it moved slightly, swaying as if in response to her weight. She clenched her fists and took another step, her heart pounding. Raj followed, his movements slow and deliberate. The air grew colder with each step, the mist swirling around them in ghostly patterns. At first, the bridge was silent, the only sound their cautious footfalls. But then the shadows began to shift. Shapes emerged from the darkness, faint at first, like smudges on the edge of vision, but growing clearer with each step. Samira froze as the first figure materialized before her. It was her grandfather, but not as she remembered him. His face was lined with disappointment, his eyes cold and unrecognizing. He stared at her, his expression a mask of reproach. "You'll fail, just like I did," he said, his voice sharp and cutting. "All your efforts will amount to nothing. You're chasing shadows." The words hit her like a blow, and for a moment she couldn't move. She had always idolized her grandfather, seen him as a source of inspiration and wisdom. To hear him speak like this, even as a shadow, cut deeper than she could have anticipated. "It's not real," Raj called out from behind her, his voice steady but strained. "It's trying to get in your head. Keep moving." Samira nodded, though her legs felt like lead. She forced herself to take another step, and the shadow of her grandfather dissolved into mist. But the relief was short-lived. More shapes emerged. Friends, colleagues, people she had admired. Each one speaking words of doubt, fear, and failure. Each step felt heavier than the last, the weight of their words pressing down on her. Behind her, Raj was facing his own torment. He stopped suddenly, his eyes fixed on the shifting shadows ahead. Samira turned and saw the figure of a young woman standing in his path. She was holding a shattered artifact in her hands, her expression one of anger and betrayal. "You ruined everything," the figure said, her voice laced with bitterness. "You were supposed to protect it, but you let it break. You let me break." Raj flinched as if struck. "No," he whispered. "That wasn't my fault." The shadow only laughed, its edges curling and twisting. "Isn't it? You've been running from it ever since." Samira reached out, grabbing his arm. "Raj, it's not real," she said urgently. "You can't let it stop you. We have to keep moving." He looked at her, his eyes clouded with pain, but he nodded. Together, they pressed on, the shadows growing thicker and more oppressive with every step. The bridge seemed endless, stretching into the void, and the weight of their fears threatened to overwhelm them. Samira felt her resolve faltering, her doubts creeping in like a tide she couldn't hold back. But then she remembered the orb, still glowing faintly in her hand. Its warmth seemed to cut through the cold, steadying her nerves. She held it up, and the light pushed back the shadows, creating a small, safe haven around them. The figures receded slightly, their voices fading into murmurs. Raj glanced at the orb, his expression softening. "Whatever that thing is, it's our ticket out of here." Samira nodded, gripping the orb tightly as they took the final steps. The bridge began to solidify beneath them, the rippling shadows giving way to a steady, glowing surface. The mist cleared, revealing the other side of the chasm. The moment they stepped off the bridge, it dissolved behind them, leaving no trace of its existence. They stood in silence for a moment, catching their breath. The oppressive weight of the shadows was gone, replaced by a stillness that felt almost peaceful. Samira looked at Raj, her heart still racing but her determination stronger than ever. "We did it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Raj nodded, though his face was pale. "One step closer," he said. "Let's just hope the next trial isn't worse than this one." Samira smiled faintly, though her mind was already racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. The trials were testing them in ways she hadn't anticipated, forcing them to confront their fears and weaknesses. But she knew one thing for certain. They couldn't turn back now. The underground world still held its secrets, and they were determined to uncover them all. The path beyond the Bridge of Shadows opened into a corridor of breathtaking beauty, one that felt both otherworldly and ancient. The walls were alive with a soft, pulsing glow, like veins of light running through a crystalline surface. The air was thick with warmth, and a subtle hum that seemed to resonate in Samira's chest. She and Raj moved forward cautiously, the weight of their previous trials still heavy on their minds, but neither spoke. Words felt almost inappropriate in the sacred stillness of this place. The corridor widened, and soon they found themselves stepping into an enormous cavern that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The ceiling, if it could even be called that, sparkled with countless points of light, like stars scattered across an infinite expanse. The ground beneath their feet was covered in soft, moss-like growth that glowed faintly with hues of blue and green. each step creating ripples of light that slowly faded away. In the center of the cavern stood a structure that stole Samira's breath. It was a towering, crystalline spire, translucent and impossibly intricate, its surface refracting the faint light of the cavern into a dazzling spectrum of colors. The spire was surrounded by flowing streams of liquid light, their movements slow and deliberate, as though they were alive. The streams wound through the mossy ground, forming a network of flowing rivers that converged at the base of the spire. The light they carried pulsed gently, in perfect harmony with the hum that filled the air. It was a living, breathing heart, and Samira felt a deep, instinctive understanding that this was the source of the underground world's life and magic. Raj stopped beside her, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. "This must be it," he whispered, "the heart of it all, the core of this world." Samira nodded, unable to tear her eyes away from the spire. It was more magnificent than anything her grandfather's stories had described, more wondrous than anything she had ever imagined. But as she gazed at it, she noticed something unsettling. The light within the spire, though still vibrant, seemed uneven, its pulsing rhythm occasionally faltering. The streams of liquid light, too, carried the faint distortions, their paths occasionally flickering as though disrupted. It was subtle, but unmistakable. Something was wrong. She turned to Raj, who was already studying the spire with a critical eye. "Do you see it?" she asked, her voice low. He nodded. "It's not stable," he said. "Something's interfering with it." Samira felt a pang of unease. The thought of this incredible world being in jeopardy was almost unbearable. She had spent her entire life dreaming of its existence, and now, standing at its heart, she couldn't ignore the fragility of what she saw. She stepped closer to the spire, drawn by an inexplicable need to understand. As they approached, a figure emerged from the light. It was tall and ethereal, its form shimmering like the streams that flowed around it. Its features were both human and otherworldly, its skin glowing faintly, and its eyes reflecting the shifting colors of the spire. It moved with a grace that seemed to defy gravity, its feet barely touching the ground. Samira and Raj stopped in their tracks, unsure whether to feel awe or fear. The figure regarded them with a calm, penetrating gaze. When it spoke, its voice was a harmony of tones, both melodic and resonant. "You have come far," it said. "You reach the heart. Fewer still understand its purpose." Samira swallowed hard, finding her voice. "We're here to learn," she said, "to understand your world. But something's wrong, isn't it? The spire, it's not stable." The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. "You see what many do not," it said. "The heart is wounded. Its light falters, its balance disrupted." Raj stepped forward, his expression serious. "What's causing it?" he asked. "And can it be fixed?" The figure's gaze shifted to him, and for a moment it said nothing. Then it gestured toward the streams of liquid light. "The balance of this world depends on harmony between the heart and the surface above," it explained. "For centuries, that harmony has been maintained. But now, the surface draws too much. Its hunger grows, and the heart cannot sustain both itself and the demands placed upon it." Samira felt a chill run through her. The surface, their world, was draining the life from this one. She thought of the countless mines, the deforestation, the relentless consumption of resources above ground. It made sense in a way that was both heartbreaking and infuriating. Raj seemed to come to the same realization. "Our world is doing this," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. "We're the reason your world is dying." The figure's expression didn't change, but its tone softened. "It is not malice, but ignorance," it said. "The surface does not understand the cost of its actions. But now that you have seen, you bear the responsibility of choice." Samira's mind raced. The enormity of what they had stumbled into was almost too much to process. She had come here seeking answers, but now she was faced with a responsibility she hadn't anticipated. She turned to the figure, her voice steady despite the weight of her emotions. "What can we do?" she asked. "How can we restore the balance?" The figure extended its hand, and a small fragment of the spire detached itself, floating gently toward them. It was a shard of pure light, its glow warm and steady. The figure held it out to Samira. "This shard carries the essence of the heart," it said. "Take it to the surface. Place it where the balance has been most disrupted, and it will heal the wound. But know this, the task is not without risk. The surface may resist what it does not understand." Samira hesitated, the shard hovering inches from her hand. She glanced at Raj, who gave her a small nod of encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and grasped the shard. The moment her fingers closed around it, she felt a surge of warmth and clarity, as though the shard had connected her to the heart itself. She could feel its pulse, its rhythm, its fragile yet enduring strength. The figure stepped back, its form beginning to blur and dissolve into the light. "The path ahead will not be easy," it said, "but you have proven your resolve. Trust in yourselves and in the light you carry." With those final words, the figure disappeared, leaving Samira and Raj alone before the spire. The shard in Samira's hand pulsed gently, a steady reminder of their mission. She turned to Raj, her determination renewed. "We can't let this world die," she said. "We have to do this, for them and for us." Raj nodded, his expression resolute. "Then, let's get to it." They stepped away from the spire, the glow of the shard lighting their way. The cavern seemed to watch them as they left, its hum growing softer, as though placing its trust in them. Samira felt the weight of that trust, but she also felt something else. Hope. For the first time, she truly believed they could make a difference, not just for the underground world, but for both their worlds. The journey back toward the surface began in silence, the glow of the shard in Samira's hand lighting their way through the labyrinthine tunnels. The weight of the task ahead pressed heavily on both her and Raj. The underground world, with all its beauty and wonder, was in their hands now. The shard pulsed with a steady rhythm, warm against Samira's skin, and she could feel it resonate in her chest, a constant reminder of the fragile life they were carrying. Raj walked beside her, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The crystalline walls around them shimmered faintly, their light dimmer now, as if the underground world were holding its breath, waiting for them to succeed. Neither of them spoke, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. This was the moment everything had been leading up to. Failure wasn't an option. As they neared the tunnel's exit, the air shifted, growing colder and heavier. The light from the shard flickered, and Samira tightened her grip, her heart quickening. Something was wrong. The tunnel ahead grew darker, the crystalline glow fading entirely. A deep, resonant hum echoed around them, different from the gentle thrum of the heart they had left behind. This sound was harsh, discordant, and it sent a shiver down Samira's spine. Raj stopped abruptly, his hand reaching out to grab her arm. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. She nodded, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. "It's coming from up there." As they moved forward, the source of the sound became clear. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, but this one was unlike anything they had encountered before. The walls were jagged and dark, their surfaces dull and lifeless. At the center of the chamber was a massive fissure in the ground, from which a dark, swirling mist rose like smoke from a fire. The mist pulsed with a malevolent energy, its tendrils writhing and twisting in the air. The hum grew louder, resonating in their bones, and Samira could feel the shard in her hand grow colder, as if recoiling from the darkness. "This must be it," Raj said grimly. "The source of the imbalance." Samira stepped closer to the edge of the fissure, peering into the swirling mist. It seemed alive, its movements deliberate and purposeful, as though it were aware of their presence. The shard in her hand pulsed weakly, its light dimming further. She glanced at Raj, her voice trembling slightly. "We need to place the shard here. It's the only way to restore the balance." Raj nodded, though his expression was tense. "Agreed, but I don't think it's going to let us just walk up and do it." As if in response to his words, the mist surged upward, forming a towering shape that loomed over them. It was a shadowy, shifting figure, its features indistinct but menacing. Eyes like glowing embers stared down at them, and a voice, deep and guttural, echoed through the chamber. "You dare to interfere," it snarled. "This world is mine now. Its light has faded, and its heart grows weak. You cannot stop what has already begun." Samira felt her knees weaken, but she forced herself to stand tall, clutching the shard tightly. "This world isn't yours," she said, her voice steady despite the fear knotting her stomach. "We won't let you destroy it." The shadowy figure laughed, a sound that rattled through the chamber like thunder. "Foolish mortals, you cannot restore what has already been taken. Turn back now, or you will share this world's fate." Raj stepped forward, his jaw clenched. "We're not going anywhere," he said firmly. "If you want to stop us, you'll have to do better than threats." The figure roared, and the mist surged forward, lashing out like a living thing. Samira and Raj dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. The ground beneath them shook violently, and the air grew colder, the darkness pressing in around them. Samira scrambled to her feet, her mind racing. The shard's light flickered weakly, its warmth barely perceptible. They couldn't let this entity win. Not here, not now. The shadow lunged again, its tendrils slamming into the ground with enough force to send shards of rock flying. Raj rolled to the side, grabbing a chunk of stone and hurling it at the figure. The stone passed through the mist harmlessly, dissolving into nothing. "Great," he muttered. "Physical attacks are useless. Got any bright ideas?" Samira's gaze fell to the shard in her hand, its faint glow barely illuminating the darkness. Then she remembered the figure they had met at the heart of the underground world, the way it had spoken of trust, resolve, and the light they carried. The shard wasn't just a tool. It was a piece of the heart itself, a fragment of the balance they were trying to restore. It wasn't about fighting the darkness. It was about overcoming it with light. "We have to use the shard," she said, her voice firm. "It's the only way." Raj hesitated, his eyes darting between her and the towering shadow. "What do you mean?" Use it. She didn't have time to explain. Clutching the shard tightly, she stepped toward the fissure, the darkness pressing against her like a physical weight. The shadow roared, its tendrils lashing out, but Samira held her ground. The shard pulsed faintly in her hand, its light growing slightly brighter. Raj's voice cut through the chaos. "Samira, are you sure about this?" "I have to be," she replied, her gaze fixed on the fissure. "Trust me." Closing her eyes, she focused on the shard, willing its light to grow. She thought of everything they had seen in the underground world: the glowing rivers, the crystalline spires, the shimmering trees. She thought of her grandfather, of his unwavering belief in the stories of this place. She thought of the heart, its fragile yet enduring light, and the hope it represented. The shard responded to her thoughts, its glow intensifying. The warmth returned, spreading through her hand and into her chest. The shadow recoiled slightly, its form flickering as the light grew stronger. Samira took another step forward, holding the shard out toward the fissure. The shadow roared again, its voice filled with fury and desperation. "You cannot defeat me. This world is mine." But Samira didn't falter. She stepped to the very edge of the fissure, the shard now blazing with light. The darkness surged toward her, but the light pushed it back, its radiance cutting through the mist like a blade. With a final, determined breath, she hurled the shard into the fissure. The effect was immediate. The shard's light exploded outward, filling the chamber with a brilliance so intense it forced Samira and Raj to shield their eyes. The shadow screamed, its form disintegrating as the light consumed it. The fissure began to close, the swirling mist dissipating as the shard's warmth spread through the ground. When the light finally dimmed, the chamber was transformed. The jagged walls now shimmered with crystalline light, their dull surfaces restored to their former brilliance. The ground beneath their feet pulsed gently, the hum of the heart resonating through the air. The balance had been restored. Raj let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "You did it," he said, his voice filled with awe. "We did it." Samira nodded, her legs trembling as she sank to the ground. The exhaustion hit her all at once, but it was accompanied by a deep, overwhelming sense of relief. They had faced the darkness and prevailed. The underground world was alive again. As they sat in the newly restored chamber, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "You have succeeded where many have failed," it said. "The balance is restored, and the heart beats strong once more. You are forever a part of this world's story." Samira and Raj exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting both pride and gratitude. They had come to the underground world as seekers of knowledge, but they were leaving as its protectors. The trials had tested their strength, their resolve, and their belief in one another. And in the end, they had found not just answers, but a purpose far greater than they had ever imagined. The air in the underground world felt different now, as though the very essence of the place had shifted. The crystalline walls shimmered with renewed brilliance, and the pulsing streams of light coursed through the mossy ground with a steady rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the spire. Samira and Raj stood in silence at the edge of the restored chamber, their faces lit by the glow of the world they had helped to save. The tension that had weighed on their shoulders for what felt like an eternity was gone, replaced by a quiet, overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Samira took a deep breath, the warmth of the revitalized air filling her lungs. She looked at Raj, who was leaning against the crystalline wall, his hands resting on his knees as he caught his breath. They exchanged a glance that said everything they couldn't put into words. Relief, triumph, exhaustion, it was all there, reflected in the flickering light of the restored world. "We did it," Raj said finally, his voice soft but filled with wonder. "I can't believe we actually did it." Samira nodded, her fingers brushing against the faint scorch marks on her jacket from their earlier encounter with the shadow. "Neither can I," she admitted. "But it's not just us. This place, this world, it fought for itself too. We were just the messengers." As she spoke, the air around them shimmered, and a figure materialized from the light. It was the same ethereal being they had encountered at the heart of the underground world, its form luminous and graceful. Its eyes, like shifting pools of light, met theirs with a calm intensity. Samira and Raj straightened instinctively, the presence of the being commanding both respect and awe. "You have restored the balance," the being said, its voice resonating with a harmonious blend of tones. "The heart beats strong once more, and the light of this world is renewed. You have done what many believed impossible." Samira felt a flush of pride at the words, but she quickly shook her head. "We only did what needed to be done," she said humbly. "This world deserves to thrive. It's beautiful, and it's alive. We couldn't let it fade." The being's expression softened, and for a moment it almost seemed to smile. "Your actions speak to the strength of your hearts," it said. "You saw not just the beauty of this world, but its fragility, and you chose to protect it, despite the risks. For that, you have our eternal gratitude." Raj stepped forward, his curiosity getting the better of him. "What happens now?" he asked. "The balance is restored, but how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? How do we stop the surface from draining your world?" The being's luminous gaze shifted to him, and it nodded slightly. "A question of great importance," it said. "The connection between our worlds is one of mutual dependence. The surface draws from our light, and we draw from its stability. When one side takes too much, the other suffers. This imbalance must not happen again." Samira frowned, her mind racing. "But people on the surface don't even know your world exists," she said. "How can we convince them to change, to take less, when they don't even understand what they're taking from?" The being extended its hand, and a small glowing crystal appeared in its palm. It stepped forward and placed the crystal gently in Samira's hands. The light from the crystal was warm and steady, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Samira stared at it, feeling a deep connection to the object, as though it carried the essence of the underground world within it. "This crystal is a bridge," the being explained. "It carries the light of our world, a fragment of its essence. Take it with you to the surface. Show it to those who will listen. Let it be a beacon of understanding, a reminder that all worlds are connected. Through this, we may build a new alliance, a bond of trust and respect between our worlds." Samira held the crystal close, its warmth spreading through her hands. She felt the enormity of the responsibility being placed upon her, but she also felt a deep sense of purpose. "We'll do everything we can," she said, her voice steady. "We'll make sure people understand. We won't let this world fade again." Raj nodded in agreement. "We've seen what's at stake," he added, "and we'll fight for it, together." The being stepped back, its form shimmering like the surface of a rippling pond. "Your journey is far from over," it said. but you have proven your strength and your resolve. The light of this world goes with you, as do our hopes." The chamber around them began to shift, the light intensifying as the streams of liquid energy flowed more vibrantly. The air grew warmer, filled with the hum of the restored heart. Samira and Raj felt a gentle pull, as though the world itself were guiding them toward the surface. The being raised its hand in a gesture of farewell. "Go now," it said. "Carry the light, and may your path be one of understanding and unity." The pull grew stronger, and before Samira or Raj could respond, they were enveloped in a cascade of light. The chamber dissolved around them, the glowing streams swirling into a vortex that carried them upward. They felt weightless, their bodies floating as the light surrounded them, its warmth and comforting embrace. When the light faded, they found themselves standing at the edge of the forest where their journey had begun. The surface world greeted them with a crisp breeze and the soft rustling of leaves. The sky above was painted in hues of gold and pink as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was a stark contrast to the luminous beauty of the underground world, but it felt no less alive. Samira looked down at the crystal in her hand, its light still pulsing faintly. She turned to Raj, a determined glint in her eyes. "We can't keep this to ourselves," she said. "People need to know the truth. They need to see what's at stake." Raj nodded, his expression resolute. "We'll tell them," he said. "We'll show them. And if they don't listen, we'll find a way to make them." Together, they began walking toward the town, the crystal's light guiding their way. The challenges ahead were daunting. Convincing a world driven by consumption and indifference to care about a place they couldn't see wouldn't be easy. But Samira and Raj had faced trials far greater than this. They had confronted their fears, their doubts, and the shadows within themselves. They had walked through a world of wonders and emerged stronger for it. As they reached the edge of the forest, Samira glanced back, her heart aching with a mixture of longing and hope. The underground world was hidden once more, its beauty and light safely tucked away beneath the earth. But it wasn't gone. It was alive, waiting for its story to be told. Samira and Raj knew their journey wasn't over. It was only just beginning. Months had passed since Samira and Raj returned from the underground world, but the memory of its brilliance remained vivid in their minds. The glowing streams, the crystalline spires, the radiant heart. They were more than just images. They were etched into their souls. Each day since their return had been consumed with the question of how to share what they had seen, how to convince others of the existence of a world so wondrous yet so fragile. It wasn't just a story anymore. It was a responsibility. At first, their efforts were met with skepticism. Samira had tried to present the glowing crystal, the shard of the underground world, to local academics and environmentalists. While the crystal's faint, otherworldly pulse intrigued them, most dismissed it as a cleverly crafted artifact or a strange natural phenomenon. Their skepticism stung, but Samira refused to give up. She had seen too much to let doubt overshadow the truth. Raj, ever pragmatic, suggested a new approach. If they couldn't convince people with words, perhaps they could show them instead. Together, they compiled every detail of their journey, weaving their story with photos of the strange markings on the forest floor, sketches of the carvings on the stone slab, and descriptions of the trials they had endured. Samira's grandfather's journal became their guide, its pages now treated with the reverence of a sacred text. They started small, giving talks at local community centers and schools. Samira's passion and Raj's logical explanations worked in tandem, slowly chipping away at people's disbelief. The crystal became the centerpiece of their presentations, its glow mesmerizing anyone who dared to look closely. Though many still scoffed at their claims, others began to listen. Seeds of curiosity and wonder were planted, and whispers of their story began to spread. Word reached beyond their town. A small team of journalists caught wind of their tale and invited them to share their story on a regional platform. Samira and Raj hesitated, knowing how easily their experiences could be dismissed as fantasy or fabrication. But the underground world was worth the risk. They stood before cameras, recounting every detail of their journey. The glowing moss, the bridge of shadows, the labyrinth, and the radiant spire that pulsed with life. The journalists captured their sincerity, and their story was broadcast far and wide. The response was polarizing. Many mocked them, branding them as dreamers or attention seekers. Yet, among the criticism emerged a growing number of believers, scientists, environmentalists, and everyday people who were captivated by their conviction. Some reached out with messages of encouragement, while others shared their own strange experiences that seemed to hint at the presence of something hidden beneath the earth. The most unexpected turn came when an independent research group requested to examine the crystal. Samira and Raj agreed, albeit cautiously. The researchers were baffled by its composition, unable to identify its material or replicate its faint glow. Their findings only fueled the mystery, drawing more attention to Samira and Raj's story. The crystal became a symbol of something greater, proof of the unseen, a testament to the existence of wonders beyond human comprehension. Back in Hollow Pines, the once skeptical townsfolk began to view Samira differently. The same people who had laughed at her digging in the forest now approached her with curiosity, asking questions about the underground world and the stories her grandfather had told. The forest clearing where the stone slab had been uncovered became a place of quiet pilgrimage, visited by those seeking a glimpse of the unknown. Though the slab itself had vanished when the gateway closed, its absence only added to the mystique. Late one evening, Samira stood in the clearing, the glowing crystal cradled in her hands. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant chirps, yet it felt profoundly still. Raj stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the sky. The stars above seemed brighter than usual, their light mingling with the faint glow of the crystal. "We've done what we can," Raj said quietly, his voice carrying a note of both satisfaction and weariness. "The story is out there now. It's up to the world to decide what to do with it." Samira nodded, her fingers tracing the edges of the crystal. "It's strange," she said. "This world felt so big before, but after seeing what's below, it's like everything has shifted, like the surface is just a small part of something much greater." Raj smiled faintly. "Maybe that's the point," he said, "to remind us how much we don't know, and how much we still have to protect." As they stood in the clearing, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of the underground world's hum. Samira closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. She thought of her grandfather, of his stories, and of the journey that had transformed her life. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew one thing for certain. The underground world was no longer just a legend. It was real, and its story was now part of theirs. Samira opened her eyes, her resolve stronger than ever. The crystal pulsed in her hands, its light steady and unwavering. This was just the beginning, The world above and the world below were connected, their fates intertwined. And though the road ahead was uncertain, she and Raj would walk it together, carrying the light of the forgotten world into the unknown. Long ago, before the pyramids graced the horizon of the Nile, a story whispered its way through the sands of Egypt, carried by winds that spoke of gods and men. It was said that there existed a book, not of mortal origin, but crafted by the hands of the god Thoth himself, the divine scribe, the keeper of knowledge. The Book of Thoth was no ordinary artifact. Within its pages lay the secrets of the universe, truths so profound they could unravel the very fabric of existence. It was said to contain the mysteries of life and death, the language of the stars, and the wisdom of the gods, a power so great it was never meant for human hands. Legends spoke of the book being hidden where only the brave and the worthy could reach it, nestled at the bottom of the mighty Nile. Its resting place was not a mere location, but a sacred vault, protected by layers of divine craftsmanship. The first was a series of ornate boxes. Some said they were golden, others ebony, and still others made of materials unknown to this world. Each box was intricately sealed with riddles and charms, woven together with spells designed to deter even the most cunning thief. But these boxes were not the greatest obstacle. Beyond them lay the true guardians of the book, serpents of unimaginable size, with scales that shimmered like molten gold and eyes that burned with the light of eternity. They were said to be immortal, their purpose eternal, and their wrath swift and merciless. The ancient Egyptians, for all their ingenuity and reverence for the divine, found solace in the tale of the book. To them, it explained the inexplicable, the gaps in their understanding of the world and the heavens. The pharaohs, considered living gods on earth, were said to dream of the book, their minds haunted by the possibilities it promised. Some believed that it was the source of Egypt's grandest achievements. How else could the pyramids have been constructed with such precision? How else could the stars have been charted with such accuracy? Yet, despite their divine claims, no pharaoh ever laid hands upon the Book of Thoth. Many tried, of course. Stories abound of rulers who dedicated their reigns to seeking it. Expeditions were launched, men sacrificed, and offerings made to the gods, all in the hope of finding the treasure hidden beneath the river's currents. One tale recounts the reign of Pharaoh Neferkare, who was said to have waded into the Nile himself during a lunar eclipse, clutching a staff blessed by the priests of Amun. He was never seen again, his disappearance adding yet another layer of mystique to the legend. Others tell of ships cursed to wander the Nile for eternity, their crew transformed into shadows for daring to disturb the sacred waters. But why was the book hidden so carefully? And why were mortals forbidden from possessing its knowledge? The priests of Egypt often debated this question in hushed tones. Some believed that the book's contents would grant godlike power to anyone who deciphered its pages, enabling them to rewrite the laws of nature and time. Others argued that its truths were too vast, too infinite for the human mind to comprehend. To gaze upon such knowledge, they said, would be to invite madness, to shatter the fragile vessel of the mortal soul. Still, the allure of the book persisted, its legend becoming both a cautionary tale and a beacon of hope. The Nile itself, eternal and enigmatic, seemed a fitting guardian for such a treasure. Its waters flowed like veins through the heart of Egypt, giving life to its people while guarding its secrets. By day, it sparkled beneath the sun, its surface betraying nothing of what lay beneath. By night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, it seemed to whisper to those who dared to listen, its currents carrying echoes of forgotten times. Fishermen swore they saw shadows moving beneath its depths, larger than any creature they had known. Priests reported dreams of serpents coiling around golden boxes, their fangs dripping with venom that could fell even the bravest of men. To the people of Egypt, the Book of Thoth became more than a myth. It became a symbol. It represented the divine order, the balance of Ma'at, and the understanding that some truths were meant to remain hidden, their power too great for mortal hands. Yet, the mere thought of its existence inspired generations of dreamers and seekers, men and women who gazed at the Nile and wondered if, perhaps, just perhaps, they might be the one destined to unlock its secrets. As the centuries passed, the legend of the Book of Thoth endured, woven into the fabric of Egyptian culture. It was painted on temple walls, carved into obelisks, and whispered in the corridors of royal palaces. Even as dynasties rose and fell, the story remained, a thread connecting the mortal world to the divine. Scholars sought it not for power, but for understanding, hoping to bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen. For them, the book was not just a relic, it was a key to unlocking the mysteries of existence. And so, the legend persisted, its truth obscured by the sands of time. Somewhere beneath the Nile's waters, it was said, lay the answers to every question ever asked, every mystery ever pondered. Somewhere, locked away in its shimmering boxes, guarded by serpents and sealed by divine decree, the Book of Thoth waited. And though no mortal had ever reached it, the dream of doing so burned eternal, a flame that refused to be extinguished. The sun rose over Thebes, casting its golden light across the sprawling city. The great temples shimmered with the promise of a new day, their massive columns etched with stories of gods and kings. In the distance, the Nile flowed with quiet majesty, its waters a lifeline for the land and its people. Amid the morning bustle of merchants, priests, and laborers, a young scribe named Amun-Hotep sat in the shadow of a towering obelisk, his reed pen poised over a sheet of papyrus. His hand moved with precision, but his mind was elsewhere, wandering to realms unseen and truths yet uncovered. Amun-Hotep was unlike most men his age. While others sought the approval of priests or the favor of merchants, his heart longed for something far greater, far more elusive. From a young age, he had been captivated by stories of the gods, particularly the enigmatic Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. The idea of a divine being who held the secrets of the universe filled Amun-Hotep with an insatiable curiosity. He often imagined what it would be like to stand in the presence of such knowledge, to gaze upon truths that had eluded humanity since the dawn of time. His father, a modest artisan who carved intricate designs into temple walls, had often chastised him for his flights of fancy. Amun, he would say, a man who reaches too far will find himself without ground to stand on. But his mother, a weaver with eyes that sparkled like the Nile at dawn, encouraged his dreams. She would sit by the fire in the evenings, her hands deftly working the loom, and tell him stories of the gods. It was from her that Amun-Hotep first heard of the Book of Thoth, a tale that would shape the course of his life. As he grew older, Amun-Hotep's fascination with the book became an obsession. He devoured every scrap of knowledge he could find, spending hours in the temple libraries, his fingers tracing the faded hieroglyphs on ancient scrolls. The priests, though amused by his enthusiasm, often warned him of the dangers of seeking forbidden knowledge. The gods guard their secrets for a reason, one elderly priest had told him. To trespass where mortals are not meant to tread is to invite ruin. Yet, Amun-Hotep could not shake the feeling that he was destined for something extraordinary. His dreams only fueled this belief. Night after night, he saw visions of the Nile, its waters parting to reveal a golden light. He heard whispers in a language he did not understand, voices calling him to a purpose he could not yet comprehend. The most vivid dream of all came one night when he was 21. In it, he stood before a vast expanse of water, and a figure emerged from the mist. A man with the head of an ibis holding a scroll that glowed with an otherworldly light. The figure spoke his name, his voice resonating like the toll of a great bell. Amun-Hotep, seeker of truth, the time has come. The book awaits. He awoke with a start, his heart racing, the echo of the god's words ringing in his ears. From that moment on, he knew his path was set. The vision was not a mere dream, it was a calling. But how could he, a humble scribe, hope to achieve what even the greatest pharaohs had failed to accomplish? The thought both exhilarated and terrified him. Amun-Hotep's life in Thebes was simple, yet rich with the beauty and complexity of the city. The air was filled with the scent of lotus flowers and freshly baked bread. The streets were alive with the chatter of merchants selling their wares. Jewels, spices, papyrus, and amulets said to ward off evil spirits. The great temples loomed over the city, their walls adorned with scenes of gods and mortals in eternal communion. Yet, for all its splendor, Thebes could not satisfy the yearning in Amun-Hotep's soul. He often found himself wandering along the banks of the Nile, his thoughts consumed by the mysteries it held. He was not entirely alone in his quest for answers. Among his few trusted companions was Nephra, a sharp-witted woman with a knack for finding hidden treasures. She had grown up in the shadow of the temples, her childhood spent darting through alleys and learning the secrets of the city's underbelly. Though her methods were far from orthodox, she shared Amun-Hotep's fascination with the unknown. The gods hide their treasures well, she once told him, but every lock has a key. We just have to find it. Then there was Capri, a priest of modest rank whose faith was unshakable. While he often cautioned Amun-Hotep against defying the will of the gods, he too harbored a quiet curiosity about the Book of Thoth. For Capri, the book was not just a source of knowledge, but a bridge to the divine. He believed that understanding the will of the gods could bring humanity closer to Ma'at, the universal balance. Amun-Hotep's most surprising ally came in the form of Menkaura, an older fisherman who had spent his life navigating the Nile's many moods. Menkaura's weathered face bore the marks of years spent under the sun, and his eyes held the wisdom of one who had seen more than he cared to share. Though he claimed not to believe in the myths, he often spoke of strange occurrences on the river, lights beneath the water, whispers carried by the wind. When Amun-Hotep confided in him about his dreams, Menkaura simply nodded and said, "The Nile keeps its secrets well, but it doesn't keep them forever." Despite the support of his companions, Amun-Hotep often felt the weight of his ambition pressing down on him. There were moments when doubt crept into his heart, whispering that he was chasing shadows. The priest's warnings echoed in his mind, and he wondered if he was destined to meet the same fate as those who had come before him. swallowed by the Nile's depths in their futile quest. But then he would remember the figure from his dream, the god who had called his name, and his resolve would harden. Each day, as he sat in the temple scribe's chamber, copying texts and recording the words of priests, he felt the pull of the river growing stronger. The Nile was more than a river to him. It was a living, breathing entity, its currents whispering secrets only he could hear. He began to see patterns in the movements of its waters, signs that seemed to guide him closer to his goal. Whether these were coincidences or divine messages, he could not say, but he chose to believe they were the latter. Amenhotep's journey had not yet begun, but in many ways he had already set foot on its path. The dreams, the whispers, the strange encounters, they were all pieces of a puzzle he was determined to solve. The world around him was a tapestry of beauty and wonder, yet it paled in comparison to the vision that drove him forward. Somewhere beneath the Nile, locked away in its sacred depths, lay the answers to questions that had haunted humanity for centuries. And though the road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, Amenhotep knew he could not turn back. He was a dreamer, yes, but he was also something more. A seeker, a believer, and, perhaps, the one destined to uncover the truth. The city of Thebes began to fade into the horizon as Amenhotep and his companions set out on their journey, the rhythmic splash of oars against the Nile's surface marking the passage of time. The morning sun was warm, but not yet oppressive, casting long, golden reflections across the river. The boat, an unassuming vessel made of sturdy papyrus reeds, glided smoothly through the water, its quiet presence a stark contrast to the monumental task ahead. Amenhotep, seated near the bow, stared out at the vast expanse of the river, his thoughts swirling as ceaselessly as the currents beneath them. He clutched a small leather satchel filled with scrolls, maps, and charms, his meager tools against the unknown forces that lay ahead. Nephra, ever the pragmatist, moved about the boat with a sense of purpose, double-checking the provisions and ensuring the ropes were secure. She had insisted on preparing for every eventuality, from storms to encounters with bandits. Her sharp eyes scanned the riverbanks for any sign of trouble, though she masked her vigilance with a light-hearted air. She had grown up near the Nile and knew its ways intimately, but even she admitted that this journey would test her in ways she had never experienced. "The river's calm now," she said as she crouched beside Amenhotep, her voice low. "But don't let it fool you. The Nile has a way of turning on you when you least expect it." Khepri sat at the stern, his fingers gently brushing the beads of a prayer necklace. His lips moved silently as he whispered invocations to the gods, seeking their favor and protection. Though he had reservations about the quest, his faith compelled him to accompany Amenhotep. He believed that the gods would reveal their will through this journey, whether it ended in triumph or tragedy. His presence brought a sense of calm to the group, a steadying influence amidst the growing tension. Occasionally, he would glance at Amenhotep, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern, as though trying to decipher the younger man's resolve. Menkora, the oldest and most experienced among them, was at the helm, his gnarled hands gripping the rudder with practiced ease. His weathered face bore a faint smile as he hummed an old river song, the melody weaving through the air like a charm against misfortune. Despite his outward ease, he was watchful, his sharp eyes scanning the water for signs of danger. He had spent decades navigating the Nile and had seen its many faces, calm and nurturing, wild and wrathful. He had heard the stories of those who sought the Book of Thoth, and while he was skeptical of their truth, he could not deny the pull of this particular quest. There was something about Amun-Hotep, something in the young man's eyes that hinted at a destiny greater than any of them could comprehend. The first days of the journey were uneventful, the river stretching endlessly before them like a great artery connecting the mortal world to the divine. The group fell into a comfortable rhythm, each member contributing their skills to ensure their progress. Amun-Hotep spent his evenings poring over maps and ancient texts, searching for clues hidden in the cryptic symbols. Nifra shared stories of her childhood by the river, her tales both entertaining and filled with practical advice. Khepri led the group in evening prayers, his voice resonant and full of conviction, while Menkora told tales of strange lights and whispers on the water, his words laced with both humor and caution. It was on the fourth night that the first sign of trouble appeared. The air grew heavy and thick, the usual cool breeze replaced by an unsettling stillness. The moon, full and bright, cast an eerie glow over the river, its light refracted by the rippling water. A distant sound reached their ears, a low, mournful wail that seemed to rise and fall like the call of a ghostly creature. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their conversations fading into silence. Menkara tightened his grip on the rudder, his face grim. "That's not the wind," he muttered, his voice barely audible. The wail grew louder, joined by a chorus of hissing sounds that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Suddenly, the boat lurched, as though something massive had brushed against its underside. Nifra sprang to her feet, her dagger drawn, while Khepri clutched his prayer necklace, his lips moving rapidly in whispered supplication. Amun-Hotep felt his heart race as he peered over the edge of the boat, his breath catching in his throat. Beneath the surface, faintly illuminated by the moonlight, he saw shapes moving, long, sinuous forms that glided through the water with unnatural grace. Serpents. Their scales shimmered like liquid gold, and their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. They circled the boat, their movements deliberate, their presence undeniable. Amun-Hotep felt a wave of both awe and terror wash over him. These were no ordinary creatures. They were the guardians of the Nile, the first line of defense for the Book of Thoth. He could feel their gaze upon him, as though they were measuring his worth, testing his resolve. Nefra cursed under her breath, her grip on her dagger tightening. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice strained. Khepri stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. "We must show them respect," he said, his tone firm. "They are not mere beasts, but servants of the gods. To provoke them is to invite destruction." Menkora nodded in agreement, his voice calm but urgent. "Let me guide the boat. Keep your hands inside and stay quiet. If they sense fear or hostility, they'll strike." The group obeyed, their movements careful and deliberate. Menkara steered the boat with expert precision, his hands steady despite the tension in the air. The serpents continued to circle, their hissing growing louder, a sound that seemed to resonate in Amun-Hotep's very bones. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on the words of a prayer he had learned as a child. He whispered the invocation, his voice trembling but determined, calling upon Thoth for guidance and protection. As if in response, the hissing began to subside, replaced by a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the air. The serpents slowed their movements, their glowing eyes fixed on Amun-Hotep. He opened his eyes to find one of the creatures rising partially out of the water, its massive head towering above the boat. Its gaze bore into him, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. He felt an inexplicable connection, as though the serpent could see into the depths of his soul, weighing his intentions and his heart. Amenhotep held his ground, refusing to look away. "We mean no harm," he said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. "We seek only the truth, the wisdom of the gods. If it is not meant for us, we will turn back. But if we are worthy, show us the way." The serpent stared at him for what felt like an eternity before lowering its head and slipping back into the water. The other serpents followed suit, their forms disappearing into the depths as silently as they had appeared. The air grew lighter, the oppressive tension lifting as the river resumed its gentle flow. The group exhaled in unison, the weight of the encounter sinking in. Menkara was the first to speak, his voice tinged with both relief and respect. "You've been marked, boy," he said, his gaze fixed on Amenhotep. "They've acknowledged you. That's no small thing." Amenhotep nodded, his mind racing. He didn't fully understand what had just happened, but he knew it was significant. The journey had taken its first true turn, and the stakes had been made clear. The Book of Thoth was no mere legend, and the path to it would be fraught with trials far greater than anything they had yet faced. But as the boat continued its journey down the Nile, Amenhotep felt a renewed sense of purpose. The serpents had tested him, and he had not faltered. The quest had truly begun. The group had been traveling for days, navigating deeper into the heart of the Nile. The river was no longer the gentle, predictable current they had known near Thebes. Here, the water grew darker, its surface rippling with a sense of unease. The air was heavy and damp, pressing against their skin like an invisible weight. Even the wildlife seemed to avoid this stretch of the river. There were no birds calling from the reeds, no fish breaking the surface. It was as if this part of the Nile belonged to something else entirely, a realm claimed by forces far older and far more dangerous than any mortal could comprehend. Amenhotep sat at the bow, his thoughts racing as the boat glided forward. His companions were silent, each lost in their own apprehensions. Nephra sharpened her dagger absent-mindedly, her sharp eyes scanning the water for any sign of movement. Khipri's lips moved in prayer, his fingers clutching his necklace so tightly his knuckles turned white. Menkara, at the helm, kept his gaze fixed on the horizon, his weathered face betraying no emotion. Only the steady sound of the oars breaking the water filled the air, a rhythm that seemed to echo like a heartbeat. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, its light casting long shadows over the river, the first sign of their destination appeared. Rising out of the water was a massive stone structure, half submerged and covered in moss and reeds. Ancient hieroglyphs carved into its surface glowed faintly in the fading light, their meaning obscured by time and decay. Amenhotep's heart quickened. This was the entrance to the sacred vault, the place he had seen in his dreams. But as the boat drew closer, a sound reached their ears, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the water and into their very bones. The hum grew louder, taking on an almost musical quality, a series of overlapping tones that rose and fell in an eerie, hypnotic rhythm. Then, without warning, the surface of the river broke. The water churned violently as a massive form emerged, glistening in the dim light. A serpent, larger than anything Amenhotep could have imagined, rose before them, its golden scales shimmering like molten metal. Its eyes, twin orbs of burning amber, seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. The serpent's head towered above the boat, its body coiling and uncoiling with an unsettling grace. The hum intensified, and Amenhotep realized it was not just a sound. It was a language, a series of vibrations that resonated with an ancient power. The serpent was speaking, though not in any tongue he could understand. It was a language of the gods, a primordial symphony that carried with it the weight of eternity. The boat came to an abrupt halt, as though held in place by an unseen force. The serpent leaned closer, its massive head casting a shadow over the group. Nephra gripped her dagger, her hand trembling. Khepri fell to his knees, his prayers growing louder and more desperate. Menkara, though silent, tightened his grip on the rudder, his weathered face set in grim determination. Amenhotep felt his throat go dry, but he forced himself to meet the serpent's gaze. He could feel its presence pressing against him, an immense, overwhelming force that seemed to strip away all pretense and lay bare the core of his being. For a moment, there was silence, a stillness so profound it felt as though the world had stopped. Then the serpent opened its mouth, revealing fangs the size of spears. Its voice, deep and resonant, filled the air, its words incomprehensible but laden with meaning. Amenhotep's mind struggled to grasp what it was hearing, fragments of understanding slipping through his consciousness like sand through his fingers. But one thing was clear. The serpent was challenging him, testing his resolve. Amenhotep stood, his legs unsteady beneath him. He felt the weight of the serpent's gaze, the judgment in its eyes. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice trembling but firm. "We come not to defy the gods, but to seek their wisdom," he said, his words carrying across the water. "If we are unworthy, then let us face the consequences. But if there is even a chance that we are meant to carry this knowledge, show us the way." The serpent tilted its head, its eyes narrowing. The hum changed, shifting into a sharper, more discordant tone. A second serpent emerged from the water, its body as vast and imposing as the first. Then a third and a fourth. Soon the boat was surrounded, the river alive with the coiling forms of the guardians. Each serpent radiated an aura of power, their movements synchronized in a hypnotic dance. The hum grew louder, the vibrations shaking the boat. Amenhotep's companions clung to the sides, their fear palpable. But Amenhotep remained standing, his gaze fixed on the first serpent. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, but he knew he couldn't back down. He closed his eyes, focusing on the prayers and invocations he had learned as a child. His voice rose above the hum, steady and clear, calling upon Thoth for guidance. As he spoke, the hum began to change, its discordant tones giving way to a more harmonious melody. The serpent's movements slowed, their eyes glowing brighter. The first serpent lowered its head, bringing it level with Amenhotep. He opened his eyes to find himself staring directly into its amber gaze. The serpent's voice filled his mind, not in words, but in images and sensations. A language beyond language, a communication that transcended the limits of mortal understanding. He saw visions of the Nile, its waters flowing through time, carrying the history of Egypt within its depths. He saw the gods, their forms towering and radiant, shaping the world with their will. He saw the Book of Thoth, its pages glowing with an otherworldly light, locked within layers of protection. And he saw himself, standing at the threshold, a tiny figure dwarfed by the enormity of what lay ahead. The vision faded, and Amenhotep found himself back on the boat, the serpent still watching him. Slowly, it reared back, its massive form towering once more above the water. The other serpents followed suit, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. Then, one by one, they began to retreat, their bodies slipping silently beneath the surface. The hum faded, leaving only the sound of the river lapping gently against the boat. For a moment, no one spoke. The air was heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Finally, Menkora broke the silence, his voice low and reverent. "They've let us pass," he said. "The gods are watching, boy. Don't waste this chance." Amenhotep nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't fully understand what had happened, but he knew it was significant. The Serpent Guardians had tested him, and he had been found worthy, at least for now. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope. The journey was far from over, but they had taken their first true step into the unknown. The Book of Thoth was closer than ever, its secrets waiting to be uncovered. The group had passed the Guardians of the Nile, but their trials were far from over. As the boat drew closer to the ancient stone structure rising out of the water, a palpable tension filled the air. Amenhotep felt the weight of the journey pressing down on him more than ever. The carved hieroglyphs on the submerged temple glowed faintly, an otherworldly light illuminating the dense reeds that clung to its surface. This was no ordinary place. It exuded a presence, as though the stones themselves were alive, watching and waiting. Menkara guided the boat to the edge of the structure, where a set of moss-covered steps disappeared into the water. The faint sound of rushing currents echoed through the air, though the river around them remained eerily still. Amenhotep stepped onto the steps, his sandals slick against the ancient stone. The others followed, each carrying their own mix of fear and resolve. Nifra clutched her dagger, her sharp eyes scanning every shadow, while Khepri whispered prayers to Thoth under his breath. Menkara, as ever, was silent, though his furrowed brow betrayed his unease. The entrance to the vault was a narrow archway, its edges inscribed with ancient glyphs that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Amenhotep ran his fingers over the carvings, feeling the faint hum of energy beneath his touch. The symbols told a fragmented story of the gods, of creation and chaos, of knowledge and its consequences. But there was also a warning. Only the pure of heart may proceed. To those who falter, the Nile will claim its due. The words chilled him, yet he could not turn back now. The air inside the chamber was thick and humid, the faint scent of damp stone mixing with something metallic and sharp. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing softly against the walls. The chamber was vast, its ceiling disappearing into darkness, and at its center stood a raised platform surrounded by flowing water. On the platform rested the first of the boxes. It was a marvel of craftsmanship, its surface a seamless blend of gold and ebony, etched with intricate designs that seemed to shift and shimmer as they approached. Amenhotep felt his breath catch in his throat. The box was beautiful, otherworldly and utterly imposing. He could feel the power radiating from it, a force that both called to him and repelled him. "This is only the beginning," Khepri murmured, his voice trembling. "The gods will not make this easy." The first box bore a single glyph at its center, the symbol of Ma'at, the divine balance. Amenhotep knelt before it, his mind racing. He had read of such trials in ancient texts, but theory was a far cry from reality. The glyph pulsed faintly, as if alive, and he realized it was a riddle, a test of understanding. He traced the glyph with his finger, and a voice, deep and resonant, filled the chamber. It was neither male nor female, but a blend of both, a voice that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. Speak the essence of balance, and the path shall be revealed. Amun-hotep closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. The essence of balance, ma'at, was not just harmony, but the interplay of opposites, the understanding that light could not exist without darkness, nor life without death. He opened his eyes, his voice steady as he spoke. Balance is the acceptance of all things. It is the unity of opposites, the harmony that binds the chaos of existence. The glyph flared brightly, and the lid of the box began to shift. The sound of stone grinding against stone filled the air as the lid lifted, revealing an ornate key carved from a single piece of crystal. Amun-hotep took it with trembling hands, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic. The first trial was complete, but there were more to come. The second box lay beyond a narrow corridor, its walls lined with carvings of serpents and gods. The air grew colder as they approached, a sharp contrast to the humid chamber they had just left. The box itself was smaller than the first, but no less magnificent. Its surface was a deep obsidian, inlaid with silver runes that seemed to ripple like water. A faint mist surrounded it, and as Amun-hotep stepped closer, he felt a strange pull, as if the box were drawing him in. This time, the challenge was different. The box did not bear a riddle, but an illusion. As Amun-hotep reached for it, the room around him shifted. The walls seemed to melt away, replaced by an endless maze of twisting corridors. The others were gone, their voices fading into silence. He was alone, the box now a distant glimmer of light at the end of an impossible path. The maze was disorienting, its walls shifting and changing as he moved. Every turn seemed to lead him further away from his goal, the light of the box growing fainter with each step. Panic began to creep in, but he forced himself to focus. The maze was not real. It was a construct, a test of his will and his ability to see beyond deception. He closed his eyes, shutting out the twisting corridors and the disorienting motion. He focused on his breathing, steady and slow, and on the light of the box in his mind. When he opened his eyes, the maze was gone. He stood once more before the box, its surface shimmering with an inner light. The lid opened silently, revealing a second key, this one forged from gleaming silver. He took it with a sense of relief, but also a growing awareness of the trials yet to come. The third box was the most challenging yet. It was larger than the others, its surface a deep red that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. The room around it was filled with the sound of rushing water, though no stream or river was visible. A faint glow illuminated the box, casting long shadows across the chamber. This time, the challenge was not a riddle or an illusion, but a demand for sacrifice. As they approached, the air grew heavier, a sense of foreboding settling over them. The box bore an inscription, its meaning clear. To proceed, the truth must be given, a burden laid bare. Amun-hotep felt the weight of the words, but before he could speak, Nefra stepped forward. Her face was pale, her expression conflicted, but she stood tall. "I'll do it," she said, her voice steady but strained. She knelt before the box, her hands trembling as she placed them on its surface. "My truth is this," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. I have stolen not out of necessity, but out of greed. I have taken from those who had little, and I carry that guilt with me every day." The box glowed brightly, and the rushing sound of water grew louder. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing would happen, but then the lid opened slowly, revealing a key of pure gold. Nephra took it with shaking hands, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The group moved forward, their respect for her sacrifice unspoken but deeply felt. The final box lay at the center of a great chamber, its walls adorned with carvings of gods and celestial bodies. The box itself was unlike the others, its surface a blinding white that seemed to radiate light. It bore no inscriptions, no markings, only a sense of purity and finality. As Amun-hotep approached, he felt a profound sense of unease. This was the ultimate test, the final barrier between them and the Book of Thoth. The air around the box shimmered, and a figure appeared. A man cloaked in light, his face obscured, but his presence undeniable. "To open this box," the figure intoned, "you must confront your greatest fear. Only then will you be deemed worthy." Amun-hotep felt his heart race as the chamber around him dissolved. He was no longer in the vault, but standing on the banks of the Nile. Before him stood his father, his expression filled with disappointment. "You've gone too far, Amun," he said, his voice echoing. "You've abandoned your place, your purpose. You've defied the gods, and now you will pay the price." The vision shifted, and Amun-hotep found himself alone in the dark, the weight of failure pressing down on him. He saw the Nile rising, its waters consuming the land, the cries of his people echoing in his ears. He felt the crushing weight of responsibility, the fear that he was not enough. But then he remembered the serpent's gaze, the connection he had felt, and the vision of the Book of Thoth calling to him. He took a deep breath, his voice steady as he spoke into the void. "I am afraid," he admitted, "but I will not falter. My purpose is greater than my fear." The darkness lifted, and Amun-hotep found himself back in the chamber. The figure nodded, and the lid of the final box opened, revealing a key of dazzling crystal. With trembling hands, he took it, the weight of the journey settling over him. They had passed the trials of the boxes, but the greatest challenge was yet to come. The Book of Thoth awaited. The final chamber lay before them, its presence overwhelming in its grandeur and silence. The air was thick with an indescribable energy, an ancient hum that resonated through every stone and into their very bones. The walls were adorned with carvings of gods and celestial patterns, intricate and beautiful, each stroke of the chisel capturing moments of divine creation and destruction. At the chamber's center, illuminated by a light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself, stood the pedestal upon which the Book of Thoth rested. It was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a silent testament to the power it held and the countless lives that had been lost in its pursuit. Amun-hotep stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The 4 keys they had retrieved from the boxes were now in his possession, each one glowing faintly with its own light. Nephra, Capri, and Menkora stood a few paces behind him, their faces pale and solemn. None of them spoke. Words felt inadequate in the face of what lay before them. Even Nephra, who had maintained her sharp wit throughout the journey, seemed humbled into silence. The pedestal was unlike anything they had encountered so far. Its base was carved with scenes of creation, gods breathing life into the world, stars forming in the void, and the Nile stretching across the land as the lifeblood of Egypt. Above these carvings, the 4 keyholes glimmered, each one perfectly shaped to receive the keys they had retrieved. Amun-hotep hesitated, his fingers brushing the crystal key that hung from a cord around his neck. The enormity of the moment pressed down on him. He was about to unlock something that had been sealed for millennia, something that mortals were never meant to touch. Behind him, Khipri's voice broke the silence, soft but steady. Amun, remember why you came here. This is not for glory or power. The gods have tested you, and you have proven yourself worthy. Trust in their will. Amun-hotep nodded, drawing strength from the priest's words. He stepped forward, one hand trembling as he lifted the first key. It slid into its place with a faint click, and the pedestal emitted a soft glow. The second key followed, then the third, each one igniting a brighter light that spread across the carvings. As he inserted the fourth and final key, the chamber was flooded with a radiant light, as if the very walls had come alive. The pedestal began to shift, the carvings animating with a life of their own. The gods moved within the stone, their figures majestic and fluid, their faces both compassionate and fearsome. The light coalesced into a beam that shot upward, illuminating the chamber's ceiling, which revealed itself to be a vast dome etched with a map of the heavens. Stars sparkled in their constellations, and the moon and sun seemed to dance in an eternal cycle. Then, with a sound like the deep tolling of a bell, the Book of Thoth appeared. It rose from within the pedestal, as though it had been summoned from another realm. Its cover was unlike any material Amun-hotep had ever seen. It shimmered with a golden hue, but the texture seemed fluid, as if it was both solid and liquid at once. Ancient glyphs adorned its surface, shifting and rearranging themselves as though alive. The air around it was warm, humming with energy, and Amun-hotep felt his breath catch in his throat. He reached out, his hand trembling, and his fingers brushed the book's surface. A wave of energy surged through him, not painful but overwhelming in its intensity. He felt his mind expand, fragments of knowledge rushing through him like the currents of the Nile. He gasped, pulling his hand back, and the book pulsed with light, as if acknowledging his presence. "It's alive," Nephra whispered, her voice barely audible. "The book. It knows we're here." Amun-hotep steadied himself and placed both hands on the book. This time, the energy was more controlled, as though the book had accepted his touch. The cover opened slowly, revealing pages that seemed to glow from within. The text was written in a language he couldn't fully comprehend, yet somehow he understood it. Each symbol, each line, resonated with a truth so profound it defied explanation. The first thing he saw was the beginning of creation. The gods came into being, their forms radiant and immense, shaping the world with their will. He saw how the Nile was born, not as a mere river, but as the vein of life itself, connecting the heavens to the earth. He saw humanity's creation, fragile yet filled with infinite potential, and the gods' decision to bestow them with free will. The knowledge was overwhelming, a tapestry of truths that left him breathless. Then came the secrets of existence, the cycles of life and death, the balance of Ma'at that governed the universe. He saw the fragile thread that held everything together, the delicate interplay between order and chaos. The book revealed the hidden forces that guided the stars, the patterns that dictated the flow of time, and the energies that gave life to all things. It was knowledge so vast and infinite that it seemed to stretch beyond his comprehension. As he turned the pages, the visions grew darker. He saw the consequences of mortals seeking this knowledge, their minds unable to bear its weight. Kings and scholars consumed by madness, their ambition turning to despair. He saw the chaos that unfolded when the balance was disrupted, the gods' wrath as they sought to restore harmony. The book was both a gift and a warning, a testament to the power of knowledge and the responsibility that came with it. Amun-hotep felt tears streaming down his face. The truths he was witnessing were beautiful and terrible, inspiring and humbling. He understood now why the book had been hidden, why the gods had guarded it so fiercely. This was not knowledge meant to be wielded, but to be understood and respected. It was not a weapon or a tool, but a reflection of the divine order, a reminder of humanity's place in the cosmos. Behind him, Khepri, Nephra, and Menkara watched in silence, their faces illuminated by the book's radiant light. They could not see what Amun-hotep saw, but they could feel the enormity of the moment. The air was thick with a sacred presence, as though the gods themselves were watching. As the final page turned, Amun-hotep felt a presence beside him. He looked up and saw a figure standing there, radiant and serene. It was Thoth, the god of wisdom, his ibis-headed form glowing with an inner light. His eyes, deep and knowing, gazed at Amun-hotep with a mixture of compassion and gravity. "You have done well, seeker of truth," Thoth said, his voice resonating like a melody. "You have faced the trials and proven yourself worthy. But now comes the true test." Amun-hotep felt a lump rise in his throat. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice trembling. Thoth gestured to the book. "You have seen its truths, its power. You understand the weight of what it holds. The question is not whether you are worthy, but whether humanity is. Will you take this knowledge into the world, or will you leave it here, where it can do no harm?" The question struck Amun-hotep like a blow. He looked at the book, its glowing pages still open, and then at his companions. He thought of the lives that could be saved, the mysteries that could be unraveled, the progress that could be made. But he also thought of the madness and chaos he had seen, the price that others had paid for seeking what was not theirs to hold. He closed his eyes, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. Then, slowly, he placed his hands on the book and closed it. The light dimmed, and the chamber grew silent once more. He turned to Thoth, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. "Humanity is not ready," he said. "This knowledge is too great, too dangerous. It belongs here, with you." Thoth nodded, his expression unreadable. "You have chosen wisely, Amun-hotep. The burden of knowledge is a heavy one, and few have the wisdom to recognize its weight. The gods are pleased." The book sank back into the pedestal, its light fading until it was once again hidden from view. The chamber grew still, the energy that had filled it dissipating into a quiet calm. Amun-hotep felt a strange mix of relief and loss, as though he had given up something precious yet necessary. As they left the chamber, the group walked in silence. The journey back to the surface was somber, each of them lost in their thoughts. The Book of Thoth had been within their grasp, its truths revealed, but they had chosen to let it go. It was a choice that would haunt them, but also one that they knew was right. When they emerged into the light of the Nile, the world felt different. The sun was brighter, the air fresher, as though the gods themselves were smiling upon them. Amun-hotep turned to his companions, his voice quiet but resolute. "The book remains where it belongs," he said, "but its lessons will stay with us. We have seen the power of the gods, and we must honor it by living with humility and balance." They nodded, their expressions solemn. Together they boarded their boat and began the journey home, the Nile carrying them away from the sacred vault and back to the world of mortals. But none of them would ever be the same. They had touched the divine, and though they had chosen to leave it behind, its mark would remain on their souls forever. The boat glided quietly down the Nile, the faint ripples breaking the glass-like surface of the water. The air was calm, the breeze cool and gentle, yet the world felt heavy in a way it hadn't before. Amun-hotep sat at the stern, his gaze fixed on the horizon, though his thoughts were elsewhere. The weight of their journey pressed against his chest, the memories of the trials and revelations swirling in his mind like a storm he couldn't quiet. Around him, the others were silent, their faces drawn and contemplative. It was as though the river itself mirrored their mood, flowing gently yet concealing depths of complexity beneath its surface. Nefra sat near the bow, her knees drawn up to her chest. She stared into the water, her sharp, calculating eyes softened by an expression of quiet introspection. The swagger she carried so naturally seemed absent now, replaced by a stillness that made her seem smaller, more vulnerable. She had sacrificed a part of herself in the vault, a truth she had buried for years brought to light for the sake of the group. The guilt she had once carried in solitude now felt shared, though the burden still lingered. She hadn't spoken much since they left the sacred chamber, as though words could not do justice to what they had experienced. Khepri was at the center of the boat, his prayer beads clutched tightly in his hands. His lips moved silently, his prayers barely audible, but his face betrayed a mix of emotions: faith, awe, and a lingering sense of fear. He had dedicated his life to the gods, and though he had believed himself prepared to face their will, the enormity of what they had witnessed in the chamber had shaken him to his core. He prayed not for answers, but for understanding, for the wisdom to accept what could not be fully comprehended. The gods had tested him, and though he had passed, he now carried the weight of their knowledge, a burden that felt both sacred and overwhelming. Menkara, the quiet pillar of the group, sat at the helm, his hands steady on the rudder. His weathered face, lined with years of toil and experience, showed little outward emotion, yet his silence spoke volumes. He had lived his life on the Nile, navigating its currents, weathering its storms, and respecting its mysteries. But even he, a man who thought he had seen everything the river could offer, had been humbled by the journey. He occasionally glanced at Amun-hotep, his expression unreadable, as though trying to gauge the younger man's state of mind. Amun-hotep, for his part, felt the weight of their unspoken questions. He had been the one to unlock the Book of Thoth, the one to see its truths and make the decision to leave it behind. The responsibility of that choice lay heavy on his shoulders. Though he knew it was the right decision, the memories of what he had seen lingered, their enormity impossible to shake. The visions played over and over in his mind. The creation of the universe, the balance of Ma'at, the consequences of tampering with knowledge beyond human understanding. They were beautiful and terrible, inspiring and humbling, and they refused to leave him in peace. As the boat drifted further down the river, the familiar outlines of Thebes began to emerge on the horizon. The towering temples and bustling markets that had once filled Amenhotep with a sense of wonder now seemed distant, as though they belonged to another life. He realized that the city, for all its grandeur, was but a small piece of a vast and intricate puzzle. The knowledge he had glimpsed in the book had expanded his understanding of the world, and he knew he could never see Thebes, or any place, through the same eyes again. When they finally reached the dock, the group disembarked in silence. The streets of Thebes bustled with life as merchants hawked their wares, children played in the dirt, and priests moved purposefully through the crowds. It was a scene of ordinary life, yet it felt surreal after the journey they had undertaken. The sounds of the city seemed distant, muffled, as though the weight of the divine still clung to them, separating them from the mundane reality around them. Nephra was the first to speak, her voice soft but steady. "I need time," she said, her gaze distant as she adjusted the strap of her satchel. Time to think, to make sense of everything. She turned to Amenhotep, her sharp eyes meeting his. "You did the right thing, you know, leaving the book, but that doesn't make it any easier." Amenhotep nodded, his throat tightening. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but no words came. Nephra gave him a faint smile, then turned and disappeared into the crowd, her footsteps quick and purposeful. Khepri placed a hand on Amenhotep's shoulder, his touch firm but gentle. "The gods will guide us," the priest said, his voice filled with quiet conviction. "Even if we cannot see the path now, their will is clear. We must live in accordance with what we've learned." Amenhotep nodded again, though he wasn't sure he fully believed it. Khepri offered him a small, reassuring smile before retreating toward the temple district, his prayer beads still clutched tightly in his hand. Menkora lingered for a moment, his weathered face unreadable. "The Nile always flows forward," he said finally, his voice low and steady. "What's done is done. You carry it with you, but don't let it drown you." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Amenhotep standing alone on the dock. The city seemed to close in around him, its noise and motion overwhelming after the silence of the journey. Amenhotep made his way through the streets, his feet moving of their own accord. He passed familiar landmarks, the marketplace where he had often lingered, the temple library where he had spent countless hours studying, but they felt alien to him now, as though he were a ghost passing through someone else's memories. Eventually, he found himself standing at the edge of the Nile, the water stretching out before him like a mirror reflecting the sky. He sank to his knees, his hands gripping the edge of the stone embankment, and let out a shuddering breath. For the first time since they had left the vault, he allowed himself to feel the full weight of what they had experienced. The awe, the fear, the sorrow. It all came rushing to the surface, threatening to overwhelm him. He thought of the Book of Thoth, its pages shimmering with knowledge too vast for mortal comprehension. He thought of the serpents that had guarded it, the trials they had faced, and the visions that had haunted him since. He thought of the choice he had made, the choice to leave the book behind, and the question that had plagued him ever since. Had he done enough? The answer, he realized, was not one he would ever fully know. The gods had entrusted him with the knowledge, but they had also left him with the burden of uncertainty. He would carry it with him for the rest of his life, a reminder of the fragility and responsibility of being human. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the river with hues of gold and crimson, Amenhotep stood. The breeze carried the scent of lotus flowers, a reminder that life, for all its complexity, continued. He would not forget what he had seen or the lessons he had learned, but he also knew he could not let them consume him. The world had changed for him, irrevocably, but it was still his world to live in. With a deep breath, he turned away from the river and began to walk. Thebes awaited, its people unaware of the journey he had undertaken, the trials he had faced, and the knowledge he had glimpsed. He would not tell them. Some truths were too vast, too sacred to be shared, but he would carry the lessons with him, living each day in the hope that he might honor the gods and the balance they had entrusted to him. The Nile flowed on, its waters eternal, and Amenhotep, though forever changed, flowed with it. The Nile moved on as it always had, timeless and unyielding, carrying its secrets beneath its shimmering surface. The stories of Amenhotep and his companions faded into whispers, half remembered by those who lived in Thebes. The bustling city, alive with its own rhythm, remained unaware of the profound journey undertaken by a humble scribe, a cunning thief, a devout priest, and a seasoned fisherman. To the world, they were ordinary souls, each returning to their respective lives without fanfare or recognition. Yet, deep within each of them, the weight of what they had experienced lingered like the echo of a divine melody. For Amenhotep, life was never the same. The visions from the Book of Thoth haunted his dreams and illuminated his waking hours. He continued his work as a scribe, his hands inscribing words with greater care, his mind carrying the weight of unspoken truths. The texts he copied now held layers of meaning he had never considered before, the prayers of the priests resonating with a depth he could scarcely articulate. He had seen the divine tapestry, the interconnected threads of creation, and it left him humbled. He kept no written account of the journey, fearing that even the faintest trace of their experience might spark another's ambition to seek the forbidden knowledge. Instead, he chose to honor what he had learned through his actions, living with humility, balance, and reverence for the unknowable. Nephra vanished from Thebes not long after their return. Some said she had moved north, seeking a quieter life away from the noise and chaos of the city. Others whispered that she had taken to the deserts, carving out a new path as far from the Nile as possible. In truth, she had sought solace and simplicity, needing distance to reconcile the truths she had confessed in the sacred chamber. The thief who had once chased riches now sought something far more elusive: peace. Though her sharp wit and resourcefulness never left her, her heart was no longer ruled by greed. She had faced herself in the journey, and the scars of that revelation would guide her choices for the rest of her days. Khepri, too, found himself changed in ways he had not expected. The faith he had carried with him into the vault now felt heavier, more complex. The gods he had prayed to since his youth were no longer distant figures of stone and gold, but beings whose presence he had felt, whose truths he had glimpsed. He returned to the temple, devoting himself to his duties with a newfound fervor, yet he spoke little of what he had seen. His prayers took on a quieter, more contemplative tone, and those who knew him noticed a subtle change. He no longer spoke of the gods with certainty, but with awe and humility, as though he had come to understand the vastness of their will and his small place within it. Menkara returned to his boat, the river calling him back to its familiar embrace. He navigated the Nile with the same steady hands and sharp eyes, but his heart carried the memory of the serpents, the trials, and the sacred light of the book. He became a storyteller, weaving tales of the river's mysteries for those who would listen. Though he never revealed the full truth of their journey, His words carried a depth and wisdom that left his listeners in quiet reflection. He had always known the river was alive, but now he understood its purpose in ways that words could scarcely capture. The Book of Thoth itself remained locked away in its sacred chamber, hidden beneath the depths of the Nile where no mortal could disturb it. The trials that Amenhotep and his companions had faced reset themselves, the guardians returning to their eternal vigilance. The serpents, those shimmering golden beings, continued their silent watch, their eyes unblinking as the waters flowed around them. The book, its light dimmed to mortal eyes, pulsed softly in the stillness, waiting for the next worthy soul to find it, if ever such a soul would come. In time, the story of the Book of Thoth faded into myth, retold by priests and elders as a tale of caution and wonder. It became a symbol of the unknowable, a reminder of the balance that governed all things. Pharaohs still dreamed of finding it, their ambition stirred by whispers of ultimate knowledge, yet none dared to seek it as Amenhotep had. The trials, the guardians, the burden of the book's wisdom, these became warnings, teaching that some truths were not meant to be possessed. The Nile carried the story far and wide, its currents flowing to distant lands where the legend took on new forms. Yet, in all its retellings, one truth remained constant. The Book of Thoth was not simply a repository of knowledge, but a reflection of the divine order, a mirror showing humanity its place in the vastness of creation. It was a legacy not of power, but of understanding, meant to inspire humility rather than hubris. Amenhotep grew old in Thebes, his hair silvered by time, his hands still steady as he continued his work. He became a quiet figure in the city, respected but unremarkable to most. Yet, for those who looked closely, there was a light in his eyes, a quiet wisdom that spoke of something far greater than the life of a humble scribe. He never married, never sought wealth or status, but lived simply, content in the knowledge that he had done what was right. On the day he passed, the Nile was unusually still, its surface reflecting the sky with a perfect clarity. His companions, scattered across the land, each felt the loss in their own way, as though a thread that had connected them all had finally been severed. Nephra, in a distant village, lit a candle and whispered his name. Capri offered prayers in the temple, his voice steady even as his heart ached. Menkaura, drifting down the river on his boat, stared at the horizon and whispered a quiet farewell. The story of Amenhotep and his companions faded with time, their journey becoming part of the river's endless flow. Yet, for those who listened carefully, the Nile carried their legacy in its currents, a quiet reminder that some knowledge is meant not to be possessed, but to guide, to humble, and to inspire. The Book of Thoth remained where it always had, its secrets locked away, a treasure not for the taking, but for the seeking. And somewhere, beneath the eternal flow of the Nile, the gods watched and waited, their wisdom enduring, their balance preserved. The village, nestled in the rolling hills, was a picture of serenity, its cobblestone streets weaving through quaint cottages and fields bursting with wild flowers. At its edge stood a grand manor, its towering spires and expansive gardens, once a symbol of prosperity and joy. Within its walls, a little girl named Ella grew up surrounded by love. Her mother's gentle laugh echoed in the halls, and her father's warm embrace brought her comfort after every tumble and scrape. They called her Cinderella affectionately, after she returned from playing by the hearth, her cheeks streaked with soot and her hair wild from an adventure in the garden. Life was simple, joyous, and full of promise. But as time passed, the light in the manor began to dim. Cinderella's mother, a kind and gracious woman with hair like spun gold, fell ill. The vibrant woman who once danced through the gardens grew pale and weak. Ella, too young to understand the depths of her mother's sickness, would often sit by her bedside, holding her hand and humming lullabies. Her mother would smile softly, her eyes filled with love, and whisper words that Ella wouldn't fully grasp until years later. Be kind, my darling. No matter what life brings, kindness will guide you. When her mother passed, a deep silence settled over the manor. Ella's father, a man of broad shoulders and an even broader heart, tried to fill the void, but his grief was a weight that even his strong frame could not bear. He poured himself into his work, traveling often, leaving Ella to wander the empty halls with only memories to keep her company. The garden, once her mother's sanctuary, grew wild with thorns, a tangled reflection of their lives. Time, as it always does, moved forward, and her father remarried. The woman he brought home to the manor was a stark contrast to Ella's mother. She arrived with an air of grandeur, draped in silks and jewels, her every step commanding attention. Her name was Lady Gertrude, and she brought with her 2 daughters, Anastasia and Drizella, who were as vain and petty as their mother was ambitious. Ella, shy and hopeful, greeted them with a warm smile, eager to welcome them into her home. At first, Lady Gertrude's demeanor was polite, even kind. She would stroke Ella's hair and speak of her plans to restore the manor's former glory. Anastasia and Drizella, too, seemed harmless in their chatter about dresses and parties. But beneath their polished exteriors lay something cold and calculating. It wasn't long before the warmth of their welcome faded, replaced by sharp words and sidelong glances. The turning point came during one of her father's frequent absences. With him gone, Lady Gertrude's true nature emerged. She began issuing commands, her tone sharp and unyielding. Ella was no longer treated as a member of the family, but as a servant in her own home. She was given the smallest room in the attic, its single window offering a narrow view of the sky. Her days were consumed with endless chores, scrubbing floors until her knees ached, tending to the fire until her hands were black with soot, and serving the whims of her stepmother and stepsisters. Despite their cruelty, Ella held on to the teachings of her mother. She found solace in the small joys of life, a bird's song at her window, the feel of sunlight on her face as she hung laundry, and the memory of her mother's voice. She befriended the animals that lingered near the manor, her soft words and kind hands earning their trust. They became her confidants, her tiny army of supporters in a world that seemed to conspire against her. Lady Gertrude, however, grew increasingly bitter. Perhaps it was jealousy of Ella's natural grace and beauty, or perhaps it was her own unfulfilled ambitions that fueled her disdain. Whatever the reason, she seemed determined to extinguish the light that Ella carried. Anastasia and Drizella followed their mother's lead, their taunts growing crueler by the day. They mocked Ella's simple dresses, her calloused hands, and her soot-streaked cheeks. "Cinderella," they sneered, turning the endearing nickname into an insult. Yet Ella bore it all with quiet dignity, refusing to let their words break her spirit. Her father's return brought little relief. Though he loved Ella deeply, he was blind to the true nature of his new wife and stepdaughters. Lady Gertrude was adept at hiding her cruelty behind a veil of charm, and Ella, not wanting to burden her father, never spoke of her suffering. She feared adding to his sorrow, for his once bright eyes now carried a shadow that hadn't been there before. It was as if the weight of his own grief had left him unable to see the pain of others. Tragedy struck once more when Ella's father fell ill during one of his travels. He never returned home, leaving Ella truly alone with her stepmother and stepsisters. The manor, once filled with laughter and love, became a prison. Lady Gertrude took full control, selling off the family's treasures to fund her daughter's lavish wardrobes and social aspirations. The once beautiful home fell into disrepair, its faded grandeur a reflection of Ella's diminished life. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, Ella's spirit remained unbroken. She clung to the memories of her parents, drawing strength from their love and the values they had instilled in her. At night, as she lay on the straw mattress in her cold attic room, she would gaze at the stars through her small window, whispering her hopes and dreams to the heavens. She dreamed of a day when she would be free, when kindness and love would triumph over cruelty and greed. The hazel tree that grew by her mother's grave became a place of refuge. Ella would visit often, tending to it with care, as if nurturing the last living connection to her mother. She would sit beneath its branches, the leaves whispering secrets in the wind, and feel a sense of peace that eluded her within the manor's walls. Ella's story, though marked by loss and hardship, was far from over. The girl who once danced through the gardens with her mother's laughter in her ears still lived within her. She carried a quiet strength, a resilience forged in the fires of adversity. Though the world around her seemed determined to bring her low, Ella held on to the hope that one day the light would return to her life, and the kindness she had sown would bloom into something beautiful. The manor, once a grand symbol of joy and prosperity, had become a shadow of its former self. Its walls, now dulled and cracked with age, seemed to echo with a silence that carried the weight of the past. For Cinderella, it was both a home and a prison, a place where her childhood memories of love and warmth were buried beneath the suffocating reality of servitude. The bright halls where her mother's laughter once rang were now filled with the sharp voices of her stepmother and stepsisters, each command and insult a reminder of how far she had fallen in their eyes. Each day began before the sun rose. Cinderella would slip out of her narrow bed in the attic, the chill of the morning biting at her skin. Her room was little more than a cramped storage space, with wooden beams overhead and a single, small window through which the first rays of dawn would sneak in. She often gazed out at the world beyond that window, a world that felt impossibly distant, before turning back to the relentless duties that awaited her. The kitchen was her first destination. The hearth, blackened with soot, demanded her attention as she kindled the morning fire. She moved with practiced efficiency, her hands steady despite the wear and tear of countless mornings spent in the same routine. Her fingers, once soft and delicate, had grown rough and calloused from the endless scrubbing and cleaning. The scent of ash clung to her as she prepared breakfast for the household, a task that required precision. Lady Gertrude demanded perfection in every detail, from the golden hue of the buttered bread to the temperature of the tea. Any deviation, no matter how slight, was met with a sharp rebuke. The stepsisters would arrive shortly after, their laughter grating and their demands endless. Anastasia, the older of the two, was prone to throwing fits if her eggs were not prepared exactly to her liking. Drizella, though less prone to tantrums, had a sharper tongue, her words cutting and cruel. They delighted in finding faults with Cinderella, pointing out imaginary stains on her dress or mocking the strands of hair that fell loose from her braid as she worked. Cinderella bore it all in silence, her lips pressed together as she carried their trays and cleared their plates. The rest of the day was a blur of chores. The manor, despite its fading grandeur, required constant upkeep. Cinderella scrubbed the floors until her knees ached, polished the silver until her arms grew heavy, and hauled water from the well with a steady rhythm that left her hands raw. Outside, she tended to the garden, pulling weeds and pruning bushes, though her stepmother cared little for its appearance. The garden was her sanctuary, a place where she could lose herself in the simple pleasure of working the soil and caring for the plants. It reminded her of her mother, who had once tended the same flowers with such love and care. Inside the house, Lady Gertrude watched her with a hawk's eye, always ready to point out the slightest mistake. The stepmother's presence was like a storm cloud, heavy and oppressive. Her voice carried an authority that brooked no argument, and her commands were laced with a disdain that made it clear she saw Cinderella as nothing more than a servant. When Lady Gertrude wasn't barking orders, she was occupied with grooming Anastasia and Drizella for the social season, fussing over their appearances, and arranging for tutors to teach them the arts of dance, etiquette, and music. Cinderella, by contrast, was forbidden from partaking in any such lessons. "A girl like you has no need for such refinements," Lady Gertrude would sneer. Instead, her education was limited to the skills deemed necessary for maintaining the household. Despite this, Cinderella possessed a natural grace and intelligence that shone through in the smallest of moments. Her movements were fluid and precise, her voice soft yet steady, and her mind quick to solve the many small problems that arose in the course of her duties. These qualities did not go unnoticed by the animals that gathered around her, sensing her kindness and warmth. The birds, in particular, seemed drawn to her, often perching on the windowsill of her attic room, or fluttering around her in the garden. Though her days were filled with toil, it was the nights that weighed most heavily on her. In the quiet of her attic room, with only the stars for company, the loneliness crept in. She would lie on her straw mattress, staring up at the wooden beams overhead, and let the tears fall silently down her cheeks. Yet even in her darkest moments, she refused to give in to despair. She would remember her mother's words, spoken with such love and conviction. "Be kind, my darling, no matter what life brings." Those words became her mantra, a source of strength that carried her through each day. Cinderella's connection to her mother remained strong, despite the years that had passed since her death. The hazel tree that grew by her mother's grave was a symbol of that bond, and she tended to it with the same care she had once given her mother. She would visit the tree whenever she could, brushing away the leaves that gathered at its base and whispering her hopes and fears to the wind. The birds that gathered in its branches seemed to listen, their soft chirping a comforting presence. The few moments of peace she found at the tree were often interrupted by the demands of her stepfamily. They would call for her with shrill voices, their impatience evident in every syllable. "Cinderella, where are you? The fire needs stoking. Cinderella, my dress needs mending." Their voices echoed through the halls, a constant reminder of her place in the household. No task was too small or too menial for them to assign to her, and they took pleasure in finding new ways to humiliate her. One evening, as she sat by the hearth mending a torn dress for Drizella, The two stepsisters began to taunt her. They spoke of the grand balls they would one day attend, spinning elaborate fantasies of the suitors who would be captivated by their beauty. "What about you, Cinderella?" Drizella sneered. "Will you marry the chimney sweep, or perhaps a farmer with dirt under his nails?" Anastasia laughed, her voice shrill and mocking. Cinderella kept her head down, her hands steady as she worked. She refused to let their words wound her, though each one was like a stone thrown at her fragile heart. Despite their cruelty, Cinderella never retaliated. Her kindness was not a weakness, but a choice, a defiance against the bitterness that threatened to consume her world. She found small ways to nurture her spirit, whether through a kind word to the animals that shared her burdens, or a stolen moment of song while she worked. Her voice, soft and clear, carried through the halls, a reminder of the beauty that still existed within her. The days blurred into weeks, the weeks into months, and the months into years. Cinderella grew from a child into a young woman, her beauty blossoming despite the hardships she endured. Her stepmother and stepsisters took little notice, too absorbed in their own lives to see the quiet strength and grace that set her apart. Cinderella, for her part, had little time to dwell on her own reflection. Her life was consumed by the endless cycle of work and rest. Her dreams of a better future kept alive by the smallest sparks of hope. Though the world around her seemed intent on breaking her spirit, Cinderella remained unyielding. The cruelty of her step-family, the drudgery of her daily life, and the loneliness of her nights could not extinguish the light within her. She held on to the belief that someday, somehow, her kindness and resilience would be rewarded. And so she endured, her heart a quiet flame that refused to be snuffed out. The village had not seen such excitement in years. News of the royal ball spread like wildfire, carried on the tongues of merchants and travelers, weaving its way through the cobblestone streets and into every home. It was a rare occasion when the royal family reached out to the people, and this announcement was more than just a formal affair. It was a spark of hope for many who yearned for a taste of grandeur and magic. For others, it was an opportunity to dream of new beginnings. The announcement itself came with great fanfare. On a crisp morning, as the sun bathed the village square in golden light, a royal herald arrived in a carriage adorned with the colors of the kingdom, deep crimson and gold. Trumpets blared, their notes sharp and triumphant, drawing a crowd from every corner of the village. Children darted through the crowd, their laughter mingling with the buzz of curious voices, while merchants paused in their dealings, and even the gruffest farmers stood still, wiping their hands on their aprons to listen. Cinderella, drawn by the commotion, made her way to the square. Her chores for the morning were nearly done, though she knew her stepmother would scold her for leaving her tasks unfinished. Even so, the pull of the gathering was irresistible. She slipped through the throng of people, her slight frame allowing her to weave unnoticed until she reached a spot where she could see the herald clearly. He was a tall, imposing figure, dressed in a fine tunic embroidered with the royal crest. In his hands, he held a scroll with an elaborate seal, which he broke with a flourish. Unfurling the parchment, he began to read in a booming voice that silenced the crowd. By decree of His Majesty, King Frederick the Benevolent, and Her Majesty, Queen Eleanor the Wise, the herald announced, his voice carrying over the square. A grand ball shall be held at the royal palace 3 nights hence. This occasion marks the search for a bride for His Royal Highness, Prince Henry of Eldoria. A murmur rippled through the crowd, and Cinderella's heart quickened. She had heard stories of the prince, of his kindness and charm, though she had never seen him herself. He was said to be noble and gallant, but also a dreamer, a man who sought more than power and wealth. This ball was a chance for every eligible maiden in the kingdom to meet him, to capture his heart, and perhaps change their fortunes forever. The herald continued. All unmarried women of noble birth are invited to attend. The prince himself shall choose his bride among them, and the lucky maiden will ascend to the throne as the future queen. Cinderella's excitement dimmed as the words sank in. Noble birth. Of course, the glittering world of the royal court was as far removed from her reality as the stars in the night sky. She was no more a noblewoman than the birds that nested in the rafters of the manor. Her patched dress and soot-streaked hands were evidence enough of her station. And yet, for a brief moment, she allowed herself to dream. What would it be like to wear a gown of silk, to dance beneath the light of crystal chandeliers, to meet the prince and see the kindness in his eyes? She felt a pang of longing so sharp it took her breath away. Around her, the villagers buzzed with excitement. Mothers whispered to their daughters, already making plans for the ball. Young women exchanged eager glances, their cheeks flushed with anticipation. Even those who had no chance of attending seemed swept up in the magic of the moment, their imaginations carrying them to the grand palace and the glittering scenes they could only imagine. Cinderella's stepmother and stepsisters were among the first to react. Lady Gertrude, always composed and calculating, immediately saw the opportunity for what it was, a chance to elevate her family's status. Her daughters, Anastasia and Drizella, were less subtle. They squealed with delight, their minds racing with visions of gowns and jewels, of dances with the prince and the possibility of becoming queen. When they returned to the manor, the preparations began in earnest. The house was filled with the sound of sewing machines and the rustle of fabric as the sisters demanded new dresses for the occasion. Lady Gertrude hired a tailor from the village, instructing him to create the finest gowns his hands could manage. She fussed over every detail, from the cut of the fabric to the placement of the embellishments, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Cinderella watched from the shadows, her heart heavy. She dared not voice her desire to attend the ball, knowing how her stepmother would react. Lady Gertrude would laugh, her lips curling into that cruel smile that always made Cinderella feel small. "You," she would say, her voice dripping with mockery. A girl covered in soot, with no title or dowry. What would the prince want with you? And so, Cinderella kept her dreams to herself, burying them deep within her heart. She busied herself with the preparations, mending hems, stitching lace, and polishing shoes until they gleamed. She worked tirelessly to ensure her stepsisters looked their best, though their demands grew more outlandish with each passing day. Anastasia insisted on a tiara encrusted with crystals, while Drizella demanded a train so long it would sweep across the ballroom floor. Cinderella fulfilled their wishes without complaint, her hands steady even as her heart ached. On the eve of the ball, the household was in chaos. The sisters bickered over accessories, their voices rising to a shrill crescendo as they fought over who would wear the ruby necklace. Lady Gertrude, exasperated, intervened with a voice that brooked no argument, silencing them with a single glare. Cinderella worked late into the night, ensuring every detail was perfect. She hemmed skirts, sewed on buttons, and ironed the delicate fabrics until her fingers ached and her eyes burned with exhaustion. When the morning of the ball arrived, the manor was alive with excitement. Anastasia and Drizella preened before the mirror, admiring their reflections and gloating about the impression they would make on the prince. Lady Gertrude supervised every step of their preparations, her sharp eyes scrutinizing their hair, makeup, and gowns. Cinderella, meanwhile, was invisible to them. She stood in the corner, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, longing to speak but unable to find the words. She wanted to ask just once if she might attend the ball, not as a noblewoman, not as a guest of honor, but simply as herself. Yet she knew the answer before she even opened her mouth. When she finally gathered the courage to speak, her stepmother cut her off with a dismissive wave. "Don't be ridiculous, Cinderella," Lady Gertrude said, her tone icy. "Who will tend to the house while we're gone? Someone must keep the fire burning and the floors clean. Your place is here." The words stung, but Cinderella did not argue. She watched in silence as the carriage arrived to take her stepmother and stepsisters to the palace, its polished wheels gleaming in the sunlight. As they climbed inside, Anastasia and Drizella glanced back at her with smirks, their eyes glinting with triumph. When the carriage disappeared down the road, leaving a trail of dust in its wake, Cinderella stood alone in the quiet courtyard. The stillness pressed against her like a weight, and for the first time, she allowed herself to cry. She wept for the life she had lost, for the dreams that seemed forever out of reach, and for the loneliness that filled her heart. Yet even in her sorrow, a spark of hope remained. Deep within her, a voice whispered that her story was not yet over, that perhaps, just perhaps, magic still lingered in the world, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. And so, she dried her tears, lifted her chin, and turned back to the house, unaware that her life was about to change forever. The manor was shrouded in an oppressive quiet after the departure of Lady Gertrude and her daughters. The echo of the wheels of their carriage faded into the distance, leaving Cinderella alone in a house that felt even colder and emptier than usual. She stood in the doorway, watching the road until the last trace of dust had settled. The evening was fast approaching, and the first stars began to shimmer faintly in the deepening blue sky. Her heart, heavy with longing and sorrow, seemed to beat louder in the silence. Cinderella returned to the kitchen, the hearth casting a faint glow against the darkened walls. The chores she had been left with, the endless list of tasks assigned by her stepmother, waited for her. Yet, for once, she couldn't bring herself to care. Her hands lingered on the edge of the worn wooden table as her mind wandered to the grand ball she had no hope of attending. She imagined the glittering chandeliers, the sweeping gowns, and the music that would fill the palace. Most of all, she imagined the prince, his kind eyes searching the crowd for someone who truly saw him, not just his title or wealth. Her longing was interrupted by a sudden movement outside the window. A bird, small and delicate, hopped onto the sill, its head tilting as it chirped softly. Cinderella wiped her hands on her apron and moved closer, her expression softening. The bird was one of her many companions, drawn to her by the gentle kindness that seemed to radiate from her. She opened the window slightly, allowing the cool evening breeze to waft in, carrying with it the scent of earth and blooming flowers. "Hello, little one," she murmured, her voice tender. The bird chirped in response, flitting to a nearby tree as if beckoning her to follow. Cinderella hesitated, glancing at the pile of laundry waiting to be folded and the floors left unswept. But something in the bird's movements, a sense of urgency, drew her outside. She stepped into the garden, the cool grass brushing against her feet as she walked toward the tree where the bird had perched. It was the hazel tree, the one that grew by her mother's grave. The air around it seemed different tonight, charged with a quiet energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The tree's branches swayed gently in the breeze, though the wind itself was barely strong enough to move the leaves. Cinderella approached slowly, her heart pounding as she felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree. She knelt at its base, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Oh, Mother," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I don't know how much longer I can bear this. I've tried to be strong, to be kind, but it feels like the world has forgotten me." As she spoke, the branches above her seemed to tremble, and a soft rustling filled the air. She looked up, her breath catching as she saw tiny lights, like fireflies, dancing among the leaves. They grew brighter, coalescing into a gentle glow that illuminated the area around the tree. Cinderella's eyes widened as she felt a warmth wash over her, a sensation that was neither frightening nor overwhelming, but deeply comforting. A voice, soft and melodic, seemed to emerge from the rustling leaves. It was not a voice spoken aloud, but one that resonated deep within her, like a memory from a dream. "My dear child," the voice said, filled with love and tenderness. "I have heard your cries. You have been so brave, so kind, even when the world has been cruel to you." Cinderella's eyes filled with tears as she realized the voice belonged to her mother. "Mother?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Is it really you?" The lights shimmered in response and the warmth grew stronger. "I cannot stay long," the voice continued, "but I am here to help you, my darling. Tonight, your dreams will come true, and the world will see you for who you truly are." Cinderella's heart swelled with a mixture of hope and disbelief. "But how?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have no gown, no way to get to the palace. I'm just me." "Do not doubt yourself, my child," her mother's voice replied. "You are far more than what they see. Close your eyes and let the magic of this night guide you." Cinderella obeyed, closing her eyes as the warm glow enveloped her. She felt a tingling sensation begin at her fingertips, spreading through her body like a gentle current. The soft rustling of leaves grew louder, mingling with the chirping of the birds and the distant hum of the evening. When she opened her eyes, she gasped. Her tattered dress was gone, replaced by a gown more beautiful than anything she had ever imagined. It shimmered in the moonlight, a soft silver that seemed to shift and sparkle with every movement. The fabric flowed like water, hugging her form gracefully before cascading into a train that trailed behind her. Her shoes, once worn and scuffed, had transformed into delicate slippers of gold that glinted with every step. Her hair, often tied back in a simple braid, now cascaded over her shoulders in soft waves, adorned with tiny jewels that sparkled like stars. She looked down at herself, her hands trembling as she touched the gown. "Mother," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's beautiful." The voice was soft but firm. "This is your night, Cinderella. But you must remember, magic cannot last forever. At the stroke of midnight, it will fade, and you will return to your ordinary life. Use this time wisely." Cinderella nodded, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for everything." The lights began to fade, and the warmth receded, leaving her with a sense of peace she hadn't felt in years. As she stood beneath the hazel tree, a new sound reached her ears, the gentle clatter of hooves on the garden path. Turning, she saw a carriage unlike any she had ever seen. It shimmered like her gown, its body crafted from what appeared to be pure crystal, with golden wheels that gleamed in the moonlight. 4 white horses, their manes braided with ribbons, stood at the ready, their heads held high as if they knew the importance of their task. The door to the carriage swung open, and Cinderella hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. The interior was as magnificent as the exterior, lined with plush cushions of deep blue velvet. She settled into the seat, her heart pounding as the carriage began to move, carrying her toward the palace. As the carriage rolled through the village, she caught glimpses of familiar places. The marketplace where she had often run errands, the well where she had drawn water, the square where the herald had made the announcement. The world outside seemed to blur, the ordinary melting away as she drew closer to the extraordinary. She felt as though she were caught in a dream, one she dared not wake from. The palace loomed in the distance, its spires reaching toward the heavens, illuminated by the soft glow of countless lanterns. Cinderella's breath hitched as she took in the sight. The grand building, with its marble columns and glittering windows, was more magnificent than she had ever imagined. The music of 100 instruments floated through the air, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the guests who were already gathered inside. The carriage came to a gentle stop at the base of the palace steps, and the door swung open. Cinderella hesitated, her hands trembling as she reached for the handle. She stepped out, her golden slippers touching the ground with a soft click, and raised her head to take in the grandeur before her. She felt the eyes of the attendants on her, their expressions a mix of awe and admiration. But she paid them no mind. For the first time in her life, she felt like she belonged. As she ascended the steps, her heart swelled with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. The doors to the ballroom stood before her, gilded and imposing, yet inviting. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and stepped forward. The doors opened, and the world of magic and possibility awaited her inside. The grand ballroom of the palace was a sight that could take one's breath away. Its towering ceilings glittered with the light of 1,000 chandeliers, each crystal reflecting a cascade of gold and silver across the polished marble floors. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings and tapestries that told the stories of the kingdom's history. Battles won, alliances forged, and legends immortalized. Everywhere Cinderella looked, there was opulence. Golden candelabras, tables laden with delicacies, and flowers so vibrant they seemed almost unreal. The air itself shimmered with a sense of magic, as though the palace had been transformed into a living, breathing fairy tale. When Cinderella stepped through the grand double doors, all eyes turned to her. The hum of conversation faltered, and for a moment the music seemed to soften, as though the room itself was holding its breath. She stood at the top of the sweeping staircase, her silver gown catching the light and refracting it in delicate rainbows. Her golden slippers glimmered with each step, and her hair, adorned with sparkling jewels, framed her face like a halo. Though she was nervous, the warmth of her mother's words lingered in her heart, steadying her as she descended. The prince, standing near the musicians at the far end of the room, felt his heart skip a beat. He had spent the evening greeting noblewomen and dancing out of obligation, his polite smile never quite reaching his eyes. But now, as this mysterious woman entered the room, everything else seemed to fade. She moved with a grace and confidence that belied her humility, her beauty shining from within rather than merely from the gown she wore. For the first time that evening, Prince Henry felt his curiosity ignite. Who was she? Cinderella was acutely aware of the weight of the gazes upon her, but she refused to falter. The warmth of the golden light, the gentle strains of the orchestra, and the soft whispers of admiration filled her senses, giving her courage. She glanced briefly at the faces in the crowd, catching sight of Anastasia and Drizella. Her stepsisters were oblivious to her identity, their mouths agape as they tried to place this enchanting stranger who seemed to have captivated everyone in the room. Lady Gertrude, ever composed, narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but even she could not look away. As Cinderella reached the base of the staircase, an attendant announced her arrival with a voice that echoed through the room. The Lady Cinderella. The name wasn't hers, not really, but it was enough. She felt a thrill of both joy and disbelief as the title rolled off his tongue, as though she truly belonged among these noble guests. The prince wasted no time crossing the room toward her. The crowd parted for him as though they, too, understood the inevitability of this meeting. When he reached her, he offered a deep bow, his eyes never leaving hers. "My lady," he said, his voice warm and inviting, "would you grant me the honor of a dance?" Cinderella hesitated for only a moment before curtsying gracefully. "It would be my pleasure, Your Highness," she replied, her voice soft but steady. The orchestra began a new melody, one that seemed to match the magic of the moment. The prince led her to the center of the ballroom, and as their hands touched, Cinderella felt a spark, a connection that sent warmth rushing through her. They moved together as though they had danced 100 times before, their steps perfectly in sync. The world around them blurred, the other guests fading into the background as they became the center of the universe, orbiting one another in perfect harmony. For the prince, the dance was unlike any he had experienced. He had grown accustomed to the rigid formality of courtly interactions, the superficial charm of noble women who spoke only of wealth and power. But this woman was different. There was an authenticity in her gaze, a quiet strength that drew him in. As they danced, he found himself forgetting the responsibilities that weighed on him, the expectations of his parents, the political implications of choosing a bride. In her presence, he felt free. For Cinderella, the dance was a dream come to life. She had spent years on the sidelines, invisible and unimportant, her days consumed by servitude and sorrow. Yet here she was, dancing with the prince in the grandest ballroom in the kingdom. She felt her worries and fears melt away, replaced by a joy so pure it brought tears to her eyes. She allowed herself to be fully present in the moment, to savor the warmth of his hand in hers, the way he looked at her as though she were the only person in the room. As the music swelled, the guests watched in awe. Whispers rippled through the crowd, speculation and admiration mingling in equal measure. Who was this mysterious woman who had so effortlessly captured the prince's attention? Some guessed she was a foreign princess, others a noblewoman in disguise. Even Anastasia and Drizella, who rarely agreed on anything, found themselves united in their jealousy. They could not fathom how anyone could outshine them so completely. The dance ended, but the prince did not release her hand. "Would you care to take a walk with me?" he asked, his voice low and sincere. Cinderella nodded, unable to trust her voice to answer. Together they left the ballroom, stepping into the cool night air of the palace gardens. The gardens were a wonder in themselves, a labyrinth of hedges and fountains, their paths illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns. The scent of roses and jasmine filled the air, and the sound of water trickling from ornate fountains added to the enchantment. As they strolled along a winding path, the prince turned to her. "I must confess," he said, "I have never met anyone like you. You carry yourself with such grace and warmth, yet I feel as though there's a mystery about you." Cinderella smiled, her heart fluttering at his words. "Perhaps we all carry a bit of mystery, Your Highness," she replied. "It is what makes life so fascinating, don't you think?" He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with genuine amusement. "I suppose you're right, but I find myself wanting to unravel your mystery." They continued talking as they walked, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Cinderella found herself sharing small glimpses of her thoughts and dreams, careful not to reveal too much of her true identity. The prince listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he learned more about her. She, in turn, discovered that beneath his royal title, he was a man with hopes and fears not so different from her own. He spoke of his love for music and his desire to connect with his people on a deeper level, beyond the constraints of his position. Time seemed to slip away as they wandered through the gardens, but the distant chime of the palace clock brought Cinderella back to reality. 11:30. Her heart raced as she realized how little time she had left. The magic that had carried her here would soon fade, and with it, her chance to be a part of this world, even for a single night. "I must go," she said abruptly, her voice tinged with regret. The prince frowned, his confusion evident. "So soon? The night is still young." She shook her head, stepping back as she fought the urge to stay. "Thank you, Your Highness, for this evening. It has been more than I could have ever dreamed, but I cannot stay." Before he could protest, she turned and hurried back toward the palace, her gown shimmering in the moonlight. The prince called after her, but she did not stop. Her golden slippers clicked against the stone path as she ran, her heart pounding with a mixture of exhilaration and dread. She reached the grand staircase, her breath hitching as she glanced back one last time. The prince stood at the edge of the garden, his expression one of bewilderment and longing. She wanted to run back to him, to explain, but the clock struck midnight, and she knew she couldn't risk it. She fled into the night, the first threads of her magical gown beginning to unravel as she disappeared into the shadows. When she reached the carriage, it transformed back into its humble pumpkin form, the horses returning to their mousy selves. Cinderella stood in the cool night air, her heart heavy but her spirit alight. Though the magic had faded, the memory of the prince's kindness and their shared connection lingered, a spark of hope she would carry with her always. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to believe that her life could change, and that perhaps, just perhaps, she had already begun to change it. The next morning, Cinderella awoke to the golden light of the sun streaming through the tiny attic window. The events of the previous night felt like a dream, a fleeting glimpse of a life she could hardly believe she had lived, even for a moment. Her heart ached with a strange mixture of joy and longing as she replayed the memory of the prince's warm gaze, the feel of his hand in hers, and the music that seemed to carry her through the air. Yet, as she looked down at her worn dress and calloused hands, reality settled over her like a heavy blanket. She was still just Cinderella, bound to a life of servitude. Downstairs, the household was abuzz with excitement. Anastasia and Drizella, completely oblivious to the identity of the mysterious woman who had captivated the prince, recounted every detail of the ball with exaggerated flourish. They had seen her, of course, the radiant stranger who outshone everyone, including themselves. But they could not fathom that she had been standing beside them in their very home just hours before. Lady Gertrude listened with a sharp smile, her mind already turning with schemes to ensure one of her daughters claimed the prince's heart. Cinderella listened to their chatter as she went about her chores, her hands scrubbing the floors while her thoughts wandered back to the prince. She wondered if he had thought of her since she fled, if he had noticed the sense of loss that had hung in the air after her departure. She wondered if he, too, felt the pull of their connection and the strange certainty that, even in a room filled with nobles, they had found something rare and precious in each other. That night, as the stars began to light up the sky, Cinderella found herself once again at her mother's hazel tree. The air was still, and the leaves whispered gently in the breeze. Her heart was heavy with the knowledge that the second night of the ball was beginning, and she would not be there to experience it. She knelt at the base of the tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Oh, Mother," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Last night was like a dream, and I fear it will be the only taste of happiness I'll ever know. I wish I could see him again." As she spoke, a soft glow began to emanate from the tree, just as it had the night before. The warmth enveloped her, filling her with a sense of peace and hope. The familiar voice of her mother resonated in her mind, gentle and reassuring. "Have faith, my child. The magic is not yet finished." Before Cinderella could respond, the glow intensified, and she felt the same tingling sensation as her dress transformed once more. This time, her gown was a deep, shimmering blue, like the night sky adorned with tiny stars. Her slippers, still golden, seemed to glint even brighter in the moonlight. She looked down at herself in awe, her heart racing with anticipation. The familiar carriage appeared once again, drawn by the same white horses, their manes braided with ribbons. Without hesitation, Cinderella climbed inside, her pulse quickening as the carriage began its journey toward the palace. The magic of the night filled her with a sense of purpose, as though she were being carried not just to a ball, but to her destiny. When she arrived at the palace, the scene was as magnificent as the night before. The chandeliers sparkled, the marble floors gleamed, and the air buzzed with excitement. But tonight, there was an added sense of anticipation, as though everyone was waiting for something, or someone to arrive. As she entered the ballroom, the same hush fell over the crowd. Her new gown, radiant and celestial, seemed to command attention, and once again, all eyes were on her. But Cinderella had eyes only for the prince, who stood near the staircase as though he had been waiting for her. His face lit up with relief and joy as their eyes met, and he moved toward her without hesitation. "You've returned," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "I was beginning to think I had dreamed you." Cinderella smiled, her heart swelling at the sincerity in his words. "I couldn't stay away," she admitted softly. The orchestra struck up a new melody, and the prince offered his hand. "Then may I have the honor of another dance?" This time, Cinderella felt no hesitation as she placed her hand in his. The music swept them across the floor, their movements fluid and effortless. The crowd watched in awe, their whispers filling the room like a gentle hum. It was clear to everyone that the prince was utterly captivated, his attention fixed entirely on the mysterious woman in his arms. As they danced, they spoke in soft tones. Their words meant only for each other. The prince asked about her life, her dreams, her hopes for the future. Cinderella answered carefully, sharing glimpses of her heart while guarding the truth of her identity. She learned more about him as well, his love for his kingdom, his desire to rule with wisdom and compassion, and his yearning for a partner who could see him for who he truly was, not just the crown he wore. The second night passed in a blur of magic and connection, but as the clock struck 11:30, Cinderella felt the familiar pang of fear. She knew her time was running out. "I must go," she said, her voice tinged with regret. The prince frowned, his eyes searching hers for answers. "Why do you always leave so suddenly? Will you at least tell me your name?" Cinderella hesitated, her heart torn. "Not yet," she whispered, "but I will see you again." Before he could protest, she slipped away, her gown shimmering like starlight as she disappeared into the night. The prince watched her go, his heart heavy with longing, yet filled with hope that she would return once more. The third night of the ball arrived, and Cinderella once again found herself at her mother's hazel tree. This time, she did not need to speak her wishes aloud. The magic of the tree enveloped her, transforming her into a vision of radiant gold. Her gown glimmered like sunlight, and her slippers, as ever, sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance. When she arrived at the palace, the atmosphere was electric. The prince had made it clear that he was waiting for the mysterious woman who had captured his heart. As Cinderella entered the ballroom, the crowd parted for her, their murmurs filled with awe and curiosity. The prince approached her immediately, his relief evident. "You've come back," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I feared I might never see you again." "I could not stay away," she replied, her voice steady but her heart racing. They danced as though the world around them didn't exist. The connection between them deepened with every step, every word exchanged. The prince's gaze never left hers, and Cinderella felt as though she were truly seen, not as a servant or a stranger, but as someone who mattered. As the final hour of the evening approached, Cinderella felt the familiar pang of dread. She knew this was her last chance to hold on to this magical world, to share something real with the man who had shown her kindness and joy. Yet she also knew she could not stay. When the clock struck midnight, she pulled away, her heart breaking as she whispered, "I must go." The prince reached for her, desperation in his eyes. "Please, tell me your name." But Cinderella could not answer. She turned and fled, her golden slippers clicking against the marble floors as the magic began to fade. In her haste, one slipper slipped from her foot, landing on the stairs behind her. She didn't stop to retrieve it, her only thought to escape before the magic vanished entirely. As the palace doors closed behind her, the prince picked up the delicate slipper, holding it as though it were the most precious thing in the world. He made a silent vow. He would find her, no matter how long it took, and discover the truth of the woman who had stolen his heart. The morning after the third and final night of the ball, the palace was awash with speculation and intrigue. The prince's mysterious dance partner had vanished into the night once again, leaving behind only a single golden slipper as a clue to her identity. Prince Henry held the delicate slipper in his hands as though it were the most precious artifact in the kingdom. Its intricate design, so light and fragile, seemed to hold the very essence of the enchanting woman who had captivated him. He had spent the sleepless night replaying every moment with her, every word exchanged, and the look in her eyes that spoke of something deeper, something true. Determined to find her, the prince made an announcement that sent ripples of excitement and anticipation through the kingdom. The golden slipper, he declared, would be the key to identifying the woman who would become his bride. Every maiden in the realm, noble or common, would have the chance to try it on. The woman whose foot fit the slipper perfectly would be the one he had danced with, the one who had captured his heart. His knights and royal messengers were dispatched immediately, carrying the slipper to every corner of the kingdom. The search began in earnest, with the royal entourage traveling from village to village, house to house. Crowds gathered wherever the royal carriage appeared, their faces filled with excitement and curiosity. The golden slipper became the symbol of hope for many young women who dreamed of becoming the prince's bride. Lines of eager maidens formed at every stop, each hoping to be the one who could claim the slipper as her own. The prince accompanied his knights, his presence lending gravity to the search. Though his advisors had warned him against this approach, fearing it would lower his status, he was resolute. He could not entrust this task to others. He needed to see for himself, to be absolutely certain when he found her. The sight of him descending from the carriage, his expression determined yet kind, only added to the fervor of the crowds. At each house, the process was the same. The slipper, protected by a velvet cushion, was carefully presented to each maiden. One by one, they stepped forward, their faces alight with anticipation as they slipped off their shoes and extended their feet. But no matter how hard they tried, the slipper never fit. Some tried to force their feet into it, wincing as they attempted to wedge themselves into its delicate confines. Others, realizing immediately that it was hopeless, stepped back with disappointment etched across their faces. The prince watched each attempt with growing frustration, his heart sinking as the days passed without success. The royal entourage eventually reached Cinderella's village. The news of their arrival spread quickly, and soon the square was teeming with people. Lady Gertrude heard the commotion from the manor, and immediately summoned her daughters. Anastasia and Drizella were beside themselves with excitement, convinced that one of them was destined to marry the prince. They fluttered about, preening and practicing their curtsies, their voices shrill with anticipation. Cinderella, meanwhile, kept her distance. She stood in the shadows of the kitchen, her hands busy with a task she barely noticed. Her heart raced as she listened to the stepsisters' chatter, her mind swirling with thoughts of the prince and the nights they had shared. She dared not hope, dared not believe that he could find her. And even if he did, what would he see? A servant, a girl in rags, unworthy of a place beside him. Yet the memory of his gaze, filled with warmth and recognition, lingered in her mind like a spark that refused to be extinguished. When the prince and his entourage arrived at the manor, Lady Gertrude greeted them with exaggerated politeness, her demeanor calculated and saccharine. She ushered them into the sitting room, where Anastasia and Drizella waited, dressed in their finest gowns and adorned with jewelry that sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the windows. They curtsied deeply, their movements practiced and theatrical, and exchanged fawning words with the prince. The slipper was brought forth, and the stepsisters were invited to try it on. Anastasia went first, her face a mask of determination. She slipped off her shoe and extended her foot, her expression faltering as the slipper stopped short at her toes. She tried again, pushing harder, her face turning red with the effort. But it was no use. The slipper was far too small. She stepped back, flustered and humiliated, as Drizella took her place. Drizella's attempt was no more successful. She twisted her foot this way and that, grimacing as she tried to force the slipper to fit. Lady Gertrude, her composure slipping, intervened with a tight smile. "Perhaps if we loosen the straps a bit," she suggested, but the knights shook their heads firmly. The prince's instructions were clear. The slipper must fit perfectly, without adjustment or alteration. As Drizella finally admitted defeat, the prince's gaze swept across the room. His eyes fell on Cinderella, who stood quietly in the corner, her head bowed as though trying to make herself invisible. Something stirred within him, a familiarity, a sense of recognition that he couldn't ignore. He stepped forward, his voice gentle but commanding. "And you, miss," he said, addressing her directly. "Have you tried the slipper?" Lady Gertrude's face darkened, and she quickly interjected. "Oh, she's just the servant," she said dismissively. "There's no need to trouble yourself with her." The prince's expression hardened. "I insist," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Cinderella looked up, her heart pounding as the room fell silent. The stepsisters stared at her with wide eyes, their shock quickly giving way to scorn and disbelief. Lady Gertrude's lips pressed into a thin line, but she had no choice but to step aside as the prince gestured for Cinderella to come forward. Her hands trembled as she approached, her gaze flickering nervously between the prince and the golden slipper. She sat down slowly, her breath catching as the knight holding the slipper knelt before her. Her stepmother and stepsisters looked on with barely concealed contempt, their whispers sharp and venomous. When the slipper was placed on her foot, it slid on effortlessly, fitting as though it had been made for her. The room fell silent, the tension so thick it seemed to fill the air. Cinderella's stepsisters gasped, their faces pale with shock. Lady Gertrude's expression twisted into one of disbelief and fury, her carefully constructed facade crumbling. The prince's face lit up with joy and recognition. "It's you," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder. "I knew it." Cinderella met his gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Your Highness," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I never thought." Before she could finish, the prince took her hands in his smile warm and sincere. "I don't care who you are or where you come from," he said. "You are the one I've been searching for, the one I danced with, the one who saw me for who I truly am. Will you come with me?" Cinderella's heart swelled as she nodded, unable to find the words to express the whirlwind of emotions coursing through her. The prince helped her to her feet, and as she stood beside him, the light streaming through the window seemed to cast a golden glow around them. Lady Gertrude and her daughters watched helplessly as Cinderella was escorted to the carriage, the golden slipper still glinting on her foot. For the first time in years, Cinderella felt free to dream, to hope, and to embrace the life she had always deserved. The prince's search had come to an end, but Cinderella's journey was just beginning. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as the royal carriage rolled through the gates of the palace, carrying Cinderella and the prince. The golden light of dusk bathed the grand structure in warmth, its spires glowing like something out of a dream. Cinderella sat silently beside the prince, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She had spent so many years longing for freedom, imagining a world beyond the walls of her stepmother's house, yet never daring to believe it could be real. And now, here she was, sitting beside the man who had seen her for who she truly was. The prince, too, was quiet, though his gaze rarely left her. There was a gentleness in his expression, a mixture of wonder and certainty. It was as if, despite the whirlwind of the past few days, he had always known this moment would come. When the carriage came to a halt at the palace steps, he extended his hand to her, his eyes meeting hers. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. Cinderella hesitated, glancing up at the towering palace before her. She had never imagined herself in a place like this, never thought she would be stepping into a world so far removed from the one she knew. But when she looked back at the prince, the warmth in his gaze gave her courage. She placed her hand in his, her fingers trembling slightly, and nodded. The grand doors of the palace opened as they ascended the steps, revealing the breathtaking interior. The ballroom, where they had danced just nights before, was transformed once again, this time with soft candlelight and flowers that filled the air with their fragrance. The room was alive with murmurs as nobles, servants, and attendants gathered to witness the prince's return. Their eyes widened in surprise and curiosity when they saw Cinderella by his side. The queen and king stood at the far end of the room, their regal presence commanding attention. The queen's discerning eyes softened as they rested on Cinderella, while the king exchanged a glance with his son that seemed to hold both approval and understanding. The prince led Cinderella forward, his grip on her hand firm yet comforting. When they reached his parents, he bowed deeply before speaking. "Mother, father, this is the woman I have chosen," he said, his voice steady and clear. "She is the one I danced with, the one I have been searching for. She is the one I love." Cinderella's cheeks flushed, and she dipped into a deep curtsy, her heart pounding in her chest. "Your Majesties," she said softly, her voice tinged with both humility and sincerity. "I am deeply honored." The queen stepped forward, her elegant features lit with a warm smile. She took Cinderella's hands in hers, her gaze searching but kind. "My dear," she said, her voice melodic, "we have heard much about you. It takes a special kind of heart to capture my son's affection so completely." Cinderella blinked back tears, overwhelmed by the kindness in the queen's words. I am no one special, Your Majesty," she replied, her voice trembling. "I have no title, no riches. I am only a girl who has dared to dream." The queen's smile deepened, and she shook her head gently. "Titles and riches mean little in the matters of the heart," she said. "It is your character that matters, and I can already see that your heart is pure and true." The king stepped forward then, his voice booming yet warm. "If my son sees fit to call you his bride, then you are welcome here," he declared. "We are a family that values loyalty, courage, and love above all else, and it seems to me you possess those qualities in abundance." Cinderella's eyes filled with tears, and she could only nod, her voice momentarily lost. The prince stepped closer to her, his hand once again finding hers. "You see," he said softly, his eyes sparkling, "you belong here." The room erupted in applause, the sound echoing through the grand hall like a wave. The prince smiled at Cinderella, and for the first time, she allowed herself to truly believe that she was no longer alone. The life she had once thought impossible was unfolding before her eyes, and the joy of it was almost too much to bear. The festivities that followed were unlike anything Cinderella had ever experienced. The prince introduced her to members of the court, each of whom greeted her with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Servants hurried to prepare a grand feast in her honor, and the orchestra began to play a melody so sweet it brought a smile to her lips. Yet through it all, the prince never left her side, his presence a steady source of comfort. As the evening progressed, Cinderella found herself standing on the palace balcony, looking out over the kingdom. The stars above sparkled like diamonds, and the cool night air brushed against her skin. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the peace of the moment wash over her. "Penny, for your thoughts?" The prince's voice came from behind her, warm and teasing. She turned to find him watching her, his expression soft and curious. "I was just thinking about how much my life has changed," she admitted. "I never thought I would see a night like this. For so long, I was invisible, forgotten." The prince stepped closer, his hand reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. "You were never invisible to me," he said gently. "From the moment I saw you, I knew you were someone extraordinary." Cinderella smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "You saw me when no one else did," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "For that, I will always be grateful." The prince took her hand, his thumb brushing lightly over her knuckles. "And I am grateful for you," he replied, "for showing me what it means to truly see someone, to truly care. I never want to let you go." Tears glistened in Cinderella's eyes as she looked up at him. "Then don't," she whispered. In that moment, as the stars above them bore witness, the prince leaned down and kissed her. It was a kiss filled with all the love, hope, and promises that words could not express. The past, with all its hardships, faded away, leaving only the present, a moment of pure joy and connection. The sound of applause and cheers reached them from the ballroom, where the court had clearly witnessed their exchange. Cinderella laughed softly, her cheeks flushed, and the prince smiled at her, his expression one of unshakable devotion. "Shall we return?" he asked, offering his arm. Cinderella nodded, slipping her arm through his. Together, they stepped back into the warmth of the ballroom where their future awaited them. The world they entered was one of light and celebration, but more importantly, it was one they would face together. For Cinderella, the journey to this moment had been long and filled with trials, but it had also taught her the strength of kindness, the power of hope, and the beauty of love. As the music swelled and the room filled with laughter and dancing, Cinderella realized that her story was not just her own. It was a story of resilience, of believing in the impossible, and of finding the courage to reach for a better life. And, as she danced with the prince beneath the glittering chandeliers, she knew that this was only the beginning of their happily ever after. The day of the royal wedding dawned with a brilliance that seemed to echo the joy of the kingdom. The sun bathed the palace in a warm, golden light, and the air hummed with anticipation. From every corner of the land, people flocked to the capital to catch a glimpse of the bride and groom. The streets were alive with celebration. Children chased each other with ribbons. Merchants sold sweets and flowers, and musicians played festive tunes that echoed through the bustling crowds. Inside the palace, Cinderella stood in her chambers, staring at her reflection in the gilded mirror. Her wedding gown was a masterpiece, crafted from shimmering silk and adorned with delicate embroidery of flowers and vines, a subtle nod to the hazel tree at her mother's grave. A flowing veil, as light as a whisper, cascaded from her hair, which was swept up in elegant waves adorned with tiny pearls. She hardly recognized herself, yet there was a quiet confidence in her gaze, a reflection of the journey that had brought her to this moment. As her attendants adjusted the final details of her gown, the queen entered the room, her presence both regal and warm. She placed a gentle hand on Cinderella's shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. "You look radiant, my dear," she said softly. "Today is not just the beginning of your life with my son. It is a day that will be remembered by all who see the kindness and courage that brought you here." Cinderella smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she replied. "I only hope to live up to the faith you and the prince have placed in me." The queen's smile deepened. "You already have, my child." In the grand cathedral, the ceremony was as breathtaking as the day itself. The towering arches of the building were adorned with garlands of white roses and lilies, their fragrance filling the air. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the marble floor. The pews were filled with nobles and commoners alike, all eager to witness the union of their beloved prince and the mysterious young woman who had captured his heart. As the doors opened and Cinderella began her walk down the aisle, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. She moved with a grace and dignity that belied her humble origins, her every step a testament to the strength and resilience that had carried her through years of hardship. The prince stood at the altar, his eyes fixed on her with a love so profound it seemed to fill the entire cathedral. When she reached him, he took her hand, his touch steady and reassuring. Together, they exchanged their vows, their voices steady and filled with emotion. The ceremony was simple yet profound, a union not just of two people, but of two souls who had found in each other a love that transcended status and circumstance. As they exchanged rings, the crowd erupted into cheers, the sound echoing through the cathedral and spilling out into the streets. The king and queen watched with pride, their approval evident in their smiles. For the people of the kingdom, this was more than a royal wedding. It was a celebration of hope, of the idea that love and goodness could prevail even in the face of adversity. Yet not everyone shared in the joy of the day. In the far corner of the cathedral, Lady Gertrude and her daughters sat stiffly, their faces pale and drawn. They had been invited to the wedding, though it was clear their presence was more a formality than a gesture of forgiveness. Lady Gertrude's sharp eyes darted around the room, taking in the grandeur she had always craved but would never attain. Anastasia and Drizella, their usual arrogance replaced by discomfort, fidgeted in their seats, casting envious glances at Cinderella. When the ceremony concluded and the newlyweds made their way out of the cathedral, the stepsisters could no longer contain their bitterness. They approached Cinderella as she stood greeting well-wishers in the palace gardens, their false smiles poorly masking their jealousy. "Congratulations, dear sister," Anastasia said, her voice dripping with forced sweetness. "You've done quite well for yourself." "Yes," Drizella added, her tone equally insincere. "Who would have thought that someone like you could end up as a princess?" Cinderella turned to them, her expression calm and composed. She had anticipated this moment and had prepared herself to face it with the same kindness and grace that had carried her through every trial. "Thank you for your kind words," she said, her voice steady. "I hope this day reminds us all of the importance of love and forgiveness." Lady Gertrude stepped forward then, her smile tight. "How generous of you, dear Cinderella," she said, her tone laced with condescension. But surely you must understand that such lofty ideals are easier to espouse from the palace. The prince, who had been observing from a short distance, stepped forward, his presence commanding. "Lady Gertrude," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Today is a day of celebration, not discord. If you cannot offer genuine goodwill, I suggest you take your leave." Lady Gertrude stiffened, her composure faltering under the prince's steady gaze. "Of course, Your Highness," she said, dipping into a shallow curtsy. "We mean no disrespect." As they retreated, the prince turned to Cinderella, his expression softening. "You have shown them more grace than they deserve," he said quietly, "but that is why you are who you are." Cinderella smiled at him, her heart swelling with love. "They are part of my past," she said, "but today is about the future." The wedding feast that followed was a marvel of music, laughter, and celebration. Long tables laden with delicacies stretched across the palace gardens, their surfaces adorned with garlands of flowers and glowing lanterns. Guests danced beneath the stars, their joy filling the night air. Cinderella and the prince moved among them, their happiness infectious as they shared their first hours as husband and wife. As the night drew on, the king stood to make a toast. He raised his glass, his voice carrying over the crowd. "To my son and his bride," he declared, his eyes shining with pride. "May their union bring joy to this kingdom and serve as a reminder that love, courage, and kindness will always prevail." The crowd erupted into cheers, their glasses raised high. Cinderella looked around at the faces of her new family, her friends, and the people who had gathered to celebrate her happiness. For the first time in her life, she felt truly seen, truly valued, and truly loved. And so, as the stars shone brightly above the palace, Cinderella and the prince began their new life together. A life built on the foundations of love, hope, and the unwavering belief that even the most humble beginnings could lead to a story worth celebrating. Years passed, and the story of Cinderella and the prince became one of the kingdom's most cherished tales, recounted in cottages and castles alike. It was a story of resilience, of love triumphing over hardship, and of kindness as a force that could change even the harshest of circumstances. But for Cinderella, her journey didn't end with her marriage to the prince. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, one where she could use her position to bring light to others. As queen, Cinderella embraced her new role with the same grace and humility that had defined her life before the palace. The court, initially skeptical of a young woman of humble origins ascending to such a high position, quickly came to admire her. Her warmth, intelligence, and genuine care for others made her beloved among the people, and it wasn't long before she became known as the Queen of Kindness. One of Cinderella's first acts as queen was to open the palace gates to the people, inviting them to share their concerns and joys. Every week, she held an open court where anyone, regardless of status, could come to speak with her. She listened with genuine interest, her heart breaking for those who suffered, and her mind constantly working to find ways to improve their lives. Farmers brought news of poor harvests. Artisans spoke of their struggles to find patrons, and children, wide-eyed with wonder, simply came to see their queen. Cinderella welcomed them all with the same compassion, never letting the weight of her crown separate her from those she served. The prince, inspired by her example, worked tirelessly alongside her. Together, they implemented reforms to ensure fair treatment for all, regardless of wealth or status. They established schools for children in even the most remote villages, recognizing that education was the key to a brighter future. They restructured the kingdom's laws to protect the vulnerable, including widows, orphans, and the elderly, ensuring that no one would endure the kind of hardship Cinderella had known. The palace itself became a haven for those in need. Cinderella transformed its once exclusive gardens into spaces where anyone could come to find peace and solace. She encouraged the cultivation of vegetables and herbs, which were distributed to those who needed them most. The hazel tree from her childhood, transplanted to the palace grounds, grew tall and strong, its branches spreading wide as though embracing all who sought shelter beneath it. The tree became a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even the smallest seed could grow into something extraordinary. Cinderella's relationship with her stepmother and stepsisters, however, remained complicated. After the wedding, Lady Gertrude and her daughters returned to their manor, their pride bruised and their ambitions thwarted. They lived in relative obscurity, their wealth dwindling as the years passed. Cinderella, despite all they had done to her, did not forget them. She sent letters offering assistance, invitations to the palace, and tokens of goodwill. At first, Lady Gertrude and her daughters ignored these gestures, their bitterness too deep to allow reconciliation. But Cinderella's persistence, her refusal to return cruelty for cruelty, eventually began to soften their hearts. One day, years after the wedding, Lady Gertrude and her daughters arrived at the palace unannounced. They were humbled, their once proud demeanor replaced by quiet resignation. Cinderella welcomed them with open arms, her warmth undiminished. She listened as they apologized for their actions, their voices trembling with regret. "We were blinded by our own desires," Lady Gertrude admitted, her head bowed. "We failed to see the goodness in you, and for that, we are truly sorry." Cinderella's response was simple but profound. "Kindness is not diminished by the wrongs of others," she said. "It is strengthened by forgiveness. You are family, and you will always have a place here." The reconciliation was not instant, nor was it without its challenges. But over time, the wounds began to heal. Anastasia and Drizella found meaningful roles within the kingdom, using their talents in art and music to contribute to the court. Lady Gertrude, though less involved, lived out her days in quiet reflection, her relationship with Cinderella transforming into one of mutual respect. The legacy of Cinderella's kindness extended far beyond her personal relationships. Her story inspired countless others to embrace compassion in their own lives. In villages across the kingdom, people began to look out for one another, offering help to neighbors in need and welcoming strangers with open arms. The kingdom flourished, not just because of economic reforms or royal decrees, but because its people began to embody the values their queen held dear. Even the children of the kingdom felt the ripple effects of her influence. Stories of Cinderella's rise from servant to queen became bedtime tales, teaching lessons of courage, kindness, and perseverance. Parents reminded their children that goodness could be found in even the darkest moments, and that dreams, no matter how impossible they seemed, were worth chasing. As the years passed, Cinderella and the prince raised a family of their own. Their children grew up surrounded by love and guided by the same principles their parents cherished. The royal family was often seen walking among the people, visiting markets, attending festivals, and sharing in the joys and struggles of those they ruled. They were not distant figures, but part of the fabric of the kingdom, beloved and trusted. One evening, as the sun set over the palace gardens, Cinderella sat beneath the hazel tree with her children. They listened intently as she told them the story of her life, of the hardships she had faced, the magic that had changed her fate, and the choices that had brought her to where she was now. She spoke of her mother's words, the ones that had carried her through even the darkest days. "Be kind, my darling, no matter what life brings." Her youngest daughter, wide-eyed and curious, asked, "Did you ever stop being kind, Mama, even when people were mean to you?" Cinderella smiled, her eyes shining with both joy and the weight of memory. "There were moments when it was hard," she admitted. "But kindness is not about what others deserve. It's about the kind of person you choose to be." As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Cinderella looked around at her family, her heart full. The life she had built, the love she had found, the joy she had shared, the good she had done, was more than she had ever dared to dream. Her story, once filled with sorrow, had become a testament to the transformative power of hope and compassion. And so, as the kingdom thrived under her care and her legacy grew with each passing year, Cinderella's name became synonymous with kindness. Her story was a reminder to all that even the smallest acts of love could change the world, and that even the humblest beginnings could lead to the most extraordinary endings. Atlantis was a marvel unlike anything the world had ever known. Resting in the cradle of a vast and shimmering ocean, it was said to have been crafted by the hands of gods themselves. Its beauty defied mortal comprehension, a city of golden spires that pierced the heavens, their tips gleaming in the sunlight like captured stars. Between the towers flowed crystalline waterways that reflected the city's splendor, lined with bridges carved from pure alabaster. At the heart of Atlantis stood the Grand Temple of Tides, a monument to the goddess who watched over the seas, its columns adorned with coral and its walls etched with stories of the city's divine origins. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora, carried by gentle breezes that whispered through gardens of rare and luminous plants. The Atlanteans had a profound bond with nature, cultivating life that flourished in harmony with their world. Birds of iridescent plumage flitted between trees that bore fruit of every imaginable hue, their songs mingling with the soft trickle of fountains. Beyond the city's boundaries, rolling hills of emerald grass stretched to meet the horizon, kissed by streams that sparkled like liquid glass. Atlantis was more than a city. It was paradise brought to life. The people of Atlantis mirrored the splendor of their home. They were tall and graceful, their features marked by a timeless elegance. Skin tones ranged from sun-kissed bronze to deep mahogany, reflecting the diversity that had blossomed within their society. Their clothing, woven from materials finer than silk, shimmered in the light, embroidered with intricate patterns that told stories of their heritage. They wore jewels not as symbols of wealth, but as tokens of connection to the earth, the sea, and the stars. Their wisdom and innovation set them apart. Atlanteans had unlocked the secrets of the natural world, mastering technologies that seemed indistinguishable from magic. Energy flowed through their city, clean and inexhaustible, drawn from the earth's core and the ocean's depths. They rode chariots that glided above the ground, and their knowledge of medicine was so advanced that illness was a rarity. They had even learned to commune with the creatures of the sea, forging bonds with dolphins and whales that carried messages across vast distances. To outsiders, Atlantis seemed like a dream, a utopia of progress, beauty, and peace. Yet, beneath its perfection, there were whispers of unease. For centuries, the Atlanteans had thrived, their wealth and prosperity unmatched. But over time, cracks began to form in the foundation of their paradise. Their pride, once a source of inspiration, began to twist into hubris. The elite grew restless, demanding more power, more resources, more dominion over the world beyond their shores. The once gentle tides that surrounded Atlantis now seemed to churn with an unspoken warning, as if the sea itself sensed the imbalance taking root in the hearts of its stewards. In the midst of this splendor and silent unrest, a young scholar named Kale spent his days wandering the halls of Atlantis's great library. The library was a marvel in its own right, its walls carved from a translucent crystal that refracted light into a kaleidoscope of colors. Thousands of scrolls and codices filled its endless shelves, preserving the wisdom of ages. Kyle had always been a dreamer, captivated by tales of the lands and peoples beyond Atlantis. His heart ached to see the world with his own eyes, to learn its mysteries and forge connections that could unite all of humanity. But within the golden walls of his home, such dreams were seen as foolish. Why venture beyond perfection? Why risk the unknown when Atlantis offered everything one could ever desire? Kale often found solace in the company of Liara, a high priestess of the Temple of Tides. Liara was revered across Atlantis for her wisdom and devotion to the goddess of the sea. She carried an air of serenity, her every movement as fluid and graceful as the waves she worshipped. Her deep, cerulean eyes seemed to hold the ocean's secrets, and her voice, soft yet commanding, could calm even the fiercest storms of the heart. Though her duties kept her bound to the temple, she shared Kale's curiosity about the world, and often indulged his musings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in hues of amber and violet, Kyle and Liara stood at the edge of the central canal. The water reflected the sky like a mirror, its surface rippling gently as if the city itself were breathing. Liara had just finished her daily prayers, and Kale had been waiting for her, eager to share a discovery he'd made in the library. "Do you ever wonder," Kale began, his voice tinged with both excitement and hesitation, "if we've grown too comfortable here? If maybe, just maybe, we're not meant to stay within these walls forever?" Liara smiled, though there was a trace of sadness in her expression. "The world beyond is vast and beautiful, Kale, but it is also chaotic and untamed. Atlantis was gifted to us by the gods as a sanctuary. To leave it behind would be to abandon their blessing." "But what if staying means losing ourselves?" Kale pressed. "What if the gods didn't intend for us to isolate ourselves, but to share what we've learned, to build bridges, not walls?" Liara didn't respond immediately. Instead, she gazed out at the horizon, where the last rays of sunlight melted into the sea. "The goddess speaks to me in whispers, Kyle," she said finally. "Lately, her voice has been different. There's a sorrow in it I can't explain. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps we've lost our way." The weight of her words hung between them as the first stars appeared in the night sky. Kyle wanted to say more, to convince her that their future lay beyond the borders of Atlantis, but a part of him hesitated. Liara bore the burdens of her people more deeply than anyone he knew, and he feared adding to her pain. Far above them, on the highest balcony of the royal palace, King Oran stood alone, gazing down at his city. His once vivid hair had turned silver, and his shoulders bore the weight of countless sleepless nights. For weeks, his dreams had been plagued by visions of Atlantis' destruction. Waters rising, fires consuming, and voices crying out in despair. He had confided in no one, not even Lyara, fearing that to speak of it would make it real. Yet, as he looked out over the city bathed in moonlight, a profound sense of foreboding gripped him. Atlantis had always been a beacon of hope, a testament to what humanity could achieve. But now, he wondered if it had become a monument to their arrogance. He closed his eyes, silently praying to the goddess for guidance. The sea's response was a distant roar, its waves crashing harder against the shores than they ever had before. For all its beauty, Atlantis stood on the brink of a fate it could not yet see. Its people danced and sang beneath the stars, unaware that their paradise was built on borrowed time. The sea, once a source of life and abundance, now watched with an ominous patience. It would not be long before it reclaimed what was always meant to be its own. Atlantis was a masterpiece, a city carved from the dreams of gods and men, standing proudly as the epitome of human achievement. Its magnificence was woven into every corner of its vast expanse, where towering spires reached toward the heavens, and streets of polished white stone shimmered under the sun. The canals that ran through the city were alive, not merely with the crystal-clear waters that flowed endlessly, but with the gentle hum of energy that coursed through them, a subtle reminder of the advanced knowledge that sustained the city's harmony. The Atlanteans called it the breath of the ocean, a force that powered their chariots, their homes, and their lives, drawn from the endless rhythms of the sea and the earth's core. The city was a labyrinth of artistry and innovation. Its walls bore intricate carvings of the gods who had blessed Atlantis with their favor, their depictions larger than life, watching over the people with unyielding gazes. Temples dedicated to various deities adorned the landscape, their roofs crowned with gemstones that caught the light and scattered it in radiant patterns across the streets below. Even the smallest dwelling was a marvel, adorned with mosaics that told stories of heroism, love, and divine intervention. These homes were crafted not merely for shelter, but as expressions of the Atlanteans' deep reverence for beauty and meaning in all things. Commerce thrived in the grand marketplaces, where traders from across the city gathered to sell wares unlike anything found elsewhere. There were fabrics that shimmered like liquid silver, fruits that glowed faintly as if lit from within, and crystals that emitted soft, soothing hums when held. Merchants called out their offers in melodic tones, their voices blending into a harmonious symphony of life and prosperity. Above the markets, soaring chariots glided effortlessly, their passengers enjoying the spectacle below as they moved between towering structures suspended on platforms that defied gravity. The people of Atlantis were no less extraordinary than their city. They were a society of thinkers, creators, and dreamers. Scholars debated philosophy and science in open courtyards, their discussions shaping the very fabric of Atlantean life. Artisans sculpted masterpieces from marble and quartz, their works so lifelike they seemed ready to step down from their pedestals. Musicians played instruments that produced sounds so ethereal they could move listeners to tears, and poets spun words that resonated deep within the soul. Atlantis was a place where every individual was encouraged to explore the limits of their potential, their collective brilliance weaving a tapestry of boundless creativity. Yet, for all their achievements, the Atlanteans were not without flaw. Over the centuries, their prosperity had planted seeds of arrogance. The harmony that had once defined their society began to erode, replaced by an insidious hunger for more. More wealth, more power, more dominion over the natural world. The elite, who had long been seen as stewards of Atlantis' well-being, grew insular and self-serving. They constructed palatial estates that dwarfed the modest homes of the common folk. Their gardens filled with exotic plants brought at great expense from distant lands. For them, Atlantis was not merely a home, but a stage upon which to display their wealth and superiority. Kyle often wandered the outskirts of the city, where the contrast between grandeur and neglect was most striking. Here, the air was less fragrant, the canals less pristine. The people who lived in these districts toiled endlessly to maintain the city's splendor, their labor unacknowledged by those who reaped its benefits. Kyle, with his insatiable curiosity, would speak to them, listening to their stories and struggles. He found them to be no less brilliant than the scholars and artists he admired, their wisdom born of resilience, and their creativity a testament to their determination. Yet, their voices were rarely heard in the grand halls of Atlantis where decisions were made. Liara, too, began to sense the cracks in their paradise. As a high priestess, she had long been attuned to the goddess's will, her prayers a bridge between the divine and the mortal. But in recent months, her connection to the goddess had grown strained. During her rituals, she felt a heaviness in the air, as if the sea itself were restless. The sacred waters that filled the temple's pools no longer glowed with the same soft light, their surface occasionally marred by ripples that had no earthly cause. Liara prayed for guidance, but the goddess's voice, once clear and reassuring, now came to her in fragmented whispers, heavy with sorrow. One evening, as Liara performed a cleansing ritual in the temple, she noticed something unusual. The waters in the central pool began to darken, swirling as if alive. From the depths emerged a single pearl, larger than any she had ever seen, its surface iridescent yet marred by a faint crack. She held it in her hands, its warmth pulsing like a heartbeat. It was a sign, though its meaning eluded her. Liara took it as a warning, a manifestation of the goddess's displeasure, a symbol of the fragile balance that held Atlantis together. Meanwhile, the city's leaders remained blind to these signs. In their arrogance, they believed Atlantis to be untouchable, a fortress of perfection that no force, mortal or divine, could challenge. They dismissed the growing unrest among the common folk, who had begun to question the inequities that defined their lives. They ignored the increasingly erratic behavior of the seas, the way the tides no longer followed their predictable patterns, and they scoffed at the scholars and priests who warned of the dangers of overreaching their bounds. Kyle, ever the idealist, refused to accept their complacency. In the great library, he unearthed ancient texts that spoke of a time before Atlantis, when the world was wild and untamed. These writings told of civilizations that had risen and fallen, their hubris leading to their undoing. He shared his findings with Liara, hoping to inspire her to act. But even she, burdened by the weight of tradition and duty, hesitated to challenge the status quo. One day, Kyle ventured beyond the city's walls to the cliffs that overlooked the vast ocean. There, he watched as waves crashed against the rocks, their force both mesmerizing and terrifying. It was here that he felt the true power of the sea, a force that gave life but could just as easily take it away. He thought of Atlantis, so proud and unyielding, and wondered if they had forgotten this truth. The city, for all its splendor, was not invincible. It was as much a part of the natural world as the cliffs and the waves, and it was subject to the same laws. When he returned to the city, Kyle tried once more to share his concerns, this time with a council of elders. He spoke passionately, his words carrying the urgency of a man who had seen the fragility of their existence. He warned of the signs, the restless seas, the growing inequities, the goddess's silence. But the elders, seated in their opulent chamber adorned with gold and gemstones, dismissed him. They saw him as a dreamer, his warnings the ramblings of a young man who did not understand the strength of Atlantis. Their dismissal only strengthened Kale's resolve. He began to gather like-minded individuals, scholars, priests, and laborers who shared his fears. Together, they formed a quiet alliance, determined to prepare for the worst. They began designing arks, massive vessels that could carry the people of Atlantis to safety should disaster strike. It was a plan born of hope and desperation, a last resort for a city that refused to see its own vulnerabilities. Liara, though torn, chose to support Kyle. She used her influence to gather resources and spread his message, even as she continued her duties at the temple. Her faith in the goddess remained steadfast, but she could not ignore the signs that their paradise was unraveling. She prayed that they were wrong, that Atlantis would endure. But deep in her heart, she knew that the city's splendor had become its greatest weakness. Atlantis, for all its brilliance, had lost sight of the balance that had once defined it. Its people had turned away from the values that had made their society great, replacing humility with pride and harmony with division. The sea, ever watchful, could sense the shift. Its waves no longer caressed the shores with gentle affection, but crashed against them with growing intensity. The breath of the ocean, the force that had sustained Atlantis for so long, now carried a warning in its hum, a warning that few were willing to hear. The city remained as beautiful as ever, its golden spires gleaming in the sunlight, its canals reflecting the endless blue of the sky. But beneath its surface, a storm was brewing, one that would soon test the very foundation of all they had built. Atlantis stood on the edge of a precipice, its people blissfully unaware of the fall that awaited them. The city of Atlantis was still beautiful, still golden, but Kyle could feel its heartbeat faltering. The spires that pierced the heavens no longer inspired awe in him as they once did. Instead, they seemed to loom like silent sentinels, watching over a paradise that was crumbling from within. And yet, amidst the cracks spreading through the city, he found solace in Liara. She was his anchor, his constant, a flicker of light in a world dimmed by greed and denial. Their love, though forbidden, thrived in the shadows, nurtured by whispered words and fleeting touches stolen in moments of quiet secrecy. Kyle often found Liara at the Temple of Tides, her figure illuminated by the soft glow of the sacred waters. The temple, with its towering columns and endless pools of shimmering liquid, was a place where the divine and the mortal worlds intertwined. Liara moved with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her white robes trailing behind her like waves as she carried out her duties as High Priestess. She was revered by all, a symbol of hope and purity. But Kale saw the weight she carried, the burden of a city that looked to her for answers she did not have. One evening, as the city settled into the embrace of twilight, Kyle waited for her by the temple's gardens. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, their petals glowing faintly in the fading light. Liara emerged from the temple, her face calm, but her eyes betraying a weariness she could not hide from him. Without a word, she walked to him, and they found their way to a secluded corner of the garden, a hidden alcove where vines draped like curtains and the world beyond seemed to disappear. "I saw the pearl again," Liara said softly, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. She looked down at her hands as though she could still feel its warmth pulsing against her skin. "It grows darker each time. I fear it is more than a warning now. It is a judgment." Kyle reached out, his fingers brushing hers in a gesture of comfort. "Judgment can be turned, Liara. We can still change our course." She lifted her gaze to meet his, her cerulean eyes filled with a mixture of hope and despair. "Do you truly believe that? Do you think the goddess will forgive us for what we've become?" "I have to believe it," he replied, his voice firm. "If I don't, then what's the point of any of this? The goddess may be angry, but she gave us the wisdom to act, the chance to make things right. We can't just give up." Liara smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "You have always been the dreamer, Kale. Perhaps that is why I love you." The words hung between them, fragile and precious. Though neither had ever spoken of their love so plainly, it had been there all along, unspoken but undeniable. Liara reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. For a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift, and they were simply two souls seeking refuge in each other. Their moments together were always fleeting, stolen from the demands of their lives. But they made the most of them, finding beauty in the smallest things, a shared laugh, the way the moonlight danced on the water, the warmth of a hand held in secret. It was in these moments that Kale felt truly alive, his fears and doubts replaced by a certainty he found only in her presence. But even their love could not shield them from the growing tensions within Atlantis. The signs of unrest were everywhere. The common folk whispered of rebellion, their voices growing louder with each passing day. The elite tightened their grip on power, refusing to acknowledge the cracks forming beneath their golden facade. And the sea, once a gentle guardian, had become a restless force, its waves rising higher and crashing harder against the city's shores. Liara's duties as High Priestess grew heavier as the city's turmoil deepened. She spent her days performing rituals and offering prayers, hoping to soothe the goddess's anger and bring the peace to her people. But the goddess remained distant, her voice a faint whisper that Liara struggled to interpret. The sacred waters in the temple pools grew darker, their once calm surfaces now rippled with an unearthly energy. Liara confided in Kyle, her fears spilling out like the tides she could no longer control. "She's turning away from us," Liara said one night as they sat by the canal, the water reflecting the starlit sky. Her voice trembled, and Kyle could see the tears she fought to hold back. "The goddess gave us everything, and we've squandered it. We've turned her gifts into weapons of greed and power. How can she forgive us for that?" Kyle took her hand, his grip steady and reassuring. "The goddess chose you, Liara. She speaks to you because she hasn't given up on us. If she had, she wouldn't bother to warn us at all." "But what if it's too late?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "What if no matter what we do, Atlantis is doomed?" Kyle pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers. "Then we do everything we can to save what we can. We fight for the people who still believe in something better. We fight for each other." Liara closed her eyes, letting his words wash over her. She wanted to believe him, to hold on to the hope he carried so fiercely. But the vision of the darkened pearl lingered in her mind, a constant reminder of the fragility of their world. As the days passed, the tension between Kale and Liara's roles became more pronounced. Kale threw himself into his efforts to prepare for the city's potential collapse, gathering allies and resources to build the arcs. He faced resistance at every turn, his warnings dismissed as the ramblings of a fearful young man. But he refused to give up, driven by a determination that burned brighter with each setback. Liara, meanwhile, struggled with her own inner conflict. Her loyalty to the goddess and her duties as High Priestess often clashed with her love for Kale and her growing belief in his vision. She felt torn between the life she had been chosen for and the one she longed to share with him. Each day brought new challenges, and the weight of her choices grew heavier. Their love became both a source of strength and a painful reminder of the precariousness of their situation. In Kyle, Liara found the courage to face the uncertainty of their future. In Liara, Kyle found the resolve to keep fighting for a better tomorrow. But they both knew that their time together was borrowed, their moments of happiness overshadowed by the looming shadow of ruin. One night, as a storm raged over Atlantis, Kyle and Liara stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea. The wind howled around them, and the waves crashed against the rocks with a fury that mirrored the turmoil in their hearts. Kyle held Liara close, his arms wrapped protectively around her as they watched the tempest unfold. "Do you remember the stories they used to tell us as children?" Kyle asked, his voice barely audible over the wind. "About how the sea is both a giver and a taker, how it gives life but demands respect in return?" Liara nodded, her hair whipping around her face. "I never thought I'd see the day it turned against us." Kyle looked at her, his expression filled with determination. "It hasn't turned against us, Liara. It's trying to wake us up, to remind us of what we've forgotten." She met his gaze, her eyes searching his for the strength she needed. "Do you think we can wake up in time?" "I don't know," he admitted. "But I do know that whatever happens, I'll fight for you. For us." Liara pressed her forehead against his, their breaths mingling as they stood together against the storm. In that moment, their love felt like the only thing that could withstand the chaos around them. A fragile but unyielding force, like a flame flickering in the wind. As the storm raged on, the two lovers held onto each other, their hearts bound by a love that transcended the uncertainty of their world. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for now, in the shadow of ruin, they found comfort in the knowledge that they would face it together. The storm that had raged over Atlantis seemed to leave its mark on the city, not in the form of physical destruction, but in the oppressive stillness that followed. The air felt heavier, as though the sea itself held its breath, and the once vibrant hum of life in Atlantis seemed muted. Liara felt the change deeply, though she couldn't yet articulate what it meant. Each day at the Temple of Tides, she carried out her rituals with a growing sense of urgency, as if her prayers could stave off the calamity she feared was drawing closer. The temple had always been her sanctuary, a place where she could feel the presence of the goddess as tangibly as the ocean breeze on her skin. Its pools, fed by the sacred springs deep beneath Atlantis, had always glowed with an ethereal light. But now, that light was dimming. The waters no longer mirrored the calm of the sea, but churned with an energy that unsettled her. The priests and acolytes noticed it too, their whispered concerns echoing through the temple halls. but none dared voice their fears aloud. Liara bore the weight of their unspoken worries, her every prayer tinged with desperation. One night, Liara remained in the temple long after the other priests had departed. The city outside was silent, its golden streets bathed in the pale glow of the moon. She knelt by the largest of the sacred pools, her hands resting on the cool stone rim as she gazed into its depths. The water was dark, nearly black, and its surface rippled even though there was no breeze. Liara closed her eyes and began to pray, her voice barely a whisper. "Great goddess of the sea, hear your servant's plea. Guide me, for I am lost. Show me the path to restore balance, to save your people. I beg of you, do not turn away from us." For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the waters began to stir. Liara opened her eyes as the pool's surface started to glow faintly, the light spreading outward like the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. She leaned closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The light grew brighter, illuminating the temple with a cold, otherworldly glow. And then she heard it, a voice low and resonant, like the echo of waves crashing against distant cliffs. Liara. The sound of her name sent a shiver down her spine. It was the voice of the goddess, but it was not the voice she had known all her life. This voice was heavier, filled with sorrow and an undercurrent of anger. Liara bowed her head, her hands trembling against the stone. "Great goddess," she said, her voice faltering, "I am here. I seek your guidance." The light in the pool began to shift, forming shapes and patterns that seemed to dance across the water's surface. Liara watched as the images coalesced into a vision, a golden city crumbling beneath the weight of towering waves. Fires burned amidst the flood, their smoke rising into a sky darkened by storm clouds. She saw people running, their faces twisted in fear and despair, their cries swallowed by the roar of the sea. And then, in the heart of the chaos, she saw herself, standing alone in the temple as the waters rose around her. "The time of reckoning is near," the goddess's voice intoned. "Atlantis has strayed from the path of balance. The gifts I bestowed have been squandered, twisted into tools of greed and destruction. The harmony that once defined your people is no more." Liara felt tears streaming down her face as she watched the vision unfold. "Please, great goddess," she pleaded, "tell me how we can make this right. Tell me how we can save our home." The vision shifted, showing a vast, endless ocean. In its depths, Liara saw something glimmering, a pearl larger and brighter than the one she had found before. It pulsed with a warm, golden light, but as she watched, the light began to fade, replaced by a dull, lifeless gray. "The pearl of balance is cracking," the goddess said. "Its light dims with each act of hubris, each moment of greed. If it shatters, there will be no salvation. Atlantis will fall, and the sea will reclaim what was always meant to be hers." Liara's hands tightened on the edge of the pool. "There must be something we can do," she said, her voice shaking. "Some way to restore the balance." The light in the pool flickered, and the goddess's voice grew softer, almost mournful. "Sacrifice," she said. "Only through sacrifice can the balance be restored. But know this, Liara. Not all will survive. The path ahead is fraught with pain and loss." Liara's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to ask what kind of sacrifice was needed, but the light in the pool began to fade, and the voice of the goddess grew fainter. "Choose wisely, Liara," the goddess said. for the fate of Atlantis rests in your hands." The pool returned to its usual dark, rippling state, and the temple fell silent once more. Liara sat back on her heels, her hands trembling and her mind racing. The vision had confirmed her worst fears. Atlantis was on the brink of destruction, and she had been entrusted with the impossible task of saving it. She felt a crushing weight settle on her chest, a burden she wasn't sure she was strong enough to bear. When she finally rose to her feet, the first light of dawn was creeping through the temple's windows. Liara left the temple and made her way to the cliffs overlooking the sea. The horizon was painted in shades of gold and pink, the ocean calm and deceptively peaceful. She stood there for a long time, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, doubt, and determination. She thought of Kale and his unwavering belief that Atlantis could change, that it was not too late to turn the tide. His passion and hope had always been a source of strength for her, but now she wondered if even he would falter in the face of what the goddess had revealed. The weight of her love for him mingled with the weight of her duty, and she felt as though she were being torn in two. That evening, Liara met Kyle in their hidden alcove in the temple gardens. She told him everything: the vision, the goddess's words, and the ominous warning of sacrifice. Kyle listened in silence, his expression unreadable, but she could see the storm brewing behind his eyes. When she finished, he took her hands in his grip firm and steady. "Liara, I don't know if we can stop what's coming," he said, "but if there's even the smallest chance, we have to try. We can't give up, not now." Liara searched his face, her heart aching with a mixture of love and despair. "What if the goddess is right?" she asked. "What if it's already too late?" Kyle shook his head. "It's only too late if we stop fighting. If there's one thing I've learned from you, Liara, it's that faith isn't about certainty. It's about hope. And I have to believe that hope is enough." His words gave her strength, but the shadow of the goddess's warning lingered in her mind. As they sat together beneath the stars, Liara vowed to do everything in her power to protect Atlantis and the people she loved. She didn't know what sacrifices lay ahead, but she was willing to face them, even if it meant losing everything she held dear. The final days of Atlantis began with whispers of unease carried on the salt-laden breeze, as if the sea itself were trying to warn its people. The skies, once a serene expanse of blue, darkened prematurely each evening, painted with ominous streaks of red and gold. The golden spires of the city, still dazzling in the sunlight, now seemed to shimmer with a fragile desperation, their beauty a defiant but hollow stand against the inevitable. Kyle stood on the balcony of the great library, watching as the horizon trembled under the weight of rising storm clouds. He could feel it in his bones. The end was near. Kyle had devoted himself entirely to preparing for the catastrophe he knew was coming. Alongside the small group of allies he had gathered, he worked tirelessly in secret, constructing the arks that he hoped would save at least some of Atlantis's people. The vessels were massive, their curved hulls reinforced with rare materials designed to withstand the fury of the sea. They were hidden in a secluded cove outside the city, far from the prying eyes of the elite, who still refused to acknowledge the signs of their impending doom. The work was grueling, but it gave Kyle a purpose that dulled the sting of despair. Each hammer strike and joint sealed felt like an act of defiance against the fate the goddess had foretold. Yet, as the days passed, the sense of urgency grew unbearable. The sea was no longer a gentle guardian. Its waves lashed against the shores with increasing ferocity, eroding the once pristine beaches. Earthquakes, subtle at first, began to rattle the city, sending hairline fractures through its alabaster streets and causing the crystal walls of the library to hum with a haunting vibration. Liara's days were consumed by her duties at the Temple of Tides, where fear now hung heavy in the air. The sacred waters, once a source of calm and clarity, had turned turbulent, their surface marred by strange, luminous whirlpools that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The priests and acolytes murmured of divine wrath, their faith shaken by the growing chaos. Liara did her best to lead them, performing rituals and offering prayers with a conviction she no longer felt. She had shared the goddess's warning with Kyle, but had kept it from the others, fearing that the truth would spark panic. Late one night, Liara slipped away from the temple to join Kale in the hidden cove. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery light over the nearly completed arcs. Kale was overseeing the final preparations, his face drawn with exhaustion, but his eyes burning with determination. When he saw her, he set down his tools and crossed the cove to meet her. "They're almost ready," he said, his voice low but steady. "We'll need to start gathering people soon. We don't have much time." Liara nodded, her expression grave. The signs are everywhere. The goddess isn't waiting any longer. The balance is breaking. Kyle reached out and took her hands in his grip firm and grounding. "We'll get through this, Liara. Together. We'll save as many as we can." Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away. "I don't know if the goddess will allow it," she said. "She warned me of sacrifice, Kyle. I don't know what she'll demand." Kyle didn't answer immediately. He looked out at the sea, its waves glowing faintly under the moonlight, as if the water itself were alive. "Then we give her everything we have," he said finally. "If it means saving even a piece of Atlantis, it's worth it." The days that followed were a blur of frantic activity. Kyle and his allies worked to spread word of the arcs, speaking in whispers to those they trusted and urging them to prepare for the journey ahead. They faced resistance from many who still clung to the belief that Atlantis was eternal, that its greatness would shield it from any disaster. The elite, entrenched in their palatial estates, scoffed at the warnings, dismissing Kale and his followers as fearmongers. But the common folk, who had long felt the cracks in the city's foundation, began to listen. Families quietly packed their belongings, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and hope. Liara continued her duties at the temple, torn between her role as high priestess and her loyalty to Kale. She knew that if her involvement in his plans were discovered, she would be cast out, or worse. Yet she couldn't stand idly by as the city marched toward its doom. Each night, after the temple fell silent, she joined Kale in the cove, helping to prepare the arcs and offering comfort to those who had chosen to trust in their plan. As the final days drew near, the unrest in Atlantis reached a boiling point. The earthquakes grew more violent, toppling statues and sending tremors through the golden spires. The sea began to encroach on the city, its waves surging over the canals and flooding the lower districts. Panic spread like wildfire, and the once harmonious society descended into chaos. The common folk, desperate for answers, flocked to the temple, begging Liara and the other priests for guidance. The elite retreated behind the walls of their estates, their opulence offering little comfort against the growing terror. On the eve of the disaster, a great storm descended upon Atlantis. The skies were an unnatural shade of green. illuminated by flashes of lightning that seemed to strike the sea itself. The winds howled like a chorus of mourning spirits, and the rain fell in torrents, mingling with the tears of those who had finally realized the truth of their fate. Kyle stood at the cove, overseeing the boarding of the arks as waves crashed against the shore. Families huddled together, clutching what little they had managed to bring, their faces pale with fear. Liara arrived just as the first ark was being pushed into the water. She was soaked to the bone, her white robes clinging to her form as she fought against the wind. Kyle rushed to her, relief flooding his features as he pulled her into an embrace. "I couldn't leave without making sure you were safe," she said, her voice barely audible over the storm. Kyle cupped her face in his hands, his eyes searching hers. "I'm not leaving without you," he said. "We'll face this together." Liara nodded, but her heart was heavy with the knowledge of what she had to do. She had spent the night in the temple, praying for guidance, and the goddess had answered. The sacrifice she had feared was not a question of if, but when. She would give everything to save the people of Atlantis, even if it meant leaving Kale behind. As the last of the survivors boarded the arks, Liara pulled Kale aside. The storm raged around them, the wind whipping their hair and the rain stinging their skin. She placed a hand on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "Kyle," she said, her voice trembling, "you have to promise me something." "Anything," he said without hesitation. "Promise me you'll lead them, that you'll keep them safe no matter what happens." Kyle frowned, his brows knitting together in confusion. "What are you talking about? We're doing this together." Liara shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I have to stay," she said. "The goddess, she won't let us leave without a sacrifice." Kyle's grip on her tightened. "No," he said, his voice breaking. "There has to be another way." "There isn't," she said, her voice firm despite the tears. "This is my duty, Kale. It always has been." Before he could argue further, Liara leaned in and kissed him, her lips soft and desperate against his. When she pulled away, she stepped back, her hand slipping from his grasp. Kyle reached for her, but the waves surged between them, carrying him toward the ark as Liara turned and ran back toward the temple. Kyle's cries were lost in the storm as he was pulled aboard the ark, his heart shattering as he watched her disappear into the chaos. Liara returned to the temple, where the sacred waters now glowed with a blinding light. She knelt by the largest pool, her hands trembling as she began the final ritual. The goddess's voice filled the temple, resonant and sorrowful, as Liara offered her life in exchange for the safety of those she loved. As the ritual reached its climax, the storm began to abate. The seas calmed, and the arks were carried away from the city on a gentle current. But Atlantis itself was not spared. The ground split open, swallowing the golden spires and the alabaster streets. The sea rose to claim the city, its waves crashing over the temple as Liara whispered her final prayer. When the survivors looked back, they saw only the churning ocean where Atlantis had once stood. Kyle stood at the edge of the ark, clutching the token Liara had left him, his tears mixing with the rain. Atlantis was gone, but her sacrifice had ensured that its spirit would live on in those who had survived. The night the sea came for Atlantis was unlike anything its people had ever seen. The day had been foreboding enough, with a dense, unnatural heat hanging in the air, suffocating and still. The skies had grown darker than the city's most powerful storms ever warranted, churning with clouds the color of molten iron. The usual songs of birds and hum of life that filled Atlantis were conspicuously absent, replaced by the faint, distant rumble of the restless ocean. It was as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for what was to come. Kyle stood on the cliffs overlooking the city, the salty wind tugging at his tunic. Below him, Atlantis stretched out in all its fragile beauty, its golden spires and alabaster streets bathed in the dim, ghostly glow of a setting sun that refused to shine. The canals, once crystalline and tranquil, were roiling with dark waters that threatened to overflow. Farther out, the sea churned violently, its waves rising higher and higher, foaming like the mouths of enraged beasts. Kyle's hands clenched at his sides as he watched the ominous scene. He knew there was no more time. Down in the cove, the arcs lay ready, their massive forms hidden beneath the shadow of the cliffs. Over the past days, Kyle and his allies had ferried as many people as they could to the vessels, their hurried whispers drowned out by the growing storms. Families huddled on the decks of the arcs, their faces pale with fear and exhaustion. Some clutched what few belongings they had salvaged, while others held on to loved ones as if letting go would mean losing them forever. The air was thick with tension, and the quiet murmurs of prayers spoken in desperation. Kyle turned from the city and made his way down the narrow path to the cove. His heart pounded with every step, not just from the urgency of the moment, but from the knowledge that Liara was still in the temple. She had promised to join him once her final ritual was complete, but Kyle couldn't shake the feeling that she wouldn't come. He tried to push the thought from his mind as he reached the cove, where his closest allies were finishing preparations for departure. The storm hit with terrifying force, just as the final arc was being pushed into the water. Winds howled like wild animals, tearing through the cliffs and sending waves crashing against the shore with a deafening roar. The rain fell in torrents, cold and stinging, soaking Kale to the bone as he directed the last group of survivors onto the ark. The sea, which had always been a source of life and abundance for Atlantis, now seemed intent on consuming everything in its path. As the first ark began to drift away from the shore, Kyle scanned the crowd for Liara, his chest tightening with each passing moment. She wasn't there. His pulse quickened, and a cold dread settled over him. He turned to one of his allies, a young woman named Samira, who had been his most steadfast supporter. "Where's Liara?" he shouted over the wind, his voice raw with panic. Samira's face was pale, her dark hair plastered to her skin by the rain. She shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. "She hasn't come, Kyle. She's still at the temple." Kyle's breath caught, and for a moment the chaos around him faded into the background. He felt as though the world had tilted beneath his feet, the ground giving way to a chasm he couldn't cross. Without a word, he turned and ran back toward the cliffs, his legs carrying him with a speed fueled by desperation. Samira called after him, but her voice was lost in the cacophony of the storm. The climb back up the cliffs was treacherous. The wind threatened to throw Kale off balance, and the rain turned the stone beneath his feet slick and unstable. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, his mind consumed by a single thought. He couldn't leave her behind. Not like this. Not when they had come so far together. By the time Kale reached the city, the destruction was already underway. The golden spires that had stood as symbols of Atlantis' greatness were crumbling. their foundations shaken by violent tremors that split the earth. Fires had broken out in several districts, their flames licking hungrily at the rain-soaked air. The canals had overflowed, their waters rushing through the streets in a torrent that swept away anything in their path. The screams of the city's inhabitants filled the air, their cries for help drowned out by the unrelenting roar of the sea. Kyle made his way through the chaos, his eyes fixed on the distant outline of the Temple of Tides. The temple's silhouette was faint against the storm-lit sky, its towering columns swaying as if struggling to remain upright. He forced himself to keep moving, his feet slipping on the waterlogged streets as he navigated through the crowds of panicked citizens. Some reached out to him, begging for guidance, but Kyle could offer them nothing. His focus was solely on Liara. When he reached the temple, the scene that greeted him was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The sacred waters of the temple pools were no longer calm, but erupted violently, glowing with a blinding light that cast eerie shadows across the walls. The air was thick with an energy that seemed to hum with the voice of the goddess herself, a sound that resonated deep within Kale's bones. Liara stood at the edge of the central pool, her white robes billowing in the wind. She was radiant, her figure illuminated by the glow of the water, but there was a stillness to her that made Kale's heart ache. She turned to him as he entered, her expression a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "You shouldn't have come back," she said, her voice steady despite the storm raging around them. Kale shook his head, his chest heaving with the effort of catching his breath. "I couldn't leave you, Liara. You're not doing this alone." She stepped toward him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You don't understand. I have to stay. The goddess has made it clear. This is the only way." Kyle reached for her, his hands gripping her shoulders as if to anchor her to him. "We can find another way. We can face this together." Liara placed her hands over his, her touch warm despite the cold that seemed to seep into everything else. "Kyle," she said softly, "this is my duty. The goddess demands a sacrifice, and it has to be me." "No," Kyle said, his voice breaking. "You can't ask me to accept that." Tears streamed down Liara's face as she leaned her forehead against his. "It's not what I want, Kyle, but it's what's needed. You have to lead them now. You have to save what's left." Kyle's grip tightened as he fought back his own tears. "I can't do this without you." "You can," Liara said, her voice firm but tender. "You have to." The temple shook violently as another tremor rippled through the city, the columns cracking and groaning under the strain. Liara pulled away from Kale, her hands slipping from his grasp. She turned back to the pool, her posture resolute. "Go," she said, her voice filled with a quiet strength. "Save them, Kale. That's how you honor me." Kale stood frozen, his mind screaming for him to stop her, to do something, anything. But as the light from the pool intensified, he knew there was no changing her mind. With a final, anguished cry, he turned and ran, his heart shattering with each step that carried him farther from her. As Kyle fled the temple, the light within it grew brighter, piercing the stormy sky like a beacon. The ground beneath him trembled violently, and he stumbled but kept moving, his legs carrying him toward the cliffs where the arcs waited. Behind him, the temple crumbled, its once majestic form consumed by the sea. When Kale reached the cove, he was met with silence. The storm had begun to abate, the winds dying down and the rain falling to a gentle drizzle. The arcs floated in the water, their passengers watching in stunned silence as Atlantis was swallowed by the waves. Kyle climbed aboard the final ark, his body trembling with exhaustion and grief. He stood at the edge of the vessel, his eyes fixed on the place where the temple had stood, now nothing more than a churning vortex of water and light. The arcs drifted away from the cove, carried by a calm current that seemed almost unnatural in its stillness. Kyle clutched the token Liara had left him, a small shell, its surface smooth and iridescent. He held it tightly, his tears falling freely as he whispered her name. As the arcs sailed into the open ocean, Atlantis disappeared beneath the waves, its golden spires and alabaster streets lost to the depths. But the memory of its beauty and the sacrifice that had ensured its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who had survived. Kyle vowed to honor Liara's sacrifice by leading them to a new beginning, one built on the lessons of the past and the hope for a brighter future. The journey of the survivors began in silence, a silence so profound that it weighed heavily on every soul aboard the arks. The once vibrant hum of Atlantis was gone, replaced by the gentle lapping of waves against the wooden hulls and the faint creaks of the vessels as they drifted across the endless expanse of ocean. The air was thick with the scent of salt and damp wood, and the only light came from the faint glow of the stars overhead, unobstructed now by the golden spires that had once reached for the heavens. Atlantis was no more, swallowed by the sea, and with it had gone the dreams, the hubris, and the splendor that had defined it. Kyle stood at the prow of the lead ark, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He had not spoken since they departed the cove, his grief too immense to put into words. The token Liara had left him, a small iridescent shell, rested in his hand, its smooth surface cool against his skin. He turned it over and over, as if the simple act of holding it could anchor him to her memory. But the pain of her absence was a constant ache, a hollow void that threatened to consume him. Around him, the survivors moved quietly, their voices hushed as they whispered prayers or murmured words of comfort to one another. Families huddled together, clutching their children and what few possessions they had managed to save. Some wept openly, their tears falling into the sea, while others sat in stunned silence, their gazes distant and unfocused. The weight of their loss was palpable, a shared burden that bound them together even as it threatened to break them. Kyle's closest ally, Samira, approached him cautiously. Her dark eyes were red-rimmed from tears, but her expression was resolute. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch light but grounding. "You need to speak to them," she said softly. "They need to hear from you." Kyle turned to look at her, his brow furrowed. "What can I possibly say?" he asked, his voice hoarse. What words could make any of this better? "It's not about making it better," Samira replied. "It's about giving them hope. You're their leader now, whether you want to be or not. They're looking to you." Kyle hesitated, the weight of her words sinking in. He had never wanted to be a leader. He had never sought power or authority. All he had wanted was to save as many lives as he could, to give Atlantis a chance at a future. But now, with Atlantis gone, he realized that the survivors needed more than just a plan. They needed a reason to believe that life could go on. Reluctantly, Kyle stepped away from the prow and climbed onto a wooden crate that had been lashed to the deck. The survivors turned to look at him, their faces pale and expectant. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before he spoke. "I know that nothing I say can take away the pain we're all feeling right now," he began, his voice trembling but clear. "We've lost so much. Our home, our loved ones, everything we knew. Atlantis is gone, and there's no going back." A murmur rippled through the crowd, some nodding in solemn agreement, others lowering their heads as fresh tears spilled down their cheeks. Kyle swallowed hard, forcing himself to continue. "But even in the face of this loss, we are still here," he said, his voice growing stronger. "We survived. And as long as we live, so does the spirit of Atlantis. It's not the city that defined us. It's the people. It's our knowledge, our resilience, our love for one another. Those are the things we carry with us, and those are the things that will help us build a new future." He paused, letting his words sink in. The survivors were listening, their eyes fixed on him with a mixture of sorrow and hope. Encouraged, he pressed on. "The sea may have taken our city, but it has also given us a chance to start over, to learn from our mistakes, to create something better. It won't be easy, and there will be times when it feels impossible. But if we stand together, if we hold on to the best parts of who we are, we can make it through this. We can honor those we've lost by living, by thriving, by never forgetting what Atlantis stood for." A silence followed his words, heavy and expectant. Then, slowly, one of the survivors began to clap. Others joined in, the sound hesitant at first, but growing stronger. It wasn't a celebration, but a recognition of the truth in his words, a tentative step toward hope. Kale felt a flicker of warmth in his chest, a fragile but undeniable sense of purpose. As the days stretched into weeks, the survivors settled into a rhythm aboard the arks. The vessels, though crowded, were well constructed, their supplies carefully rationed to ensure that no one went hungry. The work of maintaining the arks and navigating the open ocean gave the people a sense of focus, a way to channel their grief into something productive. Kyle and Samira worked tirelessly, coordinating efforts and tending to the needs of the survivors. They took turns steering the arks, relying on the stars to guide their path. Kyle often found himself gazing at the horizon, his thoughts drifting to Liara. He missed her with a pain that felt physical, a constant ache that no amount of time seemed to dull. He thought of her final moments in the temple, the resolve in her eyes as she chose to stay behind. Her sacrifice had saved them, but it had also left a void that no one else could fill. He clutched the shell she had given him, drawing strength from its presence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, Kyle gathered the survivors on the deck of the lead ark. They stood together, their faces turned toward the setting sun, their silhouettes outlined against the fading light. "We've come so far," Kyle said, his voice carrying over the gentle sound of the waves. "And we still have a long way to go. But tonight, I want us to take a moment to remember those we've lost, to honor their lives, their sacrifices, and their love." He reached into his tunic and pulled out the shell, holding it up so that the light caught its iridescent surface. "This was given to me by someone I loved deeply, someone who gave everything so that we could be here. I carry it with me as a reminder of her, of what she stood for, of what we're fighting to preserve." The survivors watched in silence, their expressions somber but reflective. One by one, they began to share their own memories, their voices weaving a tapestry of loss and resilience. Stories of parents, siblings, friends, and lovers filled the air, their words a testament to the lives that had been left behind. It was a moment of collective mourning, but also one of unity, a reminder that they were not alone in their grief. As the stars emerged, their light reflected on the still waters, Kyle felt a sense of quiet determination settle over him. Atlantis was gone, but its spirit lived on in the people who had survived. Together, they would find a new home, a place where they could build a future that honored the best of what Atlantis had been. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time since the deluge, Kale felt a flicker of hope. The arks sailed on, their wooden hulls creaking softly as they moved through the open ocean. The survivors, though weary, held their heads high, their gazes fixed on the horizon. They carried with them the memory of Atlantis, not as a monument to their past, but as a promise to their future. In their hearts, they carried the light of the Golden City, a light that would guide them through the darkness and into the dawn of a new beginning. The memory of Atlantis lingered like the faint hum of a distant melody, resonating within the hearts of those who had escaped its watery grave. Though the city itself had been swallowed by the sea, its spirit endured in the survivors who drifted across the open ocean, seeking a new home. They carried with them fragments of a vanished world, stories, knowledge, traditions, and a sense of wonder that could not be drowned, no matter how high the waves had risen. For them, Atlantis was no longer a physical place, but a beacon of what could be, a reminder of both humanity's potential and its flaws. Kyle stood at the helm of the lead arc, watching as the first light of dawn spilled across the horizon. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast and unknowable expanse. Yet, within its seeming emptiness, Kyle found a strange sense of peace. The waves whispered softly, their rhythm soothing, as if the sea itself were offering a fragile truce. He gripped the token Liara had left him, a small iridescent shell, turning it over in his hands. Its cool surface was a tether to her memory, a reminder of her sacrifice and the promise he had made to her, to lead, to protect, and to honor the spirit of Atlantis. The survivors had begun to rebuild themselves in small but meaningful ways. Though they were adrift, the arks became floating sanctuaries, microcosms of the world they had lost. Families gathered each evening to share meals, their voices carrying across the decks in quiet conversation. Elders told stories of Atlantis, their words painting vivid pictures of the city's golden spires, its shimmering canals, and the boundless ingenuity of its people. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations piecing together a vision of a home they would never see. And yet, the tales were tinged with caution, a reminder that the grandeur of Atlantis had been its greatest weakness. Kyle had made it a priority to preserve the knowledge of Atlantis. The great library, with its endless shelves of scrolls and codices, had been lost to the waves, but the survivors carried fragments of its wisdom within their minds. Scribes worked tirelessly to record what they could remember, inscribing their memories onto parchment salvaged from the wreckage. They documented everything: Atlantean science, medicine, philosophy, art, and even the smallest details of daily life. Kyle encouraged this work, knowing that it was not enough to simply survive. They had to ensure that the legacy of Atlantis would endure. Among the survivors, there was a woman named Maris, a former artisan who had once created intricate mosaics that adorned the walls of the palace. She had taken it upon herself to chronicle their journey, crafting a sprawling tapestry that depicted the rise and fall of Atlantis. Each night, she sat under the stars, weaving threads of gold, blue, and crimson into scenes of breathtaking beauty and heartbreaking tragedy. Her work became a symbol of resilience, a way for the survivors to process their grief and find meaning in their loss. One evening, as Maris worked on her tapestry, Kale approached her. The glow of the lantern beside her illuminated her hands as they moved deftly, weaving strands into the fabric with practiced precision. "It's beautiful," Kyle said, his voice soft. Maris looked up, her expression weary but warm. "Thank you," she replied. "I just hope it does justice to what we've lost." Kyle nodded, his gaze lingering on the tapestry. It depicted Atlantis in all its glory, its spires reaching toward the heavens, its canals alive with light. But there was also darkness, storm clouds gathering, waves rising, and the faint outline of a crumbling temple. "You're doing more than that," Kyle said. "You're helping us remember, and remembering is how we honor them." Maris smiled faintly and returned to her work, her fingers weaving stories into threads. Kyle watched her for a moment longer before turning to gaze at the horizon. The stars were bright overhead, their light reflected in the still waters. It was in these quiet moments that Kyle felt Liara's presence most acutely, as if she were a part of the stars, watching over them. The journey was not without its challenges. The ocean was vast and unforgiving, and the survivors often faced storms that tested their resolve. Supplies ran low and tempers occasionally flared, but Kyle and his allies worked tirelessly to maintain order and unity. Each challenge became a lesson, a reminder that they could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. The survivors learned to adapt, to live in harmony with the sea rather than seek to dominate it. They fished carefully, taking only what they needed, and offered prayers of gratitude for every meal. They repaired their vessels with ingenuity, using materials salvaged from the wreckage of their old lives. After months adrift, the arks finally reached a cluster of islands rising like emeralds from the sea. The sight of land brought cries of joy and relief from the survivors, many of whom fell to their knees in gratitude. The islands were lush and untouched, their shores lined with white sand, and their interiors dense with forests that teemed with life. It was a stark contrast to the engineered beauty of Atlantis, but it held a wild, untamed allure that spoke to the survivors' longing for a fresh start. Kale was among the first to set foot on the island's shores. He knelt in the sand, letting it sift through his fingers, and breathed deeply of the salt-tinged air. It was not Atlantis, but it was a beginning. The survivors followed him, their steps hesitant but filled with hope. They began to explore the islands, marveling at their natural beauty and abundance. Streams of fresh water flowed freely, and the forests bore fruits and herbs they had only read about in ancient texts. Building a new settlement was no easy task, but the survivors approached it with determination. They worked together, drawing on their collective knowledge and skills to construct homes, cultivate crops, and create a community that valued equality and balance. There were no grand palaces, no golden spires, only simple structures built with care and respect for the land. Kyle ensured that the lessons of Atlantis were woven into the fabric of their new society. They established councils to make decisions collectively, and they placed a strong emphasis on education, ensuring that every child learned the stories and values of their people. The legacy of Atlantis began to take shape in this new land, not as a recreation of the lost city, but as an evolution of its ideals. The survivors embraced the balance they had once taken for granted, living in harmony with the natural world rather than seeking to control it. They found joy in the simplicity of their new lives, in the laughter of children, the warmth of shared meals, and the beauty of the stars that guided them. Kyle, though still haunted by the memory of Liara and the city they had lost, found solace in the resilience of his people. He often walked the shores of the island, the shell she had given him clutched tightly in his hand. On one such walk, he paused to gaze out at the horizon, his thoughts drifting to her. "You would have loved it here," he murmured, his voice carried away by the wind. "We're doing our best to honor you, to honor Atlantis. I hope you can see that." As the years passed, the survivors' settlement grew into a thriving community. They named their new home Aloria, a tribute to Atlantis and the goddess of the sea. The tapestry Maris had woven was displayed in the central hall, a constant reminder of their journey and the sacrifices that had brought them to this place. The stories of Atlantis became legends, passed down from one generation to the next, their truths interwoven with the myths that would one day spread across the world. In time, the memory of Atlantis would fade, its name becoming little more than a whisper on the wind, a tale told to curious children. But its legacy endured in the hearts of those who carried its light forward. The survivors of Atlantis had found a new home, not just on the islands they now called their own, but in the resilience and hope that bound them together. And in that, the spirit of Atlantis lived on, eternal and unbroken. Under the ancient canopy of an enchanted forest, where the trees stood like sentinels whispering secrets of a forgotten age, a temple lay hidden in the heart of the wilderness. Its towering spires pierced the dense mist, their tips glinting faintly in the pale moonlight. The temple was a relic of a time long past, its walls adorned with intricate carvings of battles, heroes, and a shadowy enemy vanquished but never entirely gone. The air was thick with the scent of moss and the faint hum of magic, a constant reminder that this place was not entirely of the mortal realm. The story began long before the first stone of the temple was laid, in an age when the land was young and the heavens waged war against the darkness. It was said that the gods themselves had descended upon the earth to gift humanity a champion, a hero born from both mortal and divine blood. This hero, known only by the name inscribed in forgotten tongues, had risen to stand against an unspeakable evil, a creature of shadow and flame that sought to consume all light and plunge the world into eternal night. The hero's journey was the stuff of legends. Tales were sung in mead halls and whispered by campfires about the warrior who wielded a sword forged in the stars, its blade glowing with an unearthly light. It was said that the hero's eyes burned with the fire of 1,000 suns, their voice commanding armies of mortals and immortals alike. With each victory, the people of the land rallied behind the hero, finding hope in their strength and purpose in their defiance. But hope, like fire, could be a fragile thing, and even the brightest flames could falter. In the final battle, as the dark armies surged forward like an unstoppable tide, the hero confronted the great evil within this very temple. The walls bore witness to their struggle, each blow resonating through the stones, leaving cracks that wept with light. The heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath as the hero drove the enemy back into the void from whence it had come. But the victory came at a cost. The hero vanished, their fate lost to the winds of time, and though the shadow had been sealed away, whispers persisted that it was merely biding its time, waiting for the day it could rise again. The temple became a sacred place, a shrine to the hero's sacrifice and a symbol of humanity's resilience. Pilgrims traveled far and wide to pay homage, leaving offerings and prayers at the altar. Over centuries, the temple fell into ruin, its purpose forgotten by all but the most devout. Nature reclaimed it, vines creeping up the walls and roots breaking through the stone floors. Yet the magic lingered, a silent guardian preserving the memory of what once was. On this night, the forest was eerily still. The usual symphony of nocturnal creatures had given way to an unnatural silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves as a cold breeze swept through the trees. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. Deep within the temple, the carvings on the walls began to glow faintly, the ancient runes pulsing with a rhythm that mimicked a heartbeat. The air grew heavier, charged with an unseen energy that prickled the skin and sent shivers down the spine. At the center of the temple, where a massive stone altar stood, a flicker of light appeared, barely brighter than a candle's flame. It hovered above the altar, growing steadily until it illuminated the entire chamber. The carvings seemed to come alive, the scenes of battle and heroism replaying as if to remind the world of what had been lost. And then, from the depths of the light, a voice emerged. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but carried the weight of millennia. It spoke in a language that had not been heard for centuries, its words resonating with power and sorrow. The runes along the walls flared brighter with each syllable, and the light above the altar shifted, forming the silhouette of a figure cloaked in radiant energy. This figure was the hero, or at least a memory of them, etched into the fabric of the temple itself. Their form shimmered like a mirage, details impossible to discern, yet the sheer presence was overwhelming. The voice continued, a call to arms, a warning of the darkness stirring once more. The seal that had held the great evil at bay was weakening, and the time was fast approaching when the world would need a champion again. But who would answer the call? The figure faded as the light began to wane, leaving the chamber in near darkness once more. Only the faint glow of the runes remained, their light a fragile ember in the vast expanse of shadow. Outside, the wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest echo of the voice, as if the very air sought to carry the message to those who might listen. Far away, beyond the forest and the ruins, a young warrior stirred in their sleep. Dreams of battles they had never fought, and faces they had never known filled their mind, vivid and unrelenting. They saw themselves standing in the temple, the radiant blade in their hand, and the weight of the world on their shoulders. They awoke with a start, heart pounding, and a single word on their lips. A name they did not recognize, but felt as though it had been carved into their soul. The night continued, but it was no longer silent. Somewhere deep in the woods, a low, guttural growl rumbled, the sound of something ancient and malevolent awakening from its slumber. The shadows in the forest seemed to stretch longer, darker, as if reaching toward the temple. And in the stillness of their small room, the warrior sat wide-eyed, the faint glow of the moon illuminating the question that now consumed their thoughts. Who am I? And why do I feel as though I have been here before? The kingdom of Eldrath stretched far and wide, a patchwork of rolling plains, dense forests, and jagged mountains that pierced the sky. Its heart was the city of Syndralis, a bustling metropolis encircled by towering stone walls that bore the scars of countless sieges. The streets within were alive with the cacophony of life. vendors hawking their wares, blacksmiths hammering steel, and children weaving through the crowds, their laughter echoing against the buildings. But beneath this lively surface lay an undercurrent of unease, a tension that had settled over the city like a fog. Whispers of dark omens and inexplicable events spread from tavern to tavern, each tale more fantastical than the last. People spoke of shadows moving of their own accord, livestock disappearing in the night, and strange lights seen in the far-off hills. Though most dismissed these as the wild fabrications of drunken tongues, the air seemed heavier, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Among the crowds that filled the streets, a lone figure moved with purpose, weaving through the throng like a shadow slipping between rays of sunlight. The warrior, known simply as Carl, was no stranger to the city, though they belonged more to the wilds beyond its walls than to the cramped alleyways and narrow streets of Syndralis. Kyle's armor was worn but functional, its dark leather reinforced with steel plates that bore the marks of countless battles. A long sword hung at their hip, its hilt wrapped in fraying leather, while a small shield was strapped to their back, scratched and battered from years of use. The warrior's face was half hidden beneath the hood of a weathered cloak, but their piercing green eyes missed nothing, scanning the crowds with a practiced gaze that spoke of a lifetime spent surviving. Kyle had lived many lives within their 30 years. Once a farmer's child in a quiet village nestled at the edge of the Eldran forest, they had been forced to grow up quickly when raiders descended upon their home, leaving nothing but ashes and memories behind. The loss of family, friends, and the only life they had ever known had forged Kale into something harder, sharper. They had joined a band of mercenaries, learning the ways of the sword and the intricacies of survival in a world that seemed intent on devouring the weak. Over time, Kyle had earned a reputation as a capable and reliable fighter, one who asked no questions and demanded no loyalty beyond what the coin dictated. But there was something else that set Kale apart, something unspoken and unacknowledged even by the warrior themselves. It was in the way their instincts seemed to guide them unerringly through battle, how they could anticipate an enemy's move before it was made, or how they always seemed to know when danger was near. Others had noticed it, of course, though few dared to speak of it openly. Kale's comrades whispered of luck, of divine favor, or of something darker, but Kale paid them no mind. To the warrior, it was simply a matter of survival, a honed edge that kept death at bay. Tonight, Kyle found themselves in one of the less reputable parts of Syndralis, where the streets were narrower, the shadows deeper, and the air tinged with the acrid scent of smoke and refuse. The tavern they entered was small and dimly lit, its wooden beams blackened from years of exposure to pipe smoke and firelight. The patrons were a rough crowd, mercenaries, thieves, and those who preferred the company of shadows to sunlight. Conversations quieted as Kale stepped through the door, a dozen pairs of eyes briefly turning to assess the newcomer before returning to their drinks or whispered dealings. Kale moved to a corner table, their back to the wall, and waited. The barkeep approached after a time, a broad-shouldered man with a missing tooth and a perpetual scowl. Without waiting for Kale to speak, he set a tankard of ale on the table and leaned in close. "He's in the back," the man muttered, jerking his head toward a curtain that separated the main room from a smaller, more private space. Kyle slid a coin across the table in response, their eyes narrowing as the barkeep moved away. The warrior took a sip of the ale, grimaced at its bitterness, and then rose, pushing aside the curtain to enter the back room. The man waiting for Kyle was older, his hair streaked with gray and his face lined with the weight of years. He sat at a small table cluttered with maps, scrolls, and a single flickering candle. His eyes, sharp and calculating, fixed on Kale as they entered, and he gestured for them to sit. "Kale," he said, his voice low and gravelly, "I have a job for you. Dangerous, but well paid." Kyle remained silent, their expression unreadable as they listened. The man, who went by the name Garen, was a frequent employer of mercenaries, known for taking on tasks that others deemed too risky or morally questionable. He leaned forward, tapping a map with one finger. "There's trouble brewing in the eastern reaches," he continued. "Villages going dark, entire caravans disappearing. Something's out there, something more than bandits or beasts. I need someone to investigate, to find out what's happening and, if necessary, put an end to it." Kyle's eyes flicked to the map, noting the marked locations, remote villages on the edge of the kingdom, near the border of the cursed lands. They recognized the names, though they had never been to those places. The cursed lands were a blight on Eldrath, a desolate region shunned by all but the most desperate or foolhardy. Stories of unnatural creatures and ancient curses were common among those who lived near its borders, though few could separate truth from superstition. "What's the pay?" Kyle asked finally, their voice calm and steady. Garen named a sum that made the risk seem almost worth it, but Kyle knew better than to be swayed by coin alone. "What aren't you telling me?" they pressed, their eyes narrowing. Garen hesitated, then sighed. "There's talk of something old," he admitted. "Something that doesn't belong to this world. The kind of thing you don't want to face alone. That's why I'm asking you, Kale. You've dealt with worse than most." Kale said nothing, their thoughts churning as they considered the offer. They didn't believe in curses or ancient evils, but they had seen enough of the world to know that the unknown could be just as dangerous as the things they understood. After a moment, they nodded. "I'll do it," they said, rising from their seat. Garen looked relieved, though he tried to hide it. "Good," he said. "You leave at first light. I'll make sure you have everything you need." As Kyle stepped back into the main room of the tavern, the weight of the task ahead settled over them like a cloak. The whispers of unease, the strange dreams that had plagued their sleep, the sense of being watched even when alone, all of it seemed to point toward something larger, something they couldn't yet grasp. For now, though, they focused on the immediate: preparations, supplies, and rest. Whatever waited for them in the eastern reaches, Kyle would face it as they always had, with sword in hand and the resolve to survive. The night wore on, the sounds of the city fading as its inhabitants sought the comfort of sleep. But for Kale, sleep did not come easily. The dreams returned, vivid and disjointed, filled with images of battles fought long ago, faces both familiar and unfamiliar, and a sense of purpose that eluded them upon waking. They awoke before dawn, the first light of day barely touching the horizon, and prepared to leave the city behind. As they passed through the gates, the rising sun cast its golden light across the land, illuminating the path ahead. Kyle didn't look back. The wind howled through the peaks of the Alterian mountains, carrying with it the biting chill of high altitudes and the faint scent of snow. Kyle pulled their cloak tighter, their breath forming pale clouds that lingered briefly before dissolving into the thin air. They had been traveling for days, leaving the familiar chaos of Syndralis far behind, and the rugged terrain of the mountains was proving to be an unforgiving challenge. The path wound steeply upward, little more than a jagged trail carved into the rock. Above, the sky was a swirling canvas of gray clouds, and the faintest glow of the sun barely managed to penetrate the dense, rolling mist. Kyle had been told of the shrine's existence, though its exact location was shrouded in mystery and half-truths. Garen's instructions had been vague at best, a collection of cryptic directions that had led them into this desolate wilderness. The mountains were said to hold secrets older than the kingdom itself, hidden sanctuaries of ancient power where few dared to tread. According to the stories, those who sought answers from the gods or guidance in times of great need would journey to these heights, braving the elements and the perils that lurked within the crags and caves. The shrine finally came into view as Kale crested a ridge, its silhouette emerging through the mist like a phantom. It was a structure of otherworldly beauty, built into the mountain itself as though it had grown there rather than been constructed by mortal hands. Its spires twisted upward, mimicking the jagged peaks surrounding it, and the stone shimmered faintly, reflecting the light in hues of silver and blue. Intricate carvings adorned every surface, depicting scenes of battles and celestial beings locked in eternal conflict. The sight of it stopped Kale in their tracks, an unbidden shiver running down their spine. They could feel the energy emanating from the shrine, a pulsing current that seemed to resonate with the very core of their being. Pushing forward, Kyle approached the entrance, a massive archway flanked by two statues that towered over them. The figures depicted warriors unlike any Kyle had ever seen, their features both human and otherworldly. Their faces were serene, yet fierce, and their hands rested on the hilts of swords that seemed almost alive, the stone blades twisting and curling like tendrils of smoke. Kyle hesitated for a moment, the weight of the place pressing down on them before stepping inside. The air within was warmer, though no fire or source of heat was visible. The walls glowed faintly, their carvings shimmering as if they were alive, shifting imperceptibly under Kyle's gaze. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint sound of Kyle's boots on the stone floor. The chamber opened into a wide hall, and at its center stood a raised dais, upon which rested a pedestal carved from the same shimmering stone as the rest of the shrine. Above the pedestal, suspended in the air, was an orb of light that pulsed with a rhythmic glow, like the beating of a heart. Kyle approached slowly, their instincts on high alert. The orb seemed to beckon them, its light growing brighter as they drew near. When they stood before it, they could feel its energy radiating outward, filling the chamber with a palpable hum. Their hand hesitated before reaching out, fingers hovering inches from the glowing surface. The moment they made contact, the world around them seemed to vanish. Kyle was no longer standing in the shrine. They were surrounded by light, endless and all-encompassing, yet it did not blind them. It was warm and soothing, like the embrace of an old friend. Within the light, shapes began to form, shadows coalescing into figures that moved with purpose. Kyle recognized them instantly, though they had never seen them before. These were the warriors from the carvings, their features now sharp and vivid. They stood in a circle, their gazes fixed on Kyle with an intensity that was both unnerving and reassuring. "You have come," one of them spoke, their voice resonating with a power that made the air vibrate. It was neither male nor female, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The others nodded, their expressions grave but not unkind. Kyle opened their mouth to speak, but no sound emerged. The figure who had spoken raised a hand, silencing the unspoken question. "You are the one we have been waiting for," the voice continued. "The one who bears the soul of the first. The one who must finish what was left undone." Kyle frowned, confusion mingling with unease. The words made no sense, yet they felt true in a way that defied explanation. Images began to flash before their eyes, scenes of battles waged in ancient times, a warrior standing against impossible odds, their sword blazing with light as they faced an enemy cloaked in darkness. Kyle recognized the warrior, though their face was obscured. It was them, yet not them. The realization hit like a thunderclap, and Kyle staggered, the weight of the revelation threatening to overwhelm them. "I don't understand," Kyle managed to say, their voice trembling. "Who am I? What is this?" "You are Kyle," the figure replied, "but you are also more. You carry the essence of the first champion, the one who stood against the great shadow. Their spirit was bound to the cycle, reborn in times of great need. That time is now." The images shifted, showing the temple from Kale's dreams, the place where the final battle had been fought. They saw the shadowy figure of the enemy, its form ever-changing, a writhing mass of darkness that consumed all light. They saw the moment of victory, the sealing of the shadow, and the hero's disappearance. And they saw the present, the seal weakening, cracks spreading across its surface as the darkness stirred once more. "The seal is failing," the figure said, their tone heavy with sorrow. "The shadow will rise again, and the world will face its greatest trial. Only you can stand against it. Only you can wield the blade that banished it before." Kyle felt a surge of defiance, a flicker of the stubbornness that had carried them through countless battles. "Why me?" they demanded. "I'm just a mercenary, a survivor. I'm no hero." The figure's gaze softened, and they stepped closer, their form shimmering like a mirage. "You are more than you know," they said. "The strength of the first champion flows through you, but it is your own courage, your own will, that will determine the outcome. You are the sum of all that came before, and yet you are uniquely you." Kyle's thoughts churned, a storm of doubt and disbelief warring with the undeniable truth that pulsed through their very soul. They wanted to deny it, to turn away from the burden being placed upon them, but something deep within refused to let them. The images of the shadow, of the destruction it would bring, were etched into their mind. They could not ignore the call, no matter how much they might want to. The light began to fade, the figures dissolving into the brightness. "The path will not be easy," the voice said, growing fainter. "You will face trials that will test every part of you. But remember this, you are never alone. The strength of those who came before you will guide you, and the bonds you forge will carry you forward." Kyle found themselves back in the shrine, the orb of light now dim and still. Their hand fell to their side, and they stumbled back, the weight of the revelation pressing down on them like a physical force. They sank to their knees, their breath coming in shallow gasps as the enormity of what had just happened sank in. The quiet of the chamber seemed almost deafening now, the hum of the orb replaced by an oppressive silence. They sat there for what felt like hours, their mind racing with questions that had no answers. When they finally rose, their legs trembling beneath them, they knew that their life would never be the same. The path before them was shrouded in uncertainty and danger, but one thing was clear. They were no longer just Kale, the mercenary. They were the reincarnation of a hero, and their destiny was calling. The road out of the Alterian mountains was treacherous, winding through narrow passes where sheer cliffs dropped into shadowy valleys below. Kyle moved cautiously, their thoughts heavy with the revelation from the shrine. The weight of the mission pressed against their chest, an invisible burden that seemed to grow heavier with each step. They had never sought glory or heroism, only survival. Yet now, destiny had placed them on a path that felt impossible to refuse. The shadows stirring in the east could not be ignored, and if the stories of the past were true, Kale would need help. Even the strongest blade faltered without companions to hold the line. Descending into the lowlands, Kyle arrived at a small border town called Hallowmere, nestled between the mountains and the sprawling forests of Eldrath. The town was a patchwork of wooden cottages, crooked fences, and muddy streets, with smoke curling from chimneys into the crisp evening air. Farmers and traders moved about, their faces weathered by hard work and the uncertainty that had begun creeping through the land. Hushed conversations floated through the air. Tales of distant villages falling silent, shadows in the woods, and strange lights over the horizon. Kyle headed for the only tavern in town, a squat building with a thatched roof and a weathered sign swaying in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of ale, stew, and damp wool. The room was dimly lit, the glow of the hearth casting flickering shadows on the walls. Conversations halted briefly as Kyle entered, the weight of their presence drawing curious glances, but the patrons quickly returned to their drinks and murmurs. At a corner table, Kyle spotted the first of their potential allies. The rogue, a wiry man named Dain, was leaned back in his chair, his boots propped on the table. He had a face that could blend into any crowd, sharp eyes that missed nothing, and a perpetual smirk that hinted at mischief. Dahin's fingers played idly with a coin, flipping it between his knuckles in a display of effortless dexterity. He glanced up as Kyle approached, raising an eyebrow but saying nothing. Kyle sat across from him, placing a pouch of coins on the table. The clink of gold drew Dain's full attention, his smirk widening. "You know how to get my attention," he said, his voice low and smooth. "What's the job?" Kyle leaned forward, their voice equally quiet. "Something dangerous. Something that needs a skilled hand and someone who knows how to slip through places unnoticed." Dain studied them, his expression unreadable. "Dangerous, huh? I'm guessing it's more than just bandits or a pissed-off noble." "It's bigger than that," Kale replied. "I need someone I can trust to get me into places I might not belong. Someone quick, clever, and willing to take risks." Dain chuckled, pocketing the coin. "Well, you've got my attention. Let's see if you can keep it." The next stop was the edge of Hallowmere, where a small gathering of travelers and merchants had set up camp. Among them was the healer, a young woman named Lysara. She was tending to a wounded horse, her hands moving with practiced precision as she wrapped a bandage around the animal's leg. Her auburn hair was tied back, and her green eyes held a quiet determination that belied her gentle demeanor. Kyle waited until she finished her work before approaching, careful not to startle her. Lysara looked up as they neared, her expression cautious but not unfriendly. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft but steady. Kyle nodded. "I need a healer, someone who can handle themselves in dangerous situations." Lysara frowned, wiping her hands on a cloth. "I'm not a mercenary, if that's what you're looking for." "I'm not asking you to fight," Kyle replied. "But there's a threat coming. Something that could put a lot of lives at risk. I need someone who can keep us alive. Someone who cares about more than just their own survival." For a moment, Lysara said nothing, her gaze searching Kyle's face. Finally, she nodded, though her expression remained uncertain. "I'll come with you, but only because it sounds like people might need help." The third ally proved more challenging to find. The mage, an enigmatic figure named Arendor, had been seen in a nearby village, though the details of his whereabouts were vague at best. Kyle and their small group traveled through dense forests and open fields, the journey marked by growing tension and unease. Strange sounds echoed in the distance at night, and shadows seemed to move just beyond the edge of the firelight. When they finally found Arendor, he was in the ruins of an ancient tower, poring over a collection of books and scrolls. He was tall and thin, with sharp features and an air of arrogance that seemed to radiate from him. His robes were dark and flowing, adorned with symbols that glimmered faintly in the dim light. He looked up as the group entered, his expression one of mild annoyance. "Who are you? And why are you disturbing my work?" he demanded, his voice clipped and precise. Kyle stepped forward, meeting his gaze. "We're here because we need your help. There's a shadow rising in the east, and we can't face it without someone who understands the arcane." Arendor snorted, turning back to his books. "Do you have any idea how many people come to me with tales of shadows and doom? I'm not interested in fairy tales." "This isn't a fairy tale," Kyle said firmly. "I've seen it. The seal is breaking and the shadow is stirring. If we don't act, it will consume everything." Arendor paused, his hands resting on the edge of the table. He turned back to them, his eyes narrowing. "You've seen it?" Kyle nodded. "At the shrine in the Alterian Mountains, I was shown the past and the future." For a moment, Arendor studied them, his expression inscrutable. Then he sighed, closing the book in front of him. "Fine, I'll come with you. But if this turns out to be a waste of my time, I'll make you regret it." With their group assembled, Kyle led them back through the forests and fields, each step taking them closer to the eastern reaches where the shadow's presence was said to be strongest. The journey was fraught with challenges, skirmishes with bandits, treacherous terrain, and the constant weight of uncertainty. Yet, as they traveled together, the bonds between them began to grow. Diane's wit lightened the mood during tense moments. Lysara's compassion kept their spirits from faltering, and Arendor's sharp intellect provided invaluable insight. Kale found themselves surprised by how quickly they had come to rely on their companions. For years, they had walked their path alone, trusting no one and expecting nothing in return. Now, they were beginning to see the value of shared strength, of having others to stand beside them when the weight of the world grew too heavy to bear. One night, as they camped beneath the stars, Kyle sat by the fire, their thoughts drifting to the vision they had seen in the shrine. The shadow's form loomed in their mind, a constant reminder of what lay ahead. They looked around at their companions, Dane sharpening his knives, Lysara tending to her herbs, Arendor poring over a map, and felt a flicker of hope. They were not alone, and for the first time in a long while, that thought brought them comfort. The path to the ruins was marked by silence, save for the crunch of boots against dry earth and the rustle of wind through the brittle grass. The forest had given way to an open expanse of desolation, a land stripped of life and color, where the gray skies stretched endlessly over a crumbled world. The ruins stood at the center of it all, a jagged skeleton of what had once been a grand temple or fortress. Its walls leaned precariously, and the once proud towers jutted upward like broken teeth, their stone faces scarred by the passage of time and violence. Kyle's group approached cautiously, their unease mirrored in the solemn expressions of their faces. The air grew heavier as they neared the ruins, thick with an unnatural stillness that seemed to swallow sound. Even the wind seemed to falter here, as though afraid to venture too close. Lysara was the first to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "This place feels wrong," she said, her green eyes scanning the jagged outlines of the structure. "There's something watching us." Kyle tightened their grip on the hilt of their sword. They felt it too, that strange, prickling sensation at the nape of their neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed on them. Dain, always quick to mask his fear with bravado, forced a grin. "Well, let's hope whatever's watching doesn't mind sharing its secrets. I'd hate to leave empty-handed." The group pressed on, the ruins growing larger with every step. When they reached the outer edge, they found themselves standing before a massive archway, its carvings eroded but still faintly visible. The symbols etched into the stone were unlike anything Kyle had seen before. Curving lines and angular shapes that seemed to shift and twist when viewed from the corner of the eye. Arendor stepped forward, his expression one of rapt focus as he traced a finger over the carvings. "These runes predate the kingdom by centuries," he murmured, his voice filled with a rare reverence. "They tell of a time when this land was under the protection of the first hero. This was their sanctuary." Kyle's breath caught in their throat. The vision from the shrine came rushing back to them. The hero standing amidst light and shadow, the radiant blade in their hand, and the weight of their sacrifice etched into their very being. It felt surreal to stand in the place where that figure had once walked, to feel the echoes of their presence in the air. Inside the ruins, the sense of unease deepened. The interior was dark, the light from the gray skies struggling to penetrate the gloom. Columns, some intact and others crumbled, lined the vast hall, their surfaces adorned with murals that told a story of a great battle. Kyle stopped to study one of them, their fingers brushing against the cold stone. The scene depicted a figure wielding a blazing sword, their form radiant as they fought against a writhing mass of darkness. "That's them," Kyle said quietly, their voice tinged with awe. "The hero, the one who came before." Dain snorted softly, though there was no mockery in his tone. "Big shoes to fill, eh?" Kyle didn't respond. The weight of those words was already crushing. They moved deeper into the ruins, the faint sound of their footsteps echoing off the walls. The group came to a wide chamber, its ceiling partially collapsed, allowing shafts of light to stream through. At the center of the room stood an altar, its surface covered in dust and debris. Surrounding it were 6 pedestals, each holding a fragment of what appeared to be a shattered tablet. Arendor approached the altar cautiously, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for traps or hidden dangers. When none presented themselves, he turned his attention to the tablet fragments. "This must be it," he said, his voice filled with excitement. "The record of the hero's final battle. If we can piece it together, it might tell us how they defeated the shadow." Kyle stepped forward, their gaze fixed on the fragments. Each one was inscribed with intricate symbols, and as they stared, the shapes seemed to shift and align, forming patterns that tugged at the edges of their memory. Without thinking, they reached out and touched one of the fragments. A sudden burst of light filled the chamber, and Kyle staggered back, their vision swimming. When the light faded, they were no longer in the ruins. They stood on a battlefield, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Around them, warriors clashed with creatures of shadow, their cries of pain and fury blending into a cacophony of chaos. At the center of it all was the hero, their blade a beacon of light in the darkness. Kyle felt their heart race as they watched the figure fight, every movement filled with grace and power. But it wasn't just the hero's strength that struck Kyle, it was their resolve. Even as the odds turned against them, even as their comrades fell and the shadow loomed ever closer, they fought with a determination that seemed unshakable. And then came the moment of sacrifice. The hero raised their blade high, its light flaring brighter than the sun, and plunged it into the heart of the shadow. The creature let out a deafening roar as it was consumed by the light, its form collapsing into itself until nothing remained. Kyle gasped, their vision snapping back to the present. They were on their knees, their hands gripping the edge of the altar. The others surrounded them, their faces filled with concern. "Kyle?" Lysara asked, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Are you all right?" Kyle nodded slowly, their breath coming in shallow gasps. "I saw it," they said, their voice trembling. "The battle. The hero's final stand. They gave everything to stop the shadow." Arendor's expression turned serious. "And did you see how they sealed it away?" Kyle closed their eyes, trying to recall every detail of the vision. "The blade," they said after a moment. The blade was the key. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a conduit, a link between the hero and the divine. Without it, they couldn't have won. Dain frowned, his arms crossed over his chest. "So, what are we supposed to do? Dig up an ancient sword and hope it still works?" Kyle shook their head. "It's more than that. The blade isn't just a relic. It's tied to the hero's essence, to their spirit. If I'm truly their reincarnation, then..." They trailed off, the weight of the realization pressing down on them. "You're the only one who can wield it," Arendor finished, his tone grim. The chamber fell silent as the group absorbed the gravity of the revelation. Finally, Lysara spoke, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Then we'll find it. Whatever it takes, we'll make sure you have what you need to finish what they started." Kyle looked at each of them in turn, their chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and guilt. These people, these unlikely companions, were willing to risk everything for a cause that had been thrust upon them. Kyle had spent so long believing they could only rely on themselves. Yet here they were, surrounded by allies who had chosen to stand beside them. The moment of reflection was interrupted by a low, guttural growl that echoed through the chamber. The group spun around, weapons drawn, as shadows began to pool in the corners of the room. From the darkness emerged creatures unlike anything they had seen. Twisted, malformed beings with glowing red eyes and claws that gleamed like obsidian. The air grew colder, and a sense of malevolence filled the chamber. "Looks like we've got company," Dain muttered, his knives flashing in the dim light. Kyle drew their sword, the familiar weight of it in their hand grounding them. "Stay close," they said, their voice steady despite the fear that clawed at the edges of their mind. The creatures lunged, and the chamber erupted into chaos. The group fought as one, their movements fluid and coordinated despite the frenzied nature of the battle. Dain darted between the creatures, his blades striking with deadly precision. Lysara moved with surprising agility, using her staff to deflect attacks and channeling bursts of healing energy to keep the group standing. Arendor unleashed waves of fire and lightning, his magic lighting up the chamber and sending shadows scattering. Kyle fought with a ferocity they hadn't known they possessed, their sword cutting through the darkness with unrelenting force. For a moment, they felt the faintest connection to the hero from their vision, as though the strength of their past self was guiding their hand. When the last creature fell, the chamber grew still once more, the only sound the ragged breathing of the group. They stood together, battered but unbroken, and Kyle felt a spark of hope ignite within them. The path ahead would be long and perilous, but for the first time, they believed they might have the strength to see it through. In the easternmost reaches of Eldrath, where the lands became jagged and barren, a place long forgotten by time stirred with unnatural life. The desolation, as it was called by those who dared speak of it, stretched like a festering wound on the landscape. The earth there was blackened and cracked, exhaling an acrid stench of sulfur and decay. Rivers of molten rock snaked through the terrain, casting an eerie orange glow against the perpetual ash-filled skies. No birds flew here, no animals wandered the broken ground. It was a place of silence and ruin, as if the land itself mourned its existence. At the heart of this cursed expanse lay a massive chasm, a tear in the earth that plunged into blackness. From its depths, a faint red glow pulsed in time with an inaudible rhythm, like the heartbeat of something ancient and malevolent. The chasm had lain dormant for centuries, a relic of the battle fought by the first hero and the shadow that had nearly consumed the world. The seal placed upon the abyss had held strong for generations, a testament to the hero's sacrifice. But now, the cracks spreading across its surface told a different story. The magic that bound the shadow was failing, the seal unraveling thread by thread. The first sign of the shadow's resurgence came as a low rumble, barely audible yet powerful enough to send tremors rippling through the surrounding ground. The chasm's glow brightened, casting flickering shadows across the jagged rocks. The air grew colder, despite the rivers of molten lava, and an unnatural darkness began to seep from the abyss, spilling out like an oozing fog. It crept along the ground, curling around rocks and filling every crevice, a living entity that seemed to devour the light. Then came the voice, deep and resonant, emanating from the depths of the chasm. It spoke no words, only a guttural sound that seemed to vibrate in the marrow of bones. It was a sound of hunger and rage, of something long imprisoned that had waited with infinite patience for the chance to break free. The darkness thickened, taking shape within the chasm, coalescing into a massive figure. Its form was ever-shifting, a writhing mass of shadows and tendrils that moved as though alive. Two glowing eyes, red as molten iron, pierced through the darkness, their gaze filled with malevolence and intelligence. The shadow had no name, for it was beyond the comprehension of mortals to name such a thing. It was not a being, but a force, a manifestation of chaos and destruction, born from the void that existed before creation. Its form was an amalgamation of fear and despair, changing constantly as if to reflect the nightmares of all who gazed upon it. It rose slowly, its tendrils gripping the edges of the chasm, and let out a low growl that echoed across the desolation. The land seemed to react to its presence, trembling violently as cracks spread further across the ground. The rivers of molten rock bubbled and hissed, and the ash-filled sky grew darker, the faint sunlight swallowed by the growing presence of the shadow. It was not fully free, its essence still tethered to the remnants of the seal, but it had gained enough strength to reach beyond its prison. It could feel the world above, the fragile lives scurrying about, blissfully unaware of the doom creeping toward them. It fed on their ignorance, their complacency, drawing power from the despair that would inevitably follow. In the nearby villages, the signs of the shadow's return were becoming impossible to ignore. Livestock disappeared overnight, their pens left shattered and splattered with dark ichor. Crops withered despite the season, their leaves turning black and brittle as though scorched by invisible flames. People whispered of strange shapes in the night, shadows that moved against the natural flow of light, and a suffocating fear that settled over their homes. Entire families began to abandon their villages, seeking refuge deeper within the kingdom, though few dared to speak aloud the dread that gripped their hearts. In one such village, a young boy stood at the edge of the fields, his wide eyes fixed on the distant horizon. There, where the desolation began, the air shimmered and shifted as though caught in a heat wave, but the boy knew it was no trick of the light. He saw the darkness spreading outward, a creeping wave of black fog that seemed to move with purpose. His hand tightened on the small wooden talisman around his neck, a gift from his mother meant to ward off evil. It was a futile gesture, and he knew it. Whatever was coming, no talisman could stop it. As the boy turned to run back to his village, the ground beneath his feet shuddered violently, sending him sprawling. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding, and looked back toward the desolation. The darkness had grown, rising higher into the sky, its edges crackling with faint red sparks. A deafening roar split the air, a sound so primal and overwhelming that it seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. The boy clamped his hands over his ears and fled, the echoes of the roar following him all the way back to the safety of his home. Within the chasm, the shadow reveled in its growing power. It stretched its tendrils upward, testing the limits of its prison, and found the cracks wide enough to slip through. Though it could not yet fully escape, it could reach far enough to sow chaos and fear, to weaken the resolve of those who would oppose it. Fear was its greatest weapon, a seed that once planted would grow and spread until entire kingdoms fell to despair. And despair, it knew, would grant it the strength to break free entirely. The shadow turned its glowing eyes toward the west, where the heart of Eldrath lay. It could sense the flickering lights of the kingdom, the lives of its people burning like fragile candles in the distance. It could feel their hopes and dreams, their love and courage, and it hated them for it. These were the forces that had bound it centuries ago, that had defied its nature and cast it into the void. But this time would be different. This time, the hero was gone, their strength scattered to the winds of time. Or so it believed. From the depths of the chasm, the shadow sent forth a fragment of itself, a dark herald to carry its will into the world. The fragment twisted and coiled, taking on a more defined shape. A figure cloaked in darkness, humanoid but utterly inhuman. Its eyes glowed with the same malevolent red light as the shadow, and it moved with an unnatural grace, its form shifting and flowing like smoke. The herald emerged from the chasm, stepping onto the broken ground of the desolation, and began its journey westward. Wherever it passed, the land withered further, the air growing colder and heavier, as though it carried the weight of the void itself. The shadow watched its herald go, the flicker of red light in its eyes intensifying. It had waited centuries for this moment, biding its time, gathering strength in the silence of its prison. Now, at long last, the world would know its name again. The seal would break, the light would falter, and chaos would reign once more. For the shadow, there was no doubt. This time, there would be no hero to stop it. But in the distance, far from the desolation, Kyle awoke from a restless sleep, their heart racing and their mind filled with a sense of dread they could not explain. The vision of the chasm and the shadow burned in their thoughts, vivid and unrelenting, as though the land itself had cried out to them in warning. They sat up, the faint glow of the campfire casting flickering shadows on their companions, and gripped the hilt of their sword. The shadow was stirring, and Kale knew there was no time to waste. The battle was coming, and they would have to be ready. The journey to the final battleground began at dawn, under a sky streaked with fiery hues of orange and red. The rising sun cast long shadows across the landscape, marking the start of a grueling trek that would take Kale and their companions through some of the most perilous terrain in Eldrath. They had prepared as best they could, gathering supplies and steeling themselves for what lay ahead. But there was an unspoken understanding among them that preparation could only go so far. The road to the heart of the desolation would test their strength, resolve, and unity in ways none of them could predict. The first leg of their journey took them through the vast, windswept plains of the lowlands. The land here was deceptively tranquil, its golden grasses swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, beneath this serene facade, there was an unmistakable tension, as if the earth itself were holding its breath. The group traveled in silence, their senses sharp and their weapons close at hand. Even Dane, who usually filled the quiet with his wit, seemed subdued, his gaze scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. As the sun climbed higher, the plains gave way to dense forests, their towering trees casting dappled shadows on the narrow paths below. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest seemed alive, the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures creating an almost rhythmic cadence. But the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees grew gnarled and twisted, their bark blackened as if scorched by fire, and the undergrowth thickened, making progress slow and arduous. It was here, among the darkened trees, that the first signs of the shadow's influence became apparent. Strange markings began to appear on the trunks, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when viewed too long. The air grew colder, and a faint whispering sound filled the forest, like the murmurs of voices just beyond hearing. Lysara shivered, pulling her cloak tighter around her shoulders. "This place feels wrong," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the whispers. Kyle nodded, their hand resting on the hilt of their sword. They could feel it too, a pervasive sense of unease that gnawed at the edges of their mind. "Stay close," they said, their voice steady but firm. "Whatever's out there, it won't catch us off guard." The first attack came without warning. From the shadows of the forest emerged creatures unlike anything they had encountered before. They were humanoid in shape, but grotesquely distorted, their limbs too long and their faces featureless save for glowing red eyes. They moved with unnatural speed, their jagged claws slashing through the air as they lunged at the group. Kyle reacted instinctively, drawing their sword and meeting the first attacker head-on. The clash of steel against claw echoed through the forest as the battle erupted. Dain darted between the creatures with an agility born of years of practice, his twin daggers flashing as he struck with precision. Lysara stood at the center of the group, her staff glowing with a soft golden light as she cast protective wards and healed wounds with a calm determination. Arendor unleashed bursts of fire and lightning, his spells lighting up the darkened forest and reducing several of the creatures to smoldering ash. The battle was chaotic, a blur of motion and sound, but through it all, the group fought as one, their unity the key to their survival. When the last creature fell, the forest grew eerily silent once more. The companions stood among the carnage, their breaths coming in ragged gasps and their weapons slick with dark ichor. Kyle wiped their blade on the grass and turned to the others. "Is everyone all right?" they asked, their voice tinged with concern. Lysara nodded, though her face was pale. "I'll be fine," she said, her hands still glowing faintly as she healed a gash on Dain's arm. "But we need to keep moving. This place isn't safe." They pressed on, the forest eventually thinning and giving way to rolling hills and rocky outcroppings. The land grew harsher the further they traveled, the once fertile soil replaced by cracked earth and jagged stones. The air grew heavier, carrying with it the faint stench of sulfur and decay. The companions spoke little, their focus fixed on the path ahead. Each step brought them closer to the desolation, and the sense of foreboding grew stronger with every passing hour. As they climbed a steep ridge, the sight that greeted them on the other side stole the breath from their lungs. The desolation stretched out before them, a vast expanse of blackened earth and molten rivers. The ground was cracked and broken, exhaling plumes of acrid smoke that rose into a sky choked with ash. In the distance, the chasm loomed, its red glow pulsing faintly like the beating of a monstrous heart. The group stood in silence, the weight of the sight pressing down on them like a physical force. "This is it," Kyle said finally, their voice barely above a whisper. "The heart of the shadow." Arendor stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the landscape. "The closer we get, the stronger its influence will be," he said, his tone grim. "We'll face worse than what we saw in the forest. Be ready." Descending into the desolation was like stepping into another world. The air was thick and heavy, making each breath feel like a struggle. The ground beneath their feet was unstable, shifting and crumbling with every step. Strange sounds echoed in the distance, inhuman cries and the faint rumble of shifting earth. The group moved cautiously, their weapons drawn and their senses on high alert. As they approached the chasm, the attacks grew more frequent and more intense. The creatures that emerged from the shadows were larger and more grotesque, their forms twisted by the dark energy that radiated from the abyss. Each battle pushed the group to their limits, their strength and resolve tested with every encounter. But through it all, they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that failure was not an option. During one particularly brutal fight, Kyle found themselves separated from the others, surrounded by 3 towering creatures. Their movements were a blur as they dodged and parried, their sword flashing with each strike. The creatures pressed closer, their claws raking the air just inches from Kale's face. A surge of determination flooded through them, and with a fierce cry, they struck a final, decisive blow, sending the last creature crumbling to the ground. When the group finally regrouped, their exhaustion was evident in their ragged breaths and battered armor. Lysara knelt beside Kyle, her hands glowing as she healed a deep gash on their shoulder. "We're almost there," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "Just a little further." The final stretch of the journey was the most harrowing. The chasm loomed ever closer, its red glow bathing the surrounding landscape in an eerie light. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Whispers, roars, and the faint hum of energy that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. The companions moved as one, their unity the only thing keeping them from succumbing to the overwhelming despair that permeated the air. When they finally reached the edge of the chasm, they stood in silence, staring down into the abyss. The shadow pulsed within, its tendrils writhing and reaching upward, as if sensing their presence. Kale stepped forward, their hand gripping the hilt of their sword tightly. The weight of their destiny pressed down on them, but they stood tall, their gaze fixed on the darkness below. "This is where it ends," Kyle said, their voice steady despite the fear that churned within them. "No matter what happens, we face this together." Their companions nodded, each of them stepping forward to stand beside Kyle. The journey had been long and arduous, but they were here, together, ready to face the final battle. The shadow awaited them, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. The edge of the chasm pulsed with a dreadful energy that resonated in the air, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. The red glow emanating from the abyss illuminated the weary faces of Kale and their companions, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe and twist unnaturally. The oppressive heat from the molten rivers that threaded the cracked earth mingled with the icy chill of the shadow's power, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that pressed heavily on their spirits. This was the heart of the desolation, and at its core lay their greatest enemy. Kyle stood at the forefront, their sword drawn, its steel reflecting the crimson light of the chasm. Each breath they took was heavy, laden with the weight of the journey that had brought them here. The shadow stirred below, its form shifting and writhing, a mass of tendrils and darkness that seemed to consume the very light around it. The glowing red eyes that had haunted Kyle's visions stared up at them, filled with malice and an ancient, unyielding hunger. It was awake, and it was waiting. From the chasm, a low, guttural sound rumbled, a voice without words that seemed to crawl into their minds and claw at their thoughts. Kyle tightened their grip on the hilt of their sword, willing themselves to remain steady as the shadow began to rise. Its tendrils coiled upward, gripping the edges of the abyss and pulling its massive, amorphous form into the light. The very ground trembled beneath its weight, cracks spreading outward from the chasm as the earth protested the shadow's return. Dain, standing to Kale's left, let out a low whistle, his voice tinged with a forced bravado that failed to hide his fear. "Well, that's bigger than I was expecting." Erendor, his staff glowing faintly with gathering energy, shot him a withering glare. "Focus. It's not just big, it's ancient. This is no ordinary foe." Lysara, her hands already glowing with a soft, golden light, stepped closer to Kyle. "We'll face it together," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "No matter what." The shadow roared, a sound so deep and powerful it seemed to shake the air itself. The companions braced themselves as the creature surged forward, its tendrils lashing out with terrifying speed. Kyle was the first to move, their instincts guiding them as they dodged a massive tendril that crashed into the ground where they had stood a moment before. With a shout, they leapt forward, their blade cutting through the darkness, the strike landing with a burst of light that sent a ripple through the shadow's form. Arendor unleashed a barrage of spells, his fire and lightning carving through the tendrils with precision. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering and shifting as it absorbed the blows. "Its core!" Arendor shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We have to strike its core." Kyle nodded, their eyes fixed on the glowing center of the shadow's mass, a pulsing orb of red light that seemed to draw all energy toward it. But reaching it would be no easy feat. The shadow's tendrils moved like living creatures, each one acting independently yet with a shared purpose, striking and weaving to block any approach. Dain darted through the chaos, his blades flashing as he severed tendrils with quick, precise strikes, creating openings for the others to move forward. Lysara stayed close to the center of the group, her magic a constant presence as she cast protective wards and healed injuries as quickly as they were inflicted. Her face was pale with exertion, beads of sweat forming on her brow, but her focus never wavered. She raised her staff, a burst of light radiating outward and forcing the shadow to momentarily retreat, buying the group precious seconds to regroup. Kyle charged forward again, their blade glowing faintly now, as though resonating with the energy of the shadow itself. Each strike sent a burst of light into the darkness, but the shadow was relentless, its tendrils lashing out with renewed fury. One caught Kyle across the chest, sending them sprawling to the ground. The impact knocked the wind from their lungs, but before the tendril could strike again, Lysara's shield of light flared to life, deflecting the blow. "Get up!" Lysara shouted, her voice breaking through the haze of pain. Kyle forced themselves to their feet, their chest heaving as they raised their sword once more. The shadow roared again, and this time it began to change. Its form grew more defined, humanoid yet monstrous, its limbs elongating and its eyes glowing brighter. It seemed to be adapting, learning from their attacks. Arendor cursed under his breath. "It's shifting. We need to end this now." Kyle nodded, their gaze fixed on the core. They could feel the pull of it, an almost magnetic force that resonated with the blade in their hand. Memories of the vision from the shrine flooded their mind. The first hero, their blade blazing with light as they struck the final blow. The blade was the key, a conduit of power that could seal the shadow once more. But Kyle was not the first hero, and doubt clawed at the edges of their resolve. Lysara seemed to sense their hesitation. She stepped beside them, her voice calm but firm. "You are stronger than you think," she said, placing a hand on their shoulder. "We believe in you. Now, believe in yourself." Kyle took a deep breath, steeling themselves. The shadow surged forward again, its form towering over them, and Kale charged to meet it. Dain and Arendor moved in tandem, carving a path through the tendrils, while Lysara's magic shielded them from the worst of the attacks. Kyle dodged and weaved, their movements fluid and precise, until they were within reach of the core. The shadow seemed to sense the threat, its tendrils converging on Kale with desperate speed. But Kale was faster. With a shout, they raised their sword high, the blade glowing brighter than ever before, and brought it down in a powerful arc. The moment the blade connected with the core, a blinding light filled the chasm, banishing the darkness in an explosion of energy that shook the ground. Kyle felt the force of the blast knock them backward, their vision swimming as they hit the ground. The shadow let out a final, ear-splitting roar before its form began to collapse, its tendrils disintegrating into ash. The red glow of the core flickered and dimmed, and then, with a final pulse, it vanished, leaving only silence. When Kyle opened their eyes, they saw their companions standing over them, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and awe. The air was still, the oppressive weight of the shadow's presence gone. The chasm no longer glowed, its depths now shrouded in darkness but no longer alive with malevolence. "You did it," Lysara said softly, a small smile breaking through her exhaustion. Kyle sat up slowly, their body aching but their heart filled with a sense of quiet triumph. "We did it," they corrected, looking at each of their companions in turn. "We faced it together." The battle was over, but the scars it left behind would remain. The land around them was still broken, the desolation a reminder of the shadow's presence. Yet, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was hope. Kyle stood, their sword now dull and ordinary in their hand, and looked out over the ruined landscape. The fight had been won, but the journey was far from over. Together, they would begin the long road of healing, carrying the memory of their triumph as a beacon of light against the darkness. The world felt different in the days following the battle. The oppressive weight that had hung over the land for so long had lifted, replaced by a stillness that felt both unfamiliar and fragile. The desolation remained a scar on the earth, its blackened ground and molten rivers a stark reminder of the shadow's presence, but the air no longer carried the suffocating chill of despair. The chasm, once a gaping wound leaking darkness into the world, was now silent and still. Whatever ancient magic Kyle had unleashed with their blade had sealed it once more, though the cracks on the earth's surface served as a reminder of the fragility of that peace. Kyle and their companions made their way back across the ruined land, their movements slower and heavier than before. The battle had drained them, not just physically, but emotionally, and though they had emerged victorious, the cost of that victory lingered in their minds. They walked in silence for much of the journey, each lost in their own thoughts, their shared bond now forged in the crucible of battle. When they finally reached the edge of the desolation, the transition to greener lands felt like stepping into another world. The forest that bordered the wasteland had begun to regrow, its trees slowly reclaiming the edges of the scarred earth. Birds chirped in the distance, their songs tentative but hopeful, as though testing the boundaries of a new dawn. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground with golden light, and for the first time in weeks, Kyle felt their shoulders relax, if only slightly. Villages that had been abandoned during the shadow's resurgence were now stirring back to life. As Kyle and their companions approached one such settlement, the sight of smoke rising from chimneys and the sound of voices carried on the wind filled them with a quiet sense of accomplishment. The people had returned, their resilience a testament to their will to rebuild. When the villagers spotted the group approaching, their wary expressions softened, replaced by cautious smiles and nods of gratitude. Kyle found it difficult to meet their eyes. Though the villagers cheered their arrival and offered thanks, Kyle felt the weight of those cheers as much as the weight of the battle. The shadow was gone, but the scars it had left behind, both in the land and in their hearts, were not so easily erased. Kyle wasn't sure how to reconcile the image of themselves as a hero with the reality of the blood they had shed and the lives they had seen lost. The mantle of heroism, bestowed upon them by the ancient spirit in the blade, felt heavier now than it had ever been. At the village square, an elder approached, her weathered face alight with gratitude. She extended her hands to Kyle, her voice trembling with emotion. "You have saved us all," she said, her words carrying the weight of every life that had been spared. "The shadow is gone because of you." Kyle hesitated before taking her hands, their calloused fingers gripping hers gently. "It wasn't just me," they said, their voice quiet but firm. "We all stood together. None of this would have been possible without them." They gestured to their companions, each of whom wore their exhaustion like a badge of honor. The elder nodded, her eyes glistening with unspoken understanding. In the days that followed, Kyle and the others lingered in the village, helping where they could. They repaired homes, tended to the wounded, and shared stories of their journey with those who asked. The villagers clung to their every word, their expressions a mixture of awe and hope. For many, the tale of the Shadow's defeat became a beacon of inspiration, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could prevail. Dain, ever the opportunist, relished the attention, spinning tales that grew more elaborate with each retelling. "And there I was," he would say, gesturing dramatically, facing down not one, but 10 of those shadow creatures at once, a blade in each hand and a prayer on my lips. It was a sight to behold, I assure you. The children of the village hung on his every word, their wide-eyed wonder bringing a rare smile to Kale's face. Lysara spent her days tending to the villagers' injuries and ailments, her presence a source of comfort and reassurance. She moved with quiet determination, her compassion shining through in every gesture. When asked about the battle, she spoke not of violence, but of the strength and unity that had carried them through. "We fought together," she would say simply. "That's what made the difference." Arendor, for his part, kept his distance from the celebrations, preferring to immerse himself in his studies. He pored over ancient texts and scrolls, his mind already working to uncover the mysteries that still lingered in the wake of the Shadow's defeat. Though he rarely joined the villagers, his sharp wit and blunt observations found their way into conversations, often leaving others both baffled and amused. Kale watched their companions with a mixture of pride and gratitude. Each of them had played a vital role in the battle, and each carried their own burdens in its aftermath. They were more than allies now. They were family, bound by a shared experience that few could understand. Kyle often found themselves reflecting on the journey, replaying the moments of triumph and loss, searching for meaning in the chaos. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the warm glow of lantern light, Kyle found themselves alone at the edge of the forest. The weight of the sword, now resting at their side, felt heavier than usual. They unsheathed it, the blade catching the light of the fading sun. It no longer glowed with the same brilliance it had during the battle, but Kyle knew its power remained, dormant but waiting. They ran a hand along the blade's edge, their thoughts drifting to the hero who had come before them. They wondered what that hero had felt in their final moments, whether they had carried the same doubts, the same fears, or whether their resolve had been unwavering. Kyle had no answers, only the faint echo of the hero's presence, a reminder that they were not alone in carrying the burden of the past. The weight of the blade was not just a reminder of what had been lost, but of what had been preserved. Lysara's voice broke the silence, gentle but firm. "You can't carry it all alone," she said, stepping out from the shadows of the trees. She joined Kyle, her gaze fixed on the sword. "You have us. You always will." Kyle nodded, their chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and sorrow. "It doesn't feel real sometimes," they admitted. "The battle, the victory, everything. I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next." "None of us are," Lysara replied with a faint smile. "But we'll face it together, just like we always have." The stars began to appear overhead, their light scattered across the night sky like fragments of hope. Kyle sheathed the sword and turned back toward the village, where the sounds of laughter and music drifted through the air. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, they allowed themselves to smile. The legend of the Shadow's defeat would grow with time, passed down from generation to generation, its details embellished but its core unchanged. Kyle's name, and those of their companions, would be etched into the annals of history, their deeds remembered long after the scars of the battle had faded. Yet, for Kale, the true legacy was not in the tales or the songs, but in the lives they had saved and the bonds they had forged. The hero's journey had ended, but the story of the new legend was just beginning. And, as Kale walked toward the warmth of the village, their companions at their side, they knew that the light they had fought for would endure.